and let me sign the
You
insurance
know what?
policy, make sure everything is okay with my family. Like he doesn't want to go. He's like, man, should I go? I don't, I don't know,
I could
Marty.
see her being the one who initiated it, but that's also not a bad thing. Like the person who made a decision, that's I mean, she's the one who made a decision. She's the one who decided to pull this trigger and go one direction versus the other. A lot of times couples sit in limbo for way too long and they don't realize that their children are suffering, right?
Mm.
By seeing two people who don't enjoy being around each other. So her making that decision doesn't mean she hates him or he's a bad person. It just means she's the one who she pulled the trigger. Maybe he's like, oh, thank heavens. I was going to say something, but I'm glad you did. So now
It
I
show,
get to tell the world that you're the bad person.
doesn't it show? It show. You said you use a very interesting way of. You said it shows that it doesn't hate him, but does she actually love him? Like it's never a situation now where I will be happy, like laughing, like right, like of parting ways with the person that I have. Like you can hear like young kids on the back, like right and all that.
The kids are happy too.
The kids have no idea what's going on. The kids think they're signing tickets to like papers to go to the Disneyland. They have no idea where they're going until they say,
Still,
"Daddy, mommy, is Daddy coming home?" No, Daddy's in Iran. He'll come
she could
back.
still be. She could still love him though. You know, in a lot of breakups, you still love the person, but you still have to break up with them for whatever reason. So she could definitely still love him,
I
and
none,
likewise, he could still
none
love
of
her.
my exes talk with me because I broke up with them. None of them. They all see me when they're famous on the TV. They say, "Motherfucker, I wish you die, maggot."
I just think this is a weird dynamic that y'all are criticizing an amicable divorce and versus other times when you complain and cry about women being bitter. This is a woman who's handling her breakup very well and very diplomatic. They're sitting in the kitchen together. Literally, they're signing the papers together without a mediator. If that doesn't tell you that they have come to a point of resolution, I don't know what will. You complain about women being bitter. But then on the flip side, when you see something amicable, when something respectful, something that seems to be mutually decided, then you're still crying. I don't understand it. You want her to be like
Damn, we
throwing crap
crying
all
that
over the place.
hey pretty. I saw what you
So,
did there, pretty.
so
We
we
not
done with
cry. We are
the
crying
sugar.
that.
We done with the sugar.
Hey Ali, she said we are crying.
I'm gonna tell
That
you this straight up.
Ali
Some
and
of these
Trap.
some of these women are the most disgusting, despicable people walking on this earth. If it was reversed and that man was getting $10,000, they would have been shaming him for taking $10,000 in child support from his woman. You don't see men bragging about divorce. You don't see men bragging about co-parenting. You don't see men ever being happy about their families breaking. The only time a woman does this is when she actually used a man for her advantage, whether it's to supposedly co-parent. It's really to get that check, to get a notch on her belt, is when they really didn't love the guy and they want to do what's benefiting them. If that woman was truly in love, all the sisterhood, all the girls would have came around and shamed that guy for leaving that woman and divorcing his woman and breaking his family. The only time women support this is when it supports their cause. And our women have got to a place where they completely desensitize the family's feelings, the son's feelings, the daughter's feelings, the man's feelings. Everything surrounds around them. So when it's convenient for them to leave their husband and break their family, they'll applaud it. But they're some of the sickest people on this earth that applaud when a family breaks up, knowing damn well if they actually love this man and want to keep their family together, they would have been crying already to the rest of the internet. But when it's benefiting them, they'll celebrate the divorce. I'll land right there.
Can
Do
I
you
And
ask
I
know?
love,
Ali a
but I
question?
love. Hey, hold up. I love y'all.
Hey,
Do you
hey,
know the
hey, hey.
details?
Jump him, jump him,
I
jump
love
him. He
y'all.
deserved
Do
that
you
shit.
do you know
Yeah.
the details? Do you know the
No,
details of the divorce?
I don't need it. Leslie, if me and you were divorced and there's nothing to celebrate. We were loving. It's supposed to be death to you, do us part, and through sickness and in health. Women congratulate this when they're using people and when they want to change their minds. And that's why, man, y'all are asking men to marry you and you shame men into marry you just for you to divorce them and leave them and break their home and leave a lot of men in misery while you're applauding yourself again to keep putting yourself on the market. So
So you.
until
Mhm.
women stand true to their word and actually want to marry men and stay loyal to a man, men
Mhm.
should keep continue to pump and up,
So you
smash
would
and
be
dash, and be disloyal
you
to a
would be
lot of
totally
people.
fine if I was just jumping on random dicks every single night and still married to you until death do us part,
That's
right?
what I didn't say that at all, Leslie. You
Oh,
changed.
okay. So we don't understand the details of this divorce. he could be very happy. You said that
But
marriage is
you
until death
you
do
you
you
want to
part.
see him happy. So if you were in love with a man and you were going to pay him $10,000 and he's selling, hey, look, she's signing the papers.
It is what it is. It's
Wouldn't that be
business.
kind of disrespectful to be signing to making it seem like this is a happy experience in front of you while the man just sitting there signing the papers and you were still in love? You could tell he's still in love with the woman. He just kept quiet. You know why? Because he hopes there's maybe a chance to get her back. He actually loved the woman. But 10K to celebrate 10K in a breakup of your household and then to promote that it might be a good situation when we're seeing most of these kids that come from all these hectic and diabolical dysfunctional situations come from single mother homes. So why is it that in 1 minute y'all go, we're struggling, we need help, deadbeat fathers, the men are not there, versus when you're finally divorcing, you're not professing a man to marry you? Why do you at the same breath support marriage and support divorce at the same time and see
Damn.
it as an accomplishment?
Ali already smoking y'all. You guys better fight
So,
back.
mm,
Go ahead, Pretty, and then let me get Trev and my brother Boogie. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think it's really funny, right? Because you're gonna say there's no man that celebrated having getting divorced. The studies show the complete opposite. If men were not celebrating getting divorced, if men were really, really hurt about the dissolution of these marriages, then they wouldn't have such high remarriage rates within 1 to 3 years. Men are getting out of these marriages and they're like, woohoo, I'm free. On to the next. And they're jumping into another marriage. 64% of men remarry way faster than women remarry, right? Men are getting married after the first time. And studies also show that when they get married, after that first marriage, there's a high probability that those children from the first marriage will struggle with abandonment. So the fact of the matter is that there's plenty of times when men love exiting those marriages and getting into a new one and starting a brand new family, almost like they never had the first one to begin with. So let's not sit here and act like these men are sitting down here crying when they've gotten divorced. No, they're picking themselves up by their bootstraps and they're walking into a new situation. They're not victims. Stop it.
So remember, it's supposed to be happy co-parenting. Now the kids feel abandoned because what their mother chose to do. Most men are not leaving situations. We know, we keep saying it over and over on these panels. 70-80% of the divorces initiated by women. 90% they're smart because they know, they're too smart for their own good. If a man does move on, shouldn't women move on too to do what's in her best interest? If the woman leaves her, if the woman breaks his heart, shouldn't you encourage that? Don't y'all encourage that as well too? If a man breaks your heart or breaks Pretty's heart, for the woman to quickly move on and find someone who actually loved you, y'all really don't support anything that benefits the man. It's always what benefits the woman, because nothing in this did you even give any sympathy to the man, any empathy for the man. It's all about what's best always for the woman, which in the end has been being destructive to our families, because every time you get your way, the family breaks up and we're even more farther apart from each other. But when we get our way, we have families, we have love, everyone stays together, we have order. When you get your way, you want to sexualize the kids, you want to cause disorder, you want to put your breasts and booty all over the internet, you want to make emasculate your sons and then say, oh, their mamas raised them, but then disrespect the kid because he don't know how to be a man because you didn't make sure a man was in his life. So y'all gotta pick one. Either we gonna keep the families together and congratulate that, or we're gonna divorce and support your self-love movement. Pick one.
I would pick the child. I would prefer my child to wake up in a single mother home where there is peace and happiness, rather than in a two-parent home where there's constant fighting, there's tension, there's arguing, and depending on the household, there could be an actual DV issue. And I think that my child would develop in a healthier and a more in a healthier way if she is in an environment where there's peace and the mother feels peace and
So,
happiness and joy.
The
so
So,
mother
Leslie,
again. The mother
so
again. The
and
so
mother
she'll know
Leslie,
again.
what love
Look, the
actually
mother's
really
peace and
is.
happiness
so,
again.
so Leslie, would you be okay with the man getting the kid, and now you have peace and quiet and a nice somewhere the man gets your kid half of the month, most of the month? Like, would you be okay with that situation? Because woman, it
It
sounds
depends
like
on how
what woman.
he.
No, it sounds like women prefer the. It's better not to have a, a toxic environment because they know they're going to get the kid most of the time. Would you still prefer the not staying
That's
on
your
a
safety.
marriage if the kid was automatically given
Do
to the
the
dad?
it,
Would you say, oh, Ali keeps the kid. I
you
rather have Ali with the kid and we don't fight each other and it's good to go than having this environment when me and Ali are together and the kids fights a lot.
Make sure
right?
you add the data like Pretty likes to do. The kids do way better with the father than they do with the mother. The
That's the stat.
father, the single father stats show that it demonstrates it's almost similar to two-parent
I
households.
mean,
The
y'all
kids
just
do
riding
much.
this train.
The
Just
kids do much better with the father. So if you're actually
going.
prioritizing the kids, shouldn't you give the kids to the father, right, Leslie? Like Fatty asked you, because we
All right,
do better
y'all,
with our
y'all doing
daddies.
y'all. First of all, y'all know this is a loaded question.
Whoo!
Y'all just asked a lot. That how was
That
interesting.
was a lot.
But I will say this because that was a loaded question. I think that whatever works for the parent is, or what works for the children and the parents is.
I thought it was what's best for the kids.
So I would say, if it is 50-50 and then, the
No,
child
not 50-50. I get the
said what
kid
was
to
best
get in
for
on
the
the
kids.
weekends.
that's wonderful.
You get him on the weekends, lady.
Whatever
Oh, and by the way,
whatever works best
one
for the
second,
child.
please. 1 second, and I want my 10K child support.
Well,
Right? No, we're talking about this. You are going to pay me 10K
do you
so
want me to
I
answer
can be a
or-
stay-at-home dad and take care of my kids when I'm fucking another woman on your bed. Yeah, we're going there, Leslie.
While you living your best life, you
that
go live
better?
your best life.
Is
Go
that
live your best
better?
life.
Okay, it sounds like y'all are having a trauma response, but I will say this: if I'm definitely making more, like
there was a
significantly
pot shot.
more.
I
Oh,
see you.
if I'm definitely making significantly more, then it would make sense. Like if I'm making more money and the child is with the father, it makes sense. Like, no, that's not a problem at all.
No,
Leslie,
no.
Leslie, no.
Money.
Leslie,
It's better because
say
the
that
father
with
has more.
Do you all
more
just want
power.
to be
The father
disagreeable?
has
or
a better
Ali.
Let's
Hey,
just-
Ali, tell Leslie to
crazy.
say what you said with a straight
I
face.
agree. Do you guys just
No.
want to be
Say
disagreeable?
what you said with a straight face. Yeah, if I'm the high earner, I would pay the
Well,
money.
it makes
Come on,
sense. Like what
Leslie.
if, like for example, what if Oprah and Stedman got a divorce or whatever?
They don't have
Oprah would be
kids.
paying Stedman.
They don't
Like,
have kids.
it
And
makes
she,
sense.
No.
There's
Fatty,
that-
give her that. Give her that.
Ali,
Fatty,
that's why
even-
she doesn't
even-
marry him. That's
even
why
if
she
you-
doesn't marry him. None
Oh,
of
you
y'all.
got
Ali,
goodness.
hey, Leslie. Ali says this all the time. All of you women crying for these very successful men to marry their bum woman. But as soon as he's Oprah, as soon as he's Rihanna, as soon as he's Adele, as soon as he's
Yep.
Mary J. Blige, nah, don't marry him. You better know better.
He
Yeah,
made
I mean,
him.
Halle Berry is paying child support to like 3 different dudes, and you
I
don't see them
know.
fighting.
It's
So,
like,
like,
really?
it's fine.
Yes, they do. They're in the comments saying this is crazy. That no woman should be paying child support for no man.
I
Stop
could,
that.
if she's the
Well, that's the
listen,
comments.
Halle
I'm
Berry's
agreeing
paying
with
child
you.
support.
Like, I see you.
This is
Don't worry. I
really
see you.
rare.
It's extremely rare for a woman to pay child support. So don't you? We using Halle Berry, but that's
Because men are
extremely
typically
rare.
the providers and the
No,
breadwinners.
there's no.
No.
Black women are doing better than everybody. 50-50 from now on, and you pay alimony if we divorce after 10 years. Let
Black
me get
women are
Trev. Let me get Trev and Boogie, and I'll save the last but not least Miss Melanie because she's eyeing y'all out. She's measuring y'all out, so you better. Trev,
It-
Boogie, and then we go from there.
There's so much wrong with that particular post. Just her not having any shame whatsoever to want to post this for the public to see as if it was an accomplishment. Why is it that we would champion divorce? How could we even support it? You failed. You failed. You're making a mockery of us by doing this. You look stupid. You think this is something to be celebrated or championed? She should be ashamed. You just lost. Now, as far as monetarily, she did win, which gives me the idea that he was nothing more than a lick. She saw homeboy, she saw his resources, and she's going to take them with her, while all of her wifely responsibilities are relinquished. He's going to continue to support her while she is running scot-free. That's why she's celebrating, and women are supporting it, and it's shameful. And I also find it curious that most of the women alluded to the most extreme situation, which is DV, as if men are more inherently violent than women. But when you look at the statistics, if you're looking at woman on woman relationships, it holds the highest
Let's be
rate,
honest.
right? And the highest rate of divorce when you think about it. Pause. But if you take it into man on man relationships, their divorce rate is right around 25%. If you look at woman on woman, it's about 75%. If you put them together, it actually gives us the average, which is about a 50% failure rate. So that would lead me to the idea that it's 75% of women's fault in the first place. And it's because it's incentivized. Women are getting married for the wrong reasons, not because they want to build a family and a legacy. They want an opportunity in a lot of these cases. And these men are falling for it because they truly do love these women. And we want to victimize the women. How? Men are not being violent like that. Men are not being abusive. Women become bored because they think there's a better opportunity. And that's fine, but just tell it like it is. It's an opportunity. That's what you really want. Here, lick.
Yep.
I mean, it goes back to what we were originally saying. These are all a bunch of assumptions. And yes, we did go all the way to the extreme. It's because we just don't know. It could be the extreme. It may not be. And I do agree that there are women who are extremely violent. And yeah, I agree with you on that take.
No,
What was
because
the
I
assu- oh,
literally,
no,
my
oh,
very
no.
first
What was
example
the
was not
assumption though? He
extreme.
gave you data. How's that an assumption? He gave you
No, what
that's
I'm
actually
saying,
what's the assumption part, Leslie?
He did
So
not
so
give
we
me
assumption
clarify.
is that he's a lick. We don't know the history of they were together for 16 years. That's a long lick. So
Would you
I just think that
if you
there's a lot
love
of assumptions that are being
is love supposed to be forever?
is love
If,
love
is
can
love
still
supposed to be
be
forever?
forever.
I'm
Marriage
just
may not
asking.
be.
If we get married, isn't it supposed to be forever, right?
The intention is for it to
Right.
be forever.
So would you, if you love somebody, would you rather get 10K a month or would you rather get that person and his resources while you're with him?
I mean, I'm sure that
I'm just asking.
You want me to answer?
Mhm.
I'm sure they would prefer to get it together.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I'm
Right.
sure they will. I'm sure that when they were at the altar, that's what they had envisioned, but we don't know what happened. Like
We do. It happens over and over again. Women can't stay loyal to monogamy over their feelings. Like the guy we know on panels, y'all are on TikTok. I don't know if you are, but pretty is. Men pick loyalty over being disrespected, over being run over a woman always getting her way, over women having control. As long as she doesn't deal with another man, he will pick loyalty. But a woman, regardless of all the great guys you can find, the Michael B. Jordans, the Shamar Moores, who all lost their women too, the Chris Browns, the Ushers, everybody keep losing their women. Women pick their feelings and their way over the guy. You would rather have your way than a man. It shows that's data over and over again. You're gonna pick yourself over even your children. Because you keep saying that the women are, and y'all even said it, oh, they're prioritizing their children, so they're gonna co-parent. No, prioritizing their children is prioritizing the father and keeping the family together. It's not breaking the family so that you can
I
get
mean,
10K.
if the father is an ass, I'm not gonna just
How do
keep
you,
a family together.
why she get married to him?
Just because
So let's make assumptions. You said don't make
people
assumptions.
change.
Why did she
These
marry
are
him?
humans. These
Because
are not robots.
because
People go
hold
through
on,
growth.
Leslie. So
People
let's
go
not make
through
assumptions, right?
changes.
No,
Some
y'all did
people
it
present
twice.
themselves in a certain way, and then they
Mhm.
change. Like
Right.
people
Well, what if
change.
the
We're
woman is the
humans.
one that
Y'all
changed?
went to DV already, but you're
Yeah.
not making assumptions that she fell in love with him for the right reasons, and she was with this man because she actually loved him.
I mean, it
So
was
what?
16
So what
years. That's
happened
a
to
long
her?
time.
I've never seen someone who truly loves somebody and is so happy that they're about to divorce someone and get put a man on child support. And if men were doing that, y'all would be shaming men in masses online.
Yeah, I think.
I'm almost done. If we were having
Are you?
divorce parties and being excited about divorcing y'all, we would
Yeah,
be
I
shamed
think the
for that.
video was definitely in poor taste, but that wasn't the question. I mean, the question was about the content of the video. I think that the video definitely was in poor taste. I don't think that that is something that should have been put out there. But yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of assumptions that we're all making. So
Right.
that's all I have to
But
really
you
say.
don't
Yeah,
make
I
the
want to
other
make
you
it
don't make that
clear.
why y'all don't make assumptions for
I
him
want to
though?
make it clear that you asked a specific question when we got on here. You said, "Is there a reason to celebrate divorce?" And I gave a reason that was very regular, and then I went to the extreme. My first answer said, "It's better to co-parent if you realize that it's a better dynamic for your children to co-parent." I did not assign blame to anyone in that situation, but what you guys are holding on to is the DV situation. I gave two examples. It's funny that y'all didn't pay attention to the first one though.
We did because Leslie changed it to abandonment, or you did. One of y'all said the guy
No,
was
I did not
y'all brought up
change anything.
abandonment.
You said when the
Nope.
father leaves that it now the kid senses a form of abandonment. Y'all did. Don't let it go blind
No,
the video. Y'all did. Y'all brought up abandonment. Hey, Trev,
we
you there?
did not.
Anybody else talk?
We
Y'all
said
don't listen
DV
to
because it
yourselves.
was a
We did not bring
consensus.
up abandonment. It was actually
Everybody agreed that DV was likely the reason, or at least part of the reason. It was a consensus. That's
no.
why I mentioned it.
We did not.
Listen.
Y'all didn't say
Y'all
that. Y'all didn't
listen.
say DV could be. Y'all didn't mention DV.
Sir, we
Y'all
did
didn't
not
agree
have
to
a
DV.
consensus
Leslie
where we
mentioned. I don't
agreed
think
DV was the reason.
Freddie was saying co-parenting. Leslie brought up DV. You didn't bring it up, but Leslie did.
Y'all asked the reason. Like, is there any reason as to why somebody may want to get a divorce? DV, we went to the extreme. That could be the reason. We're not saying necessarily it's them. We were asked in
No,
general.
you said was there
What
any
would be
reason
a
to
reason?
celebrate? The question was there any reason to celebrate? And you said yes, if there was DV happening, which that still wouldn't be a
Yeah.
reason to celebrate. That's not a reason to
It would be
celebrate.
for me if I'm getting out of a situation where somebody's beating my ass every night. I'd be happy as hell
No,
and
but
celebrate.
that's still not
But I
nothing to
would not. I would
celebrate.
definitely
We
would
want you
not
to
put it
keep
on.
yourself safe,
I
but it's
definitely
not
would not
something
put it
to
on
celebrate.
TikTok. I mean,
Because
we can't
it's
talk at the same
beyond
time.
you. You're breaking up the family. The child doesn't have a two-parent household. Like, you're thinking very selfish when you saying I'm celebrating this. This is not nothing to celebrate. You
You
married
did
this
say that
person.
too.
It was supposed to be forever. You've had children with this person. You guys are
Mhm.
supposed to be
Yep.
Yeah,
building
I
wealth
would
for
definitely
your children.
celebrate.
So when you break up the family, when you're
Yes,
celebrating it, you're actually being selfish, because what about all the hurt that the child is going to go through? A
Yep.
two-parent
I'm gonna
household
get
is
free.
extremely important. And the father doesn't get the same amount of access as the mother when the household is split apart. So there's nothing to celebrate. We want you to be safe, of course. If you're being in a DV situation, of course, but this is not nothing to celebrate. And I
Mhm.
think that's what you guys are missing. This is not a celebration.
It
Yep.
definitely is a
It
celebration.
absolutely is.
It absolutely is a
Well, I
celebration,
disagree.
It's
and
not
that's okay.
it's not a celebration because if my woman was beating me up every time I got home and know that my family is broken and we are going to split the house and I'm going to lose access to my kids, I'll be like, yay, let's go, Tommy, let's go to the park, let's go on the swings and celebrate. I'll be devastated because
That's
even though it's not
very
my fault, even though it's not my fault, I don't celebrate shit that is actually going to make my life worse, especially my
Yeah.
kids'
Why
life
would it make
worse.
your life worse?
No,
There
no,
is
no,
no
Leslie,
way that you're going
respect,
to.
Leslie. This is the same thing as you and Boogie. Sorry for not passing you the microphone. I told you I was going to go next. Y'all lack empathy for men. That's all. Y'all have empathy for kids. Y'all have empathy for dogs. If a dog bites me, okay, if I go to your house and your dog bites me, like literally bites me, and he has to be put down because he did something bad to me, but if you beat me and I have to divorce, like, what is the reason for you to celebrate something that is not good for nobody? You are living a situation that is dangerous. Yes, it's fine. It's perfect. You should actually be relieved. But happy, happy, that's crazy. Like, and then once again, is everybody gets empathy other than men. Because if you were to
Yep.
pay $10,000, and there's a famous video by Erica Mena, right? When she was divorcing Safari. Yeah. How much am I going to wait? Only 4,000? See, this is y'all. Is me. And I'm going to pull actually the video before Erica Mena divorce call, right? It's me, and until it doesn't benefit you anymore, and now you're crying, and now you're mad
Is
because it is
is
what it
there
is.
going to be a time that we're going to start talking about real life situations and not
Yes,
celebrities?
this is a
Because
real
these
life
are one
situation.
percenters.
Yeah, this is a real life situation. The same
No,
way the
that's
other
a
one.
celebrity. Like the
Oh,
majority of real actual divorces, women are walking away with nothing. The
huh?
majority of real divorces, especially those in the
They're
Black
not.
community, women are not walking away with alimony.
No, they're not. Men are the ones sleeping on cars. You don't see women because they have nothing.
What are you talking
Literally
about? I said
living
we're
the.
not walking
No, no.
away with alimony.
Let's talk for a second, right? If we are broke, right? And we don't have enough liquid assets, meaning I don't have enough money to just pay you and walk out. what is happening is that you have the kids, so you're going to keep the house while the assets actually have to go through some sort of legalification so we can divide it. And while I'm not sleeping in the house because we're divorced, I'm sleeping on the car for 4 months because I have to get some of the fucking assets so I can go ahead. Why are you saying
The
no?
homeless rates would support that, and it doesn't.
Uh, in 5 homeless, 4 are men. Why?
No, actually, women face homelessness more than men.
Oh my! Are you serious?
Look it up.
Oh no, no, no!
y'all start
You
freaking
know
out,
what?
please
My lady,
actually use your computer and look it up.
my lady, absolutely.
Like
In
literally, just look it up.
what is the
These are
percent?
things that are
What
facts,
is the number, by the way? Just because you correct
especially
me.
mothers.
What is the
Like,
number?
just look it up.
And also, can I just say you can express two emotions at the same time. You can be happy that you're out of a divorce, and you can also be disappointed that the marriage did not work out. That's why they have these things called bittersweet. You can have two different emotions that you can evoke at the same time.
So I asked Google who faces homelessness more, men
That's
or
crazy.
women. It says
She's
men are more likely to
I thought it was men.
experience homelessness than
full.
women.
She's full.
I thought it was men.
Pretty,
Yeah,
pretty,
it's like
So I looked it
pretty,
up. So
It's
respect,
definitely
pretty,
men.
respect. This
You
is
gonna
this,
concede, pretty?
hey, one second, please. This is a woman that does shows every day victimizing women, and she doesn't even know that the homeless
Yep.
rate.
In the
How
VAs,
many homeless people are
veterans.
men? Roughly 4 in 5 homeless people are men in many
Yep.
Western countries. United States, 70 to 75% of homeless population. You can't. Come on, man. What are you doing, man? Like, because you know why? Because you guys have homeless shelters and you
Yep.
guys have
You don't know
help
how
from
much
the
support
government.
All they got to
women
do is
get.
toot it and boot it.
welfare,
All
food
they got to do
stamps,
is toot it and boot
taxes,
it.
Section 8.
They just use their looks. They got a
Come
place to
on,
stay.
it's less. Hey, pretty. That's crazy that you are a content
Sugar
creator.
daddies.
Like you guys
Boy,
are the true feminists, right? You are a content creator. Every day you do shows with stats, data, and statistics showing that this and this and this happen, and you don't know that 4 in 5 homeless is a man, and 4 in 5 suicides is men. 4 in 5 incarcerated, mentally ill, alcoholics. Come on, pretty. Are you serious?
You gonna say my bad?
Let me go
You
ahead
gonna
and say this
bad.
because one second. I can concede when I'm wrong. So before all of y'all freak the hell out like you just did because you caught me, pretty was
No,
exposed.
this is not
The,
because
the definition of intellectual is I like to learn new information. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
no,
So in
it's
this
not
The point
situation,
is that
hold
you
on,
threw it out
pause,
without knowing. You threw that out
pause,
to do it to be a fact.
let her finish, please.
In pause.
Mhm.
You can pause. In this situation, I will say I concede. I was wrong.
No, there's but pretty. There's not this,
Is that
right?
okay
And
or
and
no?
yes, and Boogie and Melanie can go next.
Okay.
It's not about you. It's the lack of interest. You see what I'm saying? We know all the statistics when
Oh,
it
so
comes
now
to
we're gonna virtue
no, no,
signal.
no, no, because pretty, you know
Virtue
all the
signal.
statistics when it comes to
She got the
woman,
words,
all
boy. I
of
gotta
them,
learn these
and we
words.
know it too because we listen to that so much. Oh my God, the college rate and the corporate job rate and the wage gap and misogyny, like we know all of your complaints for A to Z. But as soon as we put probably the most devastating stat about men, and most of these men are on the streets because of divorce. I'm not even going to go there, right? Oh, I didn't know. I apologize. I stand corrected, and I'm here to
What else did you
learn
want me to do?
because
That was
my name is
internalized misandry. Pretty.
yeah.
Wait,
That
hold on,
was
hold on,
That was
one second.
internalized
One second.
misandry.
Wait. So you guys say women never take accountability, and in a
no, no,
moment
no.
when I said, "Hey, I'll admit when I'm wrong," I'm
No,
wrong.
you're not. No,
Now
you're
you're
not.
crying
No,
about
no, no,
why I
no.
take
I
accountability.
literally 1 second. I literally said what it is the lack of interest. Hey, Leslie, remember when I said that woman
So
that came
me
to
not
the store?
knowing
No,
something
one
is
second,
lack of
please.
interest.
Well, let me just finish and then you understand.
Me not
I
knowing,
appreciate.
me being
No,
wrong about
please,
something
I'm
is
not.
lack of
Hey,
interest.
we don't browbeat people.
Yeah,
When
but that's what you're doing. You're attempting to virtue signal.
do
That's
you
what you're doing.
notice how I let you interrupt me?
Okay, go
Like,
ahead.
see, it's not retribution. See, you was afraid of no. I actually treat you with respect because I'm a respectful individual. But this is what I'm saying, right? We know all the stats and all the complaints about women. Every stat that is not favored to women know men are this and men are that and men are disproportional that and men are the CEOs and men are this. Y'all lack so much empathy for men that if I have to tell you a social issue or an issue that men face other now than homeless, suicide rates, and alcoholism, and I'm going to test it to Wesley because Wesley did this face like this, right? I'm going to test it. Y'all don't have empathy for men because y'all don't even, it doesn't even go through your radar that actually men go through shit. So let me prove this. Hey Leslie, can you look at me? Let me mute you. Let me mute you real quick, Leslie, before Boogie gets a microphone. Leslie, please, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Tell me one issue other than homeless, alcoholism, and what was the other one? And suicide rates that affects men disproportionately that we need to fix.
I have no idea.
See, and no, that's fine, and that's fine. Most 99% of deaths at work, 99% of casualties of war. Like I can go so fucking further and further and further and further. But there's the thing: we have to know about your problems. We have to know about your
Do you?
suicide.
Do you
We
though?
have to know about.
Yes, do you? Because I don't know about y'all, and I'm fine.
We have to know that women commit way more suicide attempts than men.
I mean, because you're
Women
in
are
this, you're
more-
not in this space, so I don't know stats
No,
and
no,
stuff
no.
like that.
This is not about the space. This is
It
about
is.
They take the
This is-
more
this
the
is
most
about
Already
em-
side
doing this
effects.
stuff.
and you
Side
know,
effects.
Ali, you know what they know? How many animal shelters is in their city,
Yeah.
What?
right?
You don't
No, I
know
have
that?
no clue.
What
I'm
what
not
is
in
the
that space.
About.
what?
I
Peter.
mean, we were talking about what I do really know, then I could stat you down, but I'm not in this. I don't know.
Right. Like
Hey,
what you're attempting to do is you're stating that lack of knowledge equals lack of empathy. In which if we
no,
were
no,
to
no,
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 it's
no,
just
no,
what you
no.
said.
no, 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 no.
You
What
just
I'm
said
saying is no. I'm
because you don't know, it shows the lack of empathy. That's
no.
literally
That's
what
not
you
what I'm
just said.
saying. What I'm saying is this:
That is what you
if
said.
you are no,
That's literally what you said.
I pay very attention to the people that I bring on the panel. Pre-intellectual is somebody that is in the space.
Mhm.
She actually goes and research.
Oh,
She
I'm
does
not.
prompts and all that shit.
Yes.
I'm not talking about a fucking woman that is a farmer in Kentucky and all of a sudden she drops on the panel and I'm saying,
Mhm.
what is the square root of 7? Right?
Right.
I'm saying you are on the space, you talk about relationships all the time. So you should, the same way you know verbatim, every time I say lesbian relationships have more DV and you have a stat ready. No, 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 fatty, because this includes the woman that were beaten up by men, which is a very kind of not a very niche stat, a
You
very
learned. Good job.
esoteric stat. If you know the ins and outs of stats that are very precise, you should know how many women are men. You should actually know.
No, no, I shouldn't.
See?
I do now though. So now I know.
Watch this.
You don't
Hey,
consider this
next time y'all complain about black woman
What?
die on the table giving birth 7 times more than white
Is
woman
it 7 times?
because
Is it 7? Because you just said lack of knowledge is
no,
lack of
no,
empathy.
no.
So is it
Listen,
7?
is a. I don't know the stat. I know it's a
Mm.
significant number.
You
Listen
don't care about
carefully.
the black women dying on
Can
the
I
table.
can I finish? Can I finish? Before the show, people were telling me that this was bill retaliation. I'm letting everybody talk. I know that black women disproportionately when they go to hospitals they are treated in a different way than white women on average because they think black women are stronger, black women can tolerate more pain and all that shit. Why does a motherfucker from Portugal knows about this about American woman and y'all don't know how many homeless you have in front of your street, how many of them are men?
No,
Why do I go out of my way? Why do I go out of my way to concern about my black sisters on the United States that are going through shit and y'all don't even know y'all own men,
Because
the
you
problems that
make-
they face on an
you're in this
everyday basis?
space.
How is that significant? How is
You're
that?
in
How
this
is that?
space and you make money to know that. Like you have to know that in order for you to be in this
I knew
space.
that's
That
because
was his
I knew
question.
that before. No, no, one second.
Wait, what?
Hey,
That was his
Leslie, I knew that before I was a content creator.
Yeah, money has
Okay, so
nothing
you
to
have
do
a
with
special
that.
interest in it. I mean, that's
No,
fine.
it's
So
because
so you don't have a special interest, or your own men, the men of your country, the men that are homeless and have no,
To
like
the
you don't
point
have
where
no.
I'm rattling off statistics and who's homeless. No, I don't. Like I just don't.
But then
If
should
you,
No, I
I'll do
shouldn't.
last
No,
question. I'll do last question.
no.
Hey, let's please be fair about it, right? If women were 4 in 5 homeless, if women were 4 in 5 people that commit
That's an
suicide,
epidemic. But go
yeah,
ahead.
so perfect,
I mean,
perfect. Hey, Leslie,
80% of Black women
Le-
are homeless. That is a huge epidemic.
Leslie, but that's the point. It's an epidemic because men are the ones on the street. It's the same number. 4 in 5.
Yes.
Leslie,
out of
4
five
in
men
5
are
men
homeless?
are in 5 homeless. 4 of them are men. It's an epidemic, and you didn't know. That's the point. But if
Oh, wow,
woman,
I didn't know that. Thank
but
you.
there's the point. If women were the one, like you said, oh, it's an epidemic, I will definitely know that.
Look at us
Well, let me
You
learning.
don't
tell you.
care.
Let me tell you,
learning.
this was definitely enlightening.
You taught
I mean,
us
we could
something,
beat
Fatty.
this
Good job.
to the cows come home, but it was very enlightening. You know, is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, that's huge. That's something that's huge.
Let me play this for y'all. Please, Ali and Boogie uninterrupted for 7 minutes. If you interrupt Boogie, I'll drop it.
No, the main thing I was
Out
saying
of 5 men, you know, 4 that are
is
homeless.
when women do the
I've
Me
heard this
Too
before.
movement, when
So
women do the when women want men
You
to
know what to say,
when women
Ali.
want men to
73% of
understand
women
them,
were essayed.
right?
Like,
But,
you know
but
all
it's
of
funny.
it.
Why you don't give the same energy back towards men? You want men to understand women, want men to be supportive of women, protect Black women. You know, all these things y'all asking men to do for you. Get married to Black women, but then you don't care about what Black men are going through, and then ask why Black men don't want to get married. And you might not, y'all may not care, obviously, but women are asking for protection, or asking for validation, or asking for attention, or asking for protection, but they don't have no respect or care for the
See, this is
opposite sex.
so what I'm trying to understand is, so I acknowledge, well, one, Miss Pretty said that, oh, you know what, I was wrong. I'm acknowledging like that is huge. I didn't know that if I just, you know, 0.5 men out in the street, 4 of them are homeless. That's huge. Now, what do you want from there? Like, I mean, are you all just going to keep telling
Cookie.
us like
What
you're bad for
cookie?
that? I mean, what happens?
No,
next?
no. What we want is proof this. Y'all conceded, we don't over pursue. But this is the fact when they say women are the empathetic gender, that's the biggest motherfucking bullshit that you ain't ever
Woman
say.
from the
that.
top
And
of
because
Black men
you
from
know why? You know why?
You
Because
want me to
men
you
can't
want
be
me to bring in
hey.
a homeless Black
No,
man?
no, no, Leslie, it's not. No, Leslie, it's
What
not
do you
there.
need
It's just
from me?
Leslie. It's just put the mirror in front of your face,
Compassion.
right? We been like y'all know all the stats. Women were essayed that such and such percent, and such and
Lord.
such percent of women get domestic violence, and the femicide rate is da 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 da. You know all of it.
Do
And
you
don't
hear
have
how
one-
you're saying that?
I will say this. Right?
How's he saying it? No, how's he saying it?
Hey,
How?
let me say this. Let me say, hey fellas, don't get married, man. It's over.
Right, that's true.
Hey, come on, this woman.
You just don't get married.
Come on,
I
this
agree.
woman and
Don't none
say,
of
I
y'all.
appreciate
Not in
y'all.
them. Not in
There's
them.
no
On 'em.
empathy. Y'all don't have no empathetic bone in your
You are really
motherfucking
expressing your
body.
feelings. Okay. What is it that you want us to
No,
evoke?
hey,
What is
Leslie,
the
let me ask
huge
The fact that you're
epidemic?
asking is a lack of,
Now
it's
what
still a
does
lack of
it
empathy.
need?
I just want to say one more thing and then Boogie and interrupted, right? Hey, Trev, do you know when these women ask you to open up about their feelings? Right? And then they become and now they are condescending and saying, "What do you want? What do you want from me?" Now you have to Google like, "What do you
Who
want?"
hurt you? You
Most
sassy.
men are reluctant to do that because they know the information that they
This
give will
is
later
why
be
men don't
weaponized.
open up to women and say this is a
They don't
problem
care.
that affects the male community because these
Yeah,
women
because
are
they're
going
like,
to fall for it
pussy,
and they're going
you
to think it's funny.
corny, you
Hey,
soft.
Trev,
Yeah.
there's never a stat
Say that?
that is fucking up. Hey, one sec. I will say this, right? And this is goes back to the conversation about being jovial about divorce. And I know we're having fun, so it's not personally to y'all, right? There's never somebody that says, I have a stat that says that 3 in 5 women is raped, and I have a jovial attitude about the stat. What you want me to do now? food. Like y'all.
Okay, so you want me to have a sad face? Like I just don't
Well,
understand.
Yeah. Do a sad.
It's
Oh, do a
kind
sad.
of
Let me
minimize
play the
everything he's
violin.
saying.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh,
See, and they're laughing again.
Now,
That's
can we
crazy.
continue? Like what?
We can't continue absolutely, Leslie. We
Right.
listen to women
That's
on
that's
the.
a bit that's a
And
bit
in the meantime,
dismissive
I will
though.
be at the local Meals on Wheels, giving out to the homeless and all the things. Because I actually do
Oh,
volunteer.
man,
So,
old
Ali.
homeless shelter.
Hey, she's in front of the woman's shelter.
Exactly.
no, absolutely not. Meals on Wheels doesn't just listen.
No, it's not for homeless. It's for the
Everybody.
elderly. You literally go serve them food for lunch and you drop it off.
Yes.
I volunteer with Meals on Wheels as well.
Girl, I care about you.
That's crazy. Hey, how old? So I have to be 63 for them to have empathy for me. That's crazy. Boogie, let's go, Boogie. You got this. Thank you
Child.
for
All right,
being here, brother. Tell us what you
mhm.
think of the melanin.
Come
Goes
on,
out
King.
to
Hey,
the
drop
main-
it. Drop it, King.
Hey man, I've always wanted to give my flowers to Ali, man, and Trev as well. I've reacted to you guys' panels. You know the panel I'm talking about. So I just wanted to catch Ali one time and be like, man, I appreciate everything that you say and the way you encourage men. Now, unfortunately,
Thank
it
you, my
all
brother.
doesn't matter. What we have seen tonight is that the ladies don't really care, and
Yeah.
it's not their fault because we know from the moment we grow up, we are being raised. Men are taught how to treat women. Women are taught what to expect from men. So that's the difference. So I don't blame the ladies for them not to care about men's problems, for them not to know that majority of homeless people are men, you know, and for them not to really to just think about it. Like if they change the laws tonight and they said that, you know what, instead of alimony, instead of child support after divorce, it's all canceled. If women, since they file for divorce 80% of the time, any woman who files for divorce is going to pay alimony and child support to men. Women would stop divorcing. I'm telling you right now, if those laws change tonight, the divorce rate would go down. You know, as you guys were talking about stats, and I just checked the stats that in 1960, the single mother rate in black families was 22%, and by 2018, it rose over 70%. You know, at the end of the day, the whole, no offense to Miss Leslie, she was talking about, oh, I'm not happy, I'm not happy. Like they put their happiness before even the kids. She literally said, I rather split up the family rather than and be happy with my own kid. It's like the kid suffers in the end. You know, at the end of the day, the ladies don't care. You know, so I appreciate you guys for trying, but I mean, at this point, I cannot blame the ladies that much because, like I said,
Well, y'all doing
as
way
men, come again.
Hey,
y'all are doing way
interrupt the
too
king.
much.
Gonna interrupt the king like that? Dang. He was almost done. Dang.
So
We
the whole
we
thing is
we should
Dang.
drop Leslie like they do on Pretty Panel.
no. So the truth is,
Leslie
right?
will drop you fast in the bad habit, boy.
You'll get the elbow.
Good.
You'll get the elbow. Go ahead, Boogie. Go
Listen,
ahead, King. Go ahead, King. Don't let them distract you. Go ahead.
the truth is, women who divorce
In the
men
galaxy
are
to drop pretty.
women who divorce men are celebrated every single day. Actually, they call it graduation. You know, they're moving on to something better. And that's because the laws make it so easy. If they remove alimony, if they remove child support, if in fact, if they simply say that, hey, listen, if you divorce a man, he doesn't get to leave the house, you leave the house with the kids, they would stop divorcing like that. If they were the ones to leave the house. But we know majority of the time, if there's a divorce, even if the man bought the house, he's told to leave the house so the mother can stay with the kids. And then the next day, she's going to bring another guy to clap the cheeks as the guy is trying to look for another place to live. So at the end of the day, until the divorce laws change and all those things, the divorce rate is going to keep going higher. The only difference is men are now speaking about these issues and men are realizing it's not really worth the divorce at the end of the day. Because if you know there's a 50% chance you're going to be divorced, and then they're going to kick you out of your own house, and then Boogie is going to come and clap cheeks for your ex-wife in the house that you are paying mortgage for. Like, it's not worth it, if we're going to be honest.
It's cheaper to keep her.
No, like, but men are not doing it at all. all. Men are like, this is not worth it.
Let me get the lovely
Hey,
Melanin over here. Go ahead, Ali. You are the host.
Leslie and Pretty, should men get married? The majority of these women today.
No, don't do
No,
that, Ali. Don't do that.
don't do
No
it.
question, because y'all just
Don't
taking
do that, Ali.
Don't do it.
Don't
No,
do it.
save yourselves. If you're
Ali,
gonna
there's Ali. I'm getting tired of you,
Vi-
Ali.
Victims.
Ali, we're going to the middle real
No.
So
quick.
many victims out here.
Ali,
Man.
we're going to the middle real quick. I'm getting tired of you, Ali.
y'all gotta talk.
Ali, you know that's the main event of the show, right?
Oh, it is. Damn. My bad, man. I think that's 2 shows in a row I did that. Hold on.
Hey,
I
let me
ain't mean,
kick out.
I ain't mean to do that, man.
Ali.
Hey, send the galaxy.
This is Sparta!
Great brother, man. He has the biggest art in the planet, but motherfucker is on his own world. Shout out to my boy Ali. Melanin Legacy.
Hi,
What you say?
so the first thing I want to say based off what was just displayed is Happy Men's Mental Health Month, because
Thank you, sister. Somebody
you
kill.
men are overlooked. I
Thank you,
find it
Queen.
disgusting the fact that you threw out a statistic for it to be fact because it benefited women. And then when it was debunked, it was just, I can admit when I'm wrong, let's move on. Like, there's no sense of care about the fact of what men are going through. And this is often what men speak up towards. This is why men should not get married, because the compassion in the women nowadays is horrible. This is why when women are out on the street and there's possibly a situation where there's aggressiveness being showed towards the woman, a man should just walk right past it, because at the end of the day, when it's time to defend a man, you guys are nowhere to be found. They literally are explaining to you why this should matter, why this should care, why you should care about this, and you guys are like giggling and kikiing about it. And as a woman, I just think it's disgusting. We make men, we birth men into the world, and with this type of mindset, we definitely in a divorce, the children, the boys should go with the father, because if this is the lineup of women that we have, the children are doomed. And I'm not long-winded, so I land there.
Mm.
Can I
And
respond to
check
that?
this, right?
Jesus Christ.
Check
You
this.
Hey, can
let's get Boogie, and you can definitely respond to this because we are not tyrants like the TikTok people. Let's go,
Yeah,
Boogie.
what's her
cut
name?
anyone off and waited my turn. What are you talking about?
And you are going to have the chance to respond and interrupt it for 7 minutes. Storm from X-Men.
I was
Go ahead,
called
Boogie.
Storm when I was like,
Go
what
ahead,
the
King. We are misogynist. No, we're not misogynist, friends. Don't cut this out.
Oh
We-
yeah, no. It's a
Go
good
ahead,
thing
Boogie.
you. It's a good thing Fadi just mentioned misogyny, right? It's like when a woman divorces a man, and says, "Oh, he was a bad man," whatever she says, whatever negative thing she says about a man, they celebrate her. Choose yourself. Put yourself first. Go girl, go queen. You see all the messages that other women send to that woman. But reverse it. If a man divorces a woman and he celebrates, he shows that he's very happy about the divorce. Oh my God, the things they call him. You hate women. You're gay. Why don't you just marry a man? It's like the insults they send a man. It's just
Pretty
the
be
double
saying that.
standards are just crazy.
Go ahead, lovely pre-intellectual, our favorite, please, uninterrupted.
Now, you know good and well I do not do GAY jokes because I don't think using a group of people as an insult is ever cool. But
Oh.
the fact of the I know I have
No,
empathy.
you'll say that men don't like women when you know men love women, and that women have the
Like
love.
and love are two different things, by the way, just to let you know. But anyways,
Well, before hold on.
What is better?
no.
Ali, what is better?
No,
Pretty.
what are
Would you rather be loved by men or liked by men?
I don't care about men.
No,
Let's
you-
talk about mine.
Don't do that. You can't do that.
Ah.
No, you can't do that. You said it 2 different
Mine.
things.
No. I
Would you
don't.
rather
I
be
don't think
loved
the
or liked?
men
Would you
thing.
rather
I don't
be
care
loved?
what y'all
Would
think
you
about
would you rather
Hence
be
my
loved?
Shirley
I
Temple
don't
wig.
give a fuck.
I
Would
don't
Would you
care.
rather be
Shut
loved or
your-
liked? Would you rather be
I'm
loved or liked?
wearing a white.
Could I ask a
Hold
serious
on,
question to
Trey.
the?
Hold on,
Go
Trey.
ahead. Go ahead.
Pretty. Would you rather be liked or loved?
I'd rather be loved.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm
Thank
not
you
going to
very
over
much.
pursue. Go ahead, my brother Trev.
Wait, I didn't get to say my point.
She sure didn't. She
So
sure
here's
didn't.
the thing. I think it's
Now we're
really
going to pass the microphone to Trev. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You got it.
I think it's really disingenuous to, on one hand, virtue signal and shame women for not exhibiting emotions and empathy, and on the flip side, shame women for being emotional creatures unable to exhibit logic. So in this moment, what you saw was that I realized I was wrong. I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong." But before I could even say I was wrong, one, two, three of y'all unmuted and started yelling and screaming into your microphones.
Is that
So
a
at
show?
that point, yeah, and you were included. So at
No,
that
but
point, you
one
don't
more
get a
second.
genuine.
Pretty. This is how we act over
I
here.
understand. I
No, a
understand.
second. The rules on TikTok where it's
It's not.
pop
It's not
heavy
about TikTok.
is no. Let me
He's
explain
a
to you how we
victim
did
now.
that, right?
Stop centering TikTok. It's not
No,
about
no,
TikTok.
no. That's not the point. That's not the point. You are used to. There's two types of moderating. It's popcorn style where everybody can get in,
I
and there's
know.
serpent style. What you do is the serpent thing. You talk, and then Leslie's talk, and then
I
Ali
know.
talk,
I
and then Boogie.
understand.
I will allow you, if Trev says something that you disagree, to jump on his neck and to Batista bomb him. I don't care. And I will allow Trev to do the same thing to you. So when you jump in and we are rah, 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 it's about the structure of the show. I will allow you to do the same thing to the next person.
That's
So it's
okay.
not
That's
malicious.
okay.
It's how you do. Go ahead.
But it's not about a panel. That's just the way I operate in life. I also don't interrupt people in my real life. So
Hmm,
I just don't interrupt people. I wait my turn. But the
hmm.
thing is that when all these people jump on and say, "Oh my God, you're wrong," then I'm like, "Oh crap, it looks like I am wrong." Then at that point, what do you want me to do, start crying? Like
No,
if I realize, no, one second, because I don't like performance. I don't like performative empathy. If I realize something is occurring that I don't know about, what I'm going to do on my own time is go research it. And whatever I do in response to it is my business. Because what I don't need to do is come online and be performative and be, oh my God, see, this is why men don't get married in Men's Mental Health Month, because
yes,
you guys don't care about the man. And I don't need to do any of that,
yes.
darlings. I don't. It's
Okay.
okay.
So
He's a victim now.
this is the true definition of gaslighting, right?
Yes.
Shots
When
fired.
I don't know something,
Shots
when
fired.
I don't know something, I don't go ahead and say this stat is wrong. I will go look it up because
No, I genuinely
proof
thought
it.
I was right.
No,
And then I was like, I'm
He's
wrong.
ready?
talking, right?
You said go use the internet.
No, you'll be
And
okay,
what?
Melanie.
One
You're
second,
doing the
please.
show.
I
One
thought he was
second, please.
talking.
No, it's
You're doing
fine
the show.
because I don't get offended by it. What I'm saying is that you literally say use the internet for something. Go use Google, and I use Google. I actually use ChatGPT, right? I don't get offended by you being ignorant about the stat. I get offended when you say that I'm wrong, when you are clearly wrong. I don't even know where we get those stats. When the stat is so lopsided, it will be like most women are cat callers. What? Are you kidding me? We kind of know that 90% of
Right.
cat callers are men. I would say you are
That's
wrong.
true.
Most women are cat callers. And then when you go ahead and prove me word for word, bar for bar, that you are without a doubt wrong, you give this condescending, I'm here to learn. My name
Right.
is intellectual, so
You're not
I'm here
listening.
to pretty.
You're not
Pretty.
listening,
Come on, man.
and you're not listening because we point out you're not empathetic even with an apology, but you want to accept the apology while you're not empathetic. So think about this: we accepted your apology. We just say you're not empathetic. So why
Yeah, we
you
just
point out the fact that you
Okay, cool.
apologize,
Then I'm
but we're
not.
just saying you're not being empathetic?
Then
That's
I'm
all.
not. You're
and
right.
pretty.
You know,
Just another thing,
look
right?
how easy you can
Yeah,
say it.
yeah. And just another thing, we have goldfish memory. We will kind of rag you a little
Mhm.
bit, and 3 minutes later, we good, ready to go. We're making jokes. If we wanted to pile on you, what? Like you see all these men, like you see actually the shows that y'all complain about. What is? Look at this dumb bitch. Look at like we don't do this shit. We're having a conversation because once again, we are businessmen. We like to treat our guests like they actually are welcome here, even though you are very mean to us on TikTok. So,
Mm.
Fadi,
Leslie,
Fadi,
you go ahead. You better not nod in your
Yeah.
motherfucking head, Leslie. I saw you doing that.
Fadi,
So-
I got a question for Pretty.
Give me just 1 second, Boogie. Let Trev say what he wanted to say, and then Boogie goes ahead and asks the question. Don't forget the questions, please, Boogie. Don't forget it.
Yeah.
Okay?
So I don't
And
want
then
to.
we
I don't
get
want
Little
to.
Black Book and Thomas. Thank you very much, fellas. Welcome to the Untouchable Ladies for sure. Thank you very much.
All right.
Go
So
ahead, Trev.
I
What's up, ladies
didn't.
and
I
gentlemen?
didn't want to derail the conversation too much, but it was mentioned twice on the panel today, so I did want to address it. Um, it was said that men shouldn't get married. Now, I don't have all the answers, but I want to know what is it that we think men should do, right? Because I don't want to say correlation
Don't
is
do the Trev.
causation.
1 second, Trev. There's the main event.
Oh
Like
shit,
y'all
my
are.
bad.
This is the title of the show. What do I get from marriage? That's the title from the show. It's kind of we're going to
Oh,
talk about
okay.
marriage and
Well,
what
wait.
men, especially men that avid, like they got to the status where women actually say that they need to be. What do they get from marriage? So just don't save
Now
it.
we'll wait.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
wait.
save it. We'll go from there. Go ahead, Boogie, and let me get a little black book. Thomas, friends, we need 13 members and $100 via Cash App or PayPal. I'm broke, baby. I need some dentist money. So please go ahead and send money to your friend. Boogie, what was the question?
All right, pretty. So I know you said you were wrong about thinking that women are more homeless than men, right? But I got a question for you, right? With all the homeless shelters in your city, whichever city of the United States, right? If I was homeless and you were a woman, you were homeless, and we both went to the homeless shelter and there's only one spot left, who do you think they'll give the spot to? You or me?
Most likely the woman.
There you go. That's your answer right there.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is why you never say that marriage, like, oh, you are broke, why we need a prenup? Because there's a difference between you sleeping on your couch and you sleeping in your car. That's kind of what it is. Actually, the men that have nothing should definitely have prenups because they are going to be steamrolled by the justice system. So on the transition period between you living in your house and you living in another people's place, not everybody has parents, not everybody has good friends. So you need to be extremely careful with that. Let me get my boy Thomas Legacy with his motherfucking GLC Mercedes Benz and Mr. Little Black Book. Go ahead, Thomas.
Uh, yeah, my system got reset. I don't know what the hell happened. This shit look crazy. But man, bro, y'all know what it is, man. I just think, man, for real, hold on. Can you explain the topic at hand right now? Because I don't want to start
Okay.
talking about something that's gonna be talked about
So
later.
what we're going to do, Thomas, is we're going to listen to what Little Black Book is going to say, and then you're going to intervene. Okay, is that fair?
All right, all right, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Little Black Book, any
That's
opinion
cool.
about what we're talking about?
Yo, I think it's an interesting conversation that just had been had. Shout out to Ali. I think it's an interesting conversation we're having. I think it's difficult, right? Because I think sometimes I don't agree with the men, but the men on this case, I have to agree with them. Like sometimes what happens with these conversations is like, and I saw it play in real time, so it was really interesting to kind of watch from observatory perspective. Is that when the men did mention about men being homeless, and the men weren't asking for women to go, oh my god, that's what's happened to you. That's actually the inverse of what men are actually asking for, and actually that destroys a safe space when you start doing that because it shows a lack of empathy, right, in that immediate moment. So when someone says something like, "Oh, there's four out of five men are homeless," the natural reaction is not to go, "Oh my god!" It's like that's over the top. It's like, "Oh, I didn't know that." That would have been your natural reaction first, but the natural reaction that came out actually was immediate defense because there was an argument going on between two sides. So what it didn't allow for was for the ladies to kind of just be like, "Hey, look, I didn't know that. My bad. You know what? Talk to me. Let me hear what you're saying now." What actually really happened was actually that it was like a it was interesting kind of watch. It was like, so what do you want us to say? Oh, do you want me to go like this? What do you want to do? And when you do that, that's exactly what the men are saying about there was a lack of empathy. Now, I don't believe that women are lacking empathy, by the way. I think both men and women, on a general scale, people lack empathy. They don't know how to empathize. But on this particular moment here, that's actually what happened. I felt like that moment was shown that there was an unfortunate aspect where the women didn't actually get to understand where men are coming from. I know Ali looking at me like saying to me that he don't
Cause you were
agree.
doing good. The end part. How do men not show
I,
empathy? Little black book.
both men and women do not show
No,
empathy.
tell me how. No, I want to know how
The
men
same
don't
way,
show.
the
No,
same
no.
way that the
Give me an
ladies did.
example. No, just give
I'll
me an
give an
example.
example. Let me give an example. The example has already been shown, right? Which is that the same way the ladies did is what I've seen men do as well. So what I said is that on a general level, both men and women actually struggle with empathy. This is actually just as across the board. If you believe you have empathy, you wouldn't even be questioning about this aspect. I says as a general perspective, both men and women struggle with empathy. Now you may not struggle with it, right? You may
You're
not,
wrong.
and
Yeah.
I.
Hey,
So
Thomas. Thomas.
You're wrong. I can give you an example.
Thomas,
Simple
one
example.
second. Thomas.
you don't
Yo,
need to give an example.
One second. Thomas.
yo,
Come back later today, brother. I appreciate you, man. Just go have a rest, my boy.
You tired, man?
Go have a rest, my boy. Just
I
go
ain't
ahead and
sleep.
enjoy.
I'm listening.
Hey, Thomas, I love you, brother, but go enjoy your
I ain't
weekend,
sleep.
my
I'm
man.
paying attention.
You good, Thomas. Trust me, Thomas. You know I love you, right? Thomas, let me click it for you real quick. This is Sparta.
This is Sparta!
Can't be let you walking around here like that, Thomas. We love you too much for that.
But
Thomas.
don't never answer my questions, man.
Can't be doing that, Thomas. I call you after the show, Thomas.
Go for it, Ollie.
Please
Sorry, man.
go ahead and redo whatever you have going on. Go ahead.
No, I was saying something. Go for it, Ollie.
Look, I say, you little black boy, don't never answer my question. How
You should
do
have more
men?
empathy for Thomas.
How don't men show?
One second. I know she was going to be funny. This is actually the difference between me and you, pretty. I don't enable behavior that is going to embarrass my people. You let obese 6'11", 300-pound woman saying they are beautiful and they deserve love and all that shit, and you don't stop them on their tracks because you actually don't love them. I actually appreciate the people that support me. So I'd rather him coming tomorrow on a perfect top tip shape
Don't do
and
that.
say
There's no
something
reason to
beautiful.
disrespect her.
No, it's about
There's
delusion,
no
right?
reason to do that.
Yes, I do.
There's no reason to do
Offended?
that.
We're offended now.
Yes, I do.
There's no reason to do that.
You can
Why?
do what you want.
Baby girl, I'm not talking to you. Fatty, there's no reason.
Oh, no, it's okay. That's fair. So let's talk
Hold
with
your
me.
handle
I'm here.
right.
I'm here.
Why
If
she always want to be involved in the conversation? Just
Why
always
wait,
want to
should
be
we
wait,
be careless
I
about this?
Iso, do I stop this or I let you go? Because we talked about this before the show.
No, listen, you do not need to protect me.
Okay, you got it. You got it. You can have the conversation. Go ahead.
Why do we need to be empathetic about her being overweight?
Do you know the situation? Were you there?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so
Why do
this
we
is
need
you
to
trying to be in the
empathize?
cookout now.
You,
When
you
you didn't
didn't
get the
care about
invite,
the stats with men, so why do we need to
Yeah,
empathize about her
trying to
being
get in.
overweight?
they ain't care about homeless man, but we
You
got to
trying
care
to get
about
into the
people.
party when you
We don't
wasn't
need to
invited.
defend
Is that
her.
what you
Let's
doing?
move on. Isn't that what it was about
Is
men,
that what
correct?
this is?
So
Get
let's
invited.
move on.
You just trying to get in when you wasn't
No.
there?
I said
Okay, you weren't a part of the crew,
say what I said.
but you weren't a part of the crew.
I don't
So
care.
you're kind of talking from outside of the club.
Doesn't matter. He can say
You
what he
can't
says.
even get
That was
in.
his point of view, and that's what he chose to use.
Hmm.
Don't tell him to move on from
Mhm.
that. That's what he
You
wants
can
to
get
do.
on my club any day.
Right.
I have a
But you
couple of them
can't get
actually.
into mine.
I have a couple of them actually, Melanie. You're more than
He
welcome.
likes men.
You don't even have to stay online, Melanie. You can just walk up to the door.
He's holding
Say
you-
I
she's
took
making sure
Manny.
you
What's that sound?
She's making
An
sure you
opinion
can.
about something you weren't a part of? That's
Doesn't
crazy. Were you like eating lunch
600
when
pounds
this
is
conversation was
ridiculous. No
happening, and
matter what
somehow you just want
conversation
to
I
have
was
an
involved
opinion
in,
on something
600
that
pounds
did
is
not involve you?
diabolical.
That is crazy, my love.
Let me ask
600
you
pounds is
something.
That's not how you
crazy.
create legacy.
One second. I need one mic at a time.
Being
Pretty. Is
600
that
pounds isn't how you create legacy either.
No, like that's
That's
crazy.
actually lessening her life dramatically.
Do you know what she looks like?
Good
I don't
point.
care.
Oh,
She looks like 600 pounds.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
like
you
you
don't know
didn't
what
care
she
about
looks
men,
like.
right?
You didn't hear the
You didn't care about
conversation.
men, right?
You were having crumpets
Equal
and tea
opportunity
when
space.
we
So
were
we
having
care
this
about men,
conversation.
so we
You
don't care
were
about
not
her.
invited into the
I want Pretty to go uninterrupted so she can expand on her grievances,
Of
and then
course, Fatty.
Melanie will go uninterrupted without no interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is just, this is when pick-meism goes too far, right? Like this is an epidemic. And here's the reason why.
I knew it.
Because, hold on.
Leslie, you're
Let-
not
let
in
her
your
finish, let her-
Leslie.
let her
Number
finish, let
one,
her finish.
you were not in the conversation. Number two, you do not know the woman in which we speak. Number three, you have not seen her to verify what she looks like, height, weight, attitude. Number four, you cannot qualify the conversation that was had. But immediately you felt the need to come in and save the bro. Listen, like I appreciate your efforts. I really hope that
Thank
your
you for that one.
501c comes in and you can file taxes and get a deduction for this level of charity. This charity work you're doing right now, this is what you call philanthropy. And actually, this is better than what I do for the homeless men I didn't know existed, apparently. Like, the fact of the matter is that you did not have to do this. You weren't in the conversation, darling. That's crazy.
So it doesn't matter whether I was in the conversation or not. And the same way you're so lackadaisical about what they said in regards to men is the same way that you should carry on when it's about this 600-pound woman you saying that I did not see. Whatever he feels about the situation, he should be able to vocalize it, right? Because you want to be able to convoke to vocalize and conduct yourself however you see fit when a man is expressing that they find offense to something that you're doing. So we're not going to protect Miss 600 pounds, especially when nobody should be 600 pounds, no matter her height or age or anything like that. Medical background, I don't care what's going on. 600 pounds is ridiculous. But you sit here and want to defend her in absence, but you're calling me a pick me, which is not a defense. I mean, I don't take offense to that. You guys go to shaming when a woman doesn't agree with what you guys are discussing or going on about. I held you accountable for your behavior and hit dogs holler, and that's fine that you have perspective.
Oh, well, Ali, can you do the fingers? Because they do the fingers.
Oh yeah, Melanie
It
cooking.
was supposed to auto edit it in it, and it didn't do it. That was a
No,
fail.
it's
You
the
should have did it. Yeah.
Go
So
ahead, pretty. Go ahead and interrupt it, please. No interruptions.
yeah, and I'm gonna land it here because this is kind of like anyone who thinks this is logical is crazy that someone is qualifying a conversation she was not a part of, a conversation she was not there for. And Fatty, I want you to clarify: did the woman say she was 600 pounds, or are you making that up? Are you
She said she
exaggerating?
was 5'11", 300 and 300
She didn't
pounds.
say 300.
No, one second. She said that somebody like her high school friends and people said that she was ugly, and she says, "Bitch, I'm beautiful." And I actually think I have her picture right here. Do I have it? I have it, but I'm not going to show it because I'm
Yeah.
respectful.
So
One second. That's your platform. So this is what we're going to say, right? So you understand what happened here. Thomas Legacy is probably one of the biggest donators of our space. I have all incentive of having Thomas Legacy on the panel because he paved his way in.
who's
But
Thomas?
because I care about him, I will let drop him and have a conversation with him afterwards because I don't want Thomas being under the influence on a show just rambling, contrary to what you do to your ladies that come there looking like frogs and like pigs, acting delusional, saying they are beautiful. When you look at them and they are clearly not beautiful, overweight, crazy mouths, talking crazy about men. And instead of saying, "Hey, lady, respectfully, if I was a man, I understand why they will not pick you because you look crazy and you talk crazy." Yeah, girl. Tell him. Let me. Like, this is the difference between both of y'all. If you truly cared about bad behavior, if you truly care about your ladies, you correct them. I correct my people all the time. It might lose me
Okay.
some friends, but at least I'm not enabling bad behavior. And like Melanie said, nobody on my space is fatty. You should keep the weight. Fatty, be 300 pounds until the day you die and die at 41 and leave like nobody. Fatty, go to the gym. So this is the difference between
Right.
we and TikTok people for the most part.
Right.
It's the Alden correct people that you actually say you love when these people
Right.
actually need correct. Go ahead and
Right.
finish.
Okay. So here's the thing, and I think that's such a weird comparison because you're expecting me to correlate you trying to help a friend who may be inebriated on the internet and not
Mhm.
exposing him being inebriated on the internet and you telling him to leave the platform to me checking a woman and calling her ugly because she thinks she's pretty.
No, no.
Hold on one second. I think that's what's really insane about this because if you were even watching before that, there was a woman that had way too many mimosas that was
Mhm.
on the panel earlier in the day, and I
Yeah.
dropped her. So let's do apples to apples, not apples to
Perfect.
oranges. If
Let-
somebody was on a panel and somebody was inebriated, they would be
mm.
dropped. If
So
somebody's on a panel and someone's saying they're pretty and I think they're ugly,
totally,
I'm not gonna tell
that's
them they're not
totally fair,
pretty.
right?
It's
So
weird.
let's move it even further before I go back to the show. If I have an ugly man on my panel and he's saying, "Women don't love me because they are mean and they are rude," and da, 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 I'm gonna say, "Pretty, they don't love you because you look like motherfucking SpongeBob. Go to the gym, go get your face fixed, go
Okay.
get your airline fixed, I know exactly why they don't love you. It's not because it's because you are weird. You are a person that actually need to qualify to them and to a basic level of love. When was the last time you did it to one of your panelists or people that come to your show to talk shit about how men hate them because they are wrong and they are evil and all that? When was the last time that you said, no, lady, respectfully, look at you? That, like, I wouldn't, if my son brought you home, I would be kind of upset about it. Like, when was the last time that you corrected these people?
Oh, I refuse to do that. So if that's what you want me to do, it's never gonna happen.
So it's not weird that I say I'm not too pretty. I
Oh,
respect
I know
what you
you're
do
not.
over
You just
there.
have your own
You have
pretty.
to respect what I do over here. I protect my people by telling the raw truth, even though I might lose connections, I might lose friends, I might lose money. If you're not that type of person, you
I'm
should
not.
understand that respectfully. We kind of actually fuck with our people. It's not performative, it's
Right.
not superficial.
Right.
And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm not going to enable a delusional man to think that he deserves Pretty and Melanin and Leslie just because he has a dick between his legs and the men are the leaders. I'm not. I'm enabled to do that. You are not a leader. You earn that shit. And if she picked
Gotcha.
you better prove it every day that you actually got it. Because the day that you don't got it, I will tell that woman to leave. I'm
Right.
not biased like that. So respectfully, appreciate it. I'm just saying, we are not y'all. Because if we were y'all, you already been booted from this panel because I felt like that. And I don't. I actually appreciate you being here because dissenting opinions
What's
is what
happening here, Patty? I'm
no.
confused.
Oh, you don't know what's happening? Okay,
No,
let's go
I
back.
don't understand. I really don't get it. Like, I don't get what's.
No, you get it. You just play dumb. Remember when I told you that you have this superpower of being nice, nasty to people while I can't do it because you do the hand and you do the smile and all that shit? This is what I was talking about. We
Mm.
are in a situation because you open your mouth and you try to be sassy. And now when I'm being sassy back, you say, I don't understand him. There's a
No,
difference
I
between
don't understand the correlation of you trying to move the goalposts from the fake situation, or from the real situations we're talking about as the comparative,
that's what you
and
said.
move it to a fake. No, move it to a fake hypothetical scenario, right?
No, it's not
You're
the fake
comparing
hypothetical.
what
No.
you tried to make a comparison. I
Mhm.
called it out and I said the comparison doesn't make sense because it's apples to
Yes.
oranges, and now you're trying to switch it to an apple. To which I'm
No, no,
saying
no.
I'm saying that hey, let's not bring a hypothetical situation. Your comparison doesn't stand. So it's
No,
as simple as that.
it's
The
because you
comparison
don't
doesn't
know
stand.
enough about me. I know enough about you. I am curious about what you do on TikTok. I watch it multiple times, multiple days. Me and Ali
Thanks for your
talk about
support.
it. Ali does it. You have no idea what I do here, how I move, and all that. So when I drop somebody that I actually appreciate and I fuck with, and you
Yes,
make a
I do.
comment,
I watch even when
you
I
do?
can't come up. Yeah, you've seen me in your comment
Okay,
section. I
okay.
watch.
Who is our biggest donor?
You just said it. No, it was that. It's Antonio, isn't it Antonio or
You see?
Tio.
You
Antio?
see? Thank you very much
Antonio?
for proving our point.
Brother.
We have literally the same sponsor of the show every 2 days. That's between
I thought
one
it was
and the other.
Antonio, guys.
No,
Yes,
hey,
yes,
Patty, hold
yes.
on.
Theo,
Patty,
Theo, and Carl
hey, Pretty,
Anderson are very close to
you have a
Antonio.
way of being very nasty on your show when
Ooh,
you
that's
choose to
crazy.
be and be informative at the same time and not be offended or be offended about offending other people, and then when you pick, you choose to be offended about something you shouldn't be offended about when you're as vocal as you are about things that you are in disgust of and don't like. That's the problem, especially when you're intellectual. So
I'm not offended, guys.
no,
Hey,
Pretty. That's why the show's pretty. See, that's what
Pretty, we
Fatty's talking
stopped the
about.
show because
That's
you
your
said that shit.
superpower. Your superpower is to cause a big scene, and all of a sudden go, you know what? I don't even care. That's what you do.
Oh, I do be doing that.
But it works. But look, but it can be weaponized in the wrong way, and it can actually hurt a lot of people's reputation and how they're identified on and off these panels. You know that.
Yeah,
That's
And
the
that's
like
thing.
fact.
and like I said, Pretty, we don't take like we might throw jabs and shots, but we have a goldfish memory. We move along and we laugh like this is nothing. The thing was, yes, Leslie.
No, continue what you were saying. I just wanted to go back.
The main thing
Yes,
is this: if y'all don't care about the homeless, we don't care about the fat girls, and let's keep moving. That's
Okay,
all.
let's keep
That's
moving.
all.
Good.
Fatty,
and,
keep
and,
moving on with the show.
and that's
Okay,
what I
let's
was
go,
actually
man.
going to say. Is
Let's
like,
go, baby.
how can you, how can, no,
You're
no,
bringing up
Pretty,
somebody
Pretty.
random from
Hey,
TikTok.
Ali,
and
you know
keep
how
telling
they
me to
blocked
be
me
sent
today?
to the
You,
panel.
Ali, you know,
They blocked me on TikTok too.
no,
I know
you know how
Pretty
they
talk
blocked
on
me
me too.
today because I said that the woman that was claiming Pretty was demonstrably ugly, right? Ah, you don't be rude over here. But then you say, can we have empathy for the homeless? Depends.
I literally did not say I did not have empathy. I said I was wrong. I stand corrected, and you guys wanted me to
I-
continue
you
to.
I
said you
believe
were
in action.
wrong.
I believe in
Yeah.
actions more than I believe in words. That is all I'm
I'm
going to
you
say.
know
sorry.
you were
Like, if
impotent,
you
so-
try to make it like you're virtue signaling, which is what happened after that, you guys were clutching your pearls and trying to act as if it was the worst thing you've heard.
But
To
we
which
will
I'm
let
not
you
going to
do the same
respond to
thing.
that because it's disingenuous. So
No,
yes, I'm
pretty.
going to
No,
make
no,
it
one
look
second,
like
pretty. But we will
I'm
let
going to
you.
make a mockery. I really am. That's
No,
fine.
no, no, no,
The
pretty. But
virtue
we,
signaling
no,
is
pretty. One
crazy.
second,
Like,
pretty. Pretty. The question is this: do you think if it's you being petty, like you've been doing certain things, but we're kind of laughing about it? Do you think we will let you go and do the same thing? Do you think we do just? Ali admitted that he was wrong. Do you think Fatty would say, "Pretty, you need to stop. This man already apologized. Nah, go in, have fun." If Trev
Pretty,
said that,
you would have
go
let us
in.
get
You
kicked
got
off.
it.
Pretty, we have empathy and we give respect. You would have got us kicked off your show by now. We already been kicked off the show.
Immediately, zero.
And
And I see you. I see you too, little black book. Black book. The fact that you can say that and go out on a limb and say that it is disingenuous. You have to tell me when men are not showing empathy to women when we're
You just did it.
How?
You just
Show
did it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I said that's why I said both of. That's why I
Tell
said
us
both.
how.
Women do
Explain
it.
to me and
How did
Fatty
you?
how.
Let me say. The moment you decided to go down the lane of, well, if you don't care about homeless people, I don't give a care about fat people. Well, then that's the empathy I'm talking about. It goes right out the window because empathy is not dependent upon what they did. Empathy is a part of what you are calling, what your behavior is. So you just proved my point when I came on the panel, which was both men and women struggle to give empathy to each other. You proved my point. You can't say no. Just ask me for example. I've given you an example. And that's it.
Let me
Case closed.
finish. No, you can't conflate the two. If a
Hey,
handicapped
Nana,
person,
let me stop you. Let me
Hold on,
stop
Fatty.
you. Let me stop you. Thank you, Antonio, for the 10 untouchable memberships, Mr. Antonio. Let's go, Antonio. Let's go. Go ahead, Ali. You got this. Now that Antonio got celebrated.
If a handicapped person was in front of our door, me and Fatty would help in the system and show
I
him
got you,
respect.
Leslie.
If he told us we walk funny, we'll say, hey, that's why you can't walk. It's not the same thing. You're trying to conflate it. If ugly people come into your building and you show them respect, there's nothing wrong with Pretty doing that. But she can't show the same empathy towards an ugly man because they know if those ugly men came to their panels, broke men came to their panels, so-called toxic people came to their panels, they destroyed those men. But when the women come on, they support the opposite of the behaviors they go against when women
Ali,
demonstrate.
do you know, Ali, do you know how many times they call me fat on her panel?
I know, Pretty lets it go down. That's not
the woman, you can't be calling her fat. That's disrespectful. Fatty come up, look at this fat foreigner with his funny accent. Pretty, come on. Come on, Pretty. That's what we're doing here. You don't have a problem with people shaming broke people, broke men, fat men, balding men, as long as they're men. As soon as they're a woman, their face is kind of funny. How dare you? Poop, block.
Exactly.
Come on.
I have empathy for certain dudes, especially when dudes try to flex and they ugly dudes and they come in my space. I don't even want to talk to your girl unless you introduce me to her. But if you go, oh, Ali, that's why you ugly, I say that's why you ugly, and I'll take your girl. So it's not the same thing. A little black book. If you show respect to us, we show respect to you. Soon as you go out of line, we're gonna point at your wounds as well too. That's not the same thing. We show empathy all the time to people, and we never
Your
go as
empathy is
savage
not
as we
dictated
go.
by what they did. Your empathy is not dictated by what they do. That's the problem you're
You're about to
misunderstanding.
derail and deflect.
Your empathy is not based upon what they do, and there's no empathy in that point. That's the whole point, right? Your empathy is you're meant to empathize with the situation, regardless of what they're doing. That's you. That's your own behavior.
We did.
So I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying when you went down the lane of saying, well, if you're gonna say this, I'm gonna say this. That's when I
not
told
the
you
same
that you proved your
thing.
point.
That's not the same. If a little boy is if an 18-year-old is starting beef with you, right?
Fatty, I'm gone. Bye,
If
sweetie.
you're starting beef with your son, and you say, and you know you don't want to exert no energy or force towards him, right? You say, man, chill out. And he hasn't touched your son yet. You're not gonna hit that kid because you're bigger than him, right? Right, little black book? But if he punches your son and knocks him out, what you gonna do that to that 18-year-old?
I'm not good to fight with him. That's not my thing. I'm not
Okay, you're lying. If he's 18 years old, okay, so stop right there while you're being disingenuous. Hey, call me Shape.
I don't get into fights.
Let me
You can't call
finish.
me I don't get into fights.
Boogie,
I'm not you.
Trev, let me
So
finish.
I don't do those things.
Hey, little black boy, I moved on from you because you.
I'm
all right?
no, I don't know.
Trev,
I think.
hey, hold on, I'm asking y'all a question. I'm
trying
asking y'all.
to determine
Hey,
what
little
my
black
answer
boy,
would
let
be.
me ask
If you
them
know me,
first.
you don't know
Let me
me.
ask.
Empathy is putting yourself on other people's shoes. if somebody punch you, you have the right to punch them back. You are putting yourself in their shoes. That's
You don't have no
empathy.
more empathy.
If somebody
And that's
attack
how I know
me,
you're
Someone
not
I will.
losing.
You
That's
can't feel
literally
it.
it.
When someone loses
Empathy
empathy,
gives
they
you
don't have empathy.
empathy is you taking
You're
yourself
bugging.
from your position and you put it on somebody's shoes. So if a woman is getting beat up by a man and that woman grabs a motherfucking frying pan and hits him on the head, my empathy will say,
gone.
yeah, the motherfucking deserve it.
That's
Do it
right.
again. Do it again. Yeah, he deserve that shit. So that's empathy.
Let's not be
Empathy is not
disingenuous, man.
because you are a good person, you're always going to feel pity for
I didn't
somebody
say
that's
it's about
being
good person.
abused.
That's moral code. I
You
didn't talk
said
about
we
moral
didn't
code.
have
And we're
empathy.
showing our slip of our intelligence. This is
No,
not what
no,
I'm
no.
talking
Okay,
about.
so one
No,
second.
that's not part of
Finish
the
it.
definition, bro. That's not part
Finish
of
it.
the
1 second, please. Finish
You added
exactly
that.
your point, and then Boogie and Call Me Shape are going to intervene. We're going to read the super chats main event. Go ahead.
There's nothing really more to say. I've already said my point, and I think it was proven in this particular aspect. So I don't think it's anything else.
Yeah,
We're
but
good.
how is that a little bit? How do you think is not empathy? For example, do you think that if something happened, like we had this back and forth with Pretty Intellectual, right? Melanin agrees with us more. If both of them came here and says my boyfriend cheated on me or he puts his hands on me, we would have empathy for both of them. Not because they
I
agree
agree.
with us or disagree with us. We will
Pretty,
say
you know we would. You know
that's
we
kind
would.
of fucked up.
We know
Pretty,
that's the truth.
pretty.
You're proving my
Hey,
point. No,
no, no, no,
That's
no,
why
no.
she's
You're proving my
Hey,
smiling.
point.
That's why she's smiling.
You proved my point, Patty.
Hmm.
Irrespective of whatever she did, you just said that regardless, because she told a story, you would have empathy for her, which is what my point was. What my point
No,
was.
no, no, no.
It's
You
irrespective of
That's
what
not
the
the
person did.
point.
Maybe I misheard. Maybe I
You
misheard.
keep
no,
no.
no, no.
What
You
you're saying is
change, Ali, please. You're changing it. You are changing it.
Huh?
I will
That's what
have
you said.
empathy because whatever your relationship is with me, you don't deserve to get your hands put by your boy. Like your boyfriend should put your hands
That's
on
his
you.
point.
No, no,
That's
no.
my
His
point.
point. No, his pointy. His point is you come in and you slap Ali. Ali comes back and slaps you back, and I should feel empathy for you when you started that shit. I don't have no empathy for you because you put your hands on him first. But if I take everybody out of the equation, imagine that you are the wicked witch of the north and you do very bad things to Fatty because you put voodoo dolls and you tell me I don't like you and all that. But my relationship with you is not going to, for example, not feel empathy if you are falsely accused and now you are in jail for a crime you don't commit. That has nothing to do with me. My empathy is if I was on her shoes, that shit will be very fucked up. So I will do anything and everything to make sure that Pretty is safe and free because she deserves to go to jail. That's empathy. Empathy still has some type of analysis of why did the person do certain thing. So I don't think that's what I'm saying, little black book. You see what I'm saying? Like my enemy and my
I
foe,
know what you're saying, but
I
you're
can
still
have
proving my
empathy
point.
for
That's what
both.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yes.
You're still proving my point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're still proving my point because irrespective
not,
of the irrespective of the matter,
Hold on.
at the end of the end of the day.
hold on, y'all.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
I want to say, I think you guys are misusing the word empathy, man. You guys are putting your own definition on it. I'm looking at the definition here. It says the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It doesn't
Putting
talk about
yourself
what's
on
just or unjust.
Exactly.
Doesn't
Put
say
yourself on
anything
another
what's
person's
just
shoes.
or
He's
unjust.
conflating it with positive
Yeah,
things.
you're
I could have
putting on if
empathetic,
someone's
negative,
just for their
empathetic.
behavior
1
or
second,
not.
Ali.
You're conflating whether somebody's just for their behavior.
Right.
That's not the definition. Now you could use
Exactly.
another word, but empathy, just understanding feelings and sharing feelings. That's all.
Where
it is.
did I mention anything about moral code? Well, you guys are flipping it again. Where did I mention
No,
anything about
let's
moral code?
bring
I
up the
specifically
definition.
wait, hold on.
Google the
I
definition.
specifically hold on. I specifically gave an example. I said if your empathy only extends as far as the fact that okay, since you're saying about ugly people, I'm going to say about fat people, right? Well, you're still actually not being empathetic because actually you should be understanding the other person's feelings. Whoever you're going to say is fat, they got feelings. So irrespective of what happened to you, you still have to empathize with their feelings. So when you go and say something that would not be empathetic, proving my point that both men and women were not being empathetic to each other, and you're still going around the circle trying to say about this thing, it's not a moral code issue. It's not empathy.
You're absolutely wrong. Just because
Yeah,
you might be wrong on
take
this,
away,
Black
just
Book,
because
you're wrong.
you lose empathy or take your empathy away doesn't mean you don't have empathy or didn't have empathy. Again,
So if you lost empathy, what do you have?
no, you keep inflating. If I see a 300-pound person, I'm not going to deliberately just disrespect them. I'm like, dang, I wonder what it feel
Yeah.
like to be 300 pounds, man. I bet they feel a certain type of way in this world to be 300 pounds. If that 300-pound person disrespects me, I don't lose empathy for other 300-pound people. I lose empathy for that 300-pound person. You are
But
conflating.
what
just to
300
make-
pound person
No,
is
you
here?
actually
There is no
wouldn't.
300
No,
pound
now
person
you're
here.
deflecting. Now you're deflecting.
No,
That's
no,
not
no,
how.
no, no.
That's
No,
not how
you're,
empathy
hey,
works.
hey, look, like you black, but you do this a
Let
lot
me-
of
I'm not
times.
deflecting.
You go back and forth with certain people. When you're over here, we're listening to what you're saying. We have empathy for people. people. But if you come here and disrespect us, if you come here and violate, we can lose empathy for you. Doesn't mean we don't have
You
empathy for
wouldn't
similar
lose
Violate you. Ollie,
empathy.
who
That's not
violated
how
you?
No,
empathy works. You
it
would
does.
not
Let me
lose.
get
No, you
1 second,
wouldn't lose
please.
it.
Just 1 second, please, because Boogie and
What?
and Pretty want to say something about this. And please be patient.
Yeah.
We're going to
So
go to the main event next. Please, statements, not questions, so we can move along. Go ahead.
all right. So I think Black Book is confusing empathy with sympathy. I think that's his issue. With empathy, you actually need to understand someone's feelings. So let's say if I'm 600 pounds, right? And I can't brag in front of you, Black Book, I'm like, hey, I'm 600 pounds. I'm the shit. Like you saying you cannot empathize with me when I'm saying I'm 600 pounds, I'm the shit. Now, if I'm 600 pounds and I come to you and I'm like, the reason I'm 600 pounds is because I broke my ACL and I can't train anymore. That's why I gained all this weight. Now you can empathize with me. The difference between men and women is men empathize with women knowing they feel, let's say man meets a homeless woman. He's gonna empathize with her to the extent that he may even give her money. Women feel sympathy for men. They feel pity, like, okay, oh my God, exactly what they did. You remember when we were talking about homelessness? Somebody gave the example. You actually said it. Instead of saying, okay, how can we solve this issue? They're like, oh my God, okay, men are homeless. What can we do? That's sympathy. They feel pity. It's not that they care. So that's the difference. Men empathize more with women. Women feel more sympathy, which is more like pity. Oh my God, poor you. Rather than a man will empathize with a woman. Okay, she's homeless. What can I do to help you? That's why a man will, if you meet a homeless man versus a homeless woman, you are more likely to help the homeless woman than the
No,
man.
the thing
That's
about
the
it
So,
is
facts.
so can
women
wait,
don't
wait, can I
understand how we
wait,
feel.
wait, tell me
What was the thing?
1 second. So I think you're wrong. And all of you guys are not understanding words. Even though I disagree with melanin, here's why I'm trying to tell y'all the intellectual honesty comes in. She's the only person who used the correct word. The correct word is compassion. What you guys wanted was, hold
That's
on.
semantics.
No, it's not
Semantics.
semantics. Actually, it's not. Compassion is an action.
It is.
You can show compassion. Empathy is intrinsic. So you saying somebody loses empathy, you wouldn't know if they lost empathy because empathy doesn't always guide behavior. Compassion is you
Compassion
exhibiting.
is about
1
feelings
second.
also.
I'm not done, Boogie, and I did not interrupt you, bro.
Okay,
The
got
fact
it.
of the matter is compassion literally is empathy plus the need to act. Empathy is the feeling you have regardless of any actions you have. So Ali, so you guys saying, oh, y'all don't have empathy. What he should have said was, you don't have any compassion because I'm not exhibiting something that you want me to exhibit. But you don't know what I feel inside because I can feel a lot of empathy. I'm a naturally empathetic person, but I refuse to show it because people take advantage of empathetic people. They do.
That's
When they
BS.
see that you're when they see that you're empathetic, they will take advantage of it.
How would they take advantage
So,
of you?
empathetic people typically need to hide that to protect themselves. Narcissists latch on to empathetic people. That is studied and that's a fact. So the fact of the matter is that you're all using the wrong words. And
You're
Black
wrong
Book,
too.
the Black Book is correct. Empathy does not depend on anyone else's actions. It's just what you feel. You feel it for somebody regardless of what anyone does. You just feel it for them.
Yeah, but you cannot feel something that you don't know about. That's our point. Like I cannot just look
Actually,
at someone who
empathy says
sits.
you can.
Wait,
Empathy says you
you
can.
you
No,
cannot look at someone.
Empathy
No,
says you can. Yes, you
you have to
can.
listen.
understand.
No, let me give you the example.
No,
Empathy
If
goes
there's
on.
a man,
says you
if
can.
there's a man who's 600 pounds because he's a wrestler, he's 600 pounds. Let's say the guys in Japan, in Asia, those fat guys, right? They are fat for a reason. I cannot look at him and empathize when he's gaining weight for a reason, for his profession. I cannot be like, oh my God, he's so fat. I wish you could lose. He does that for a living. To empathize with someone, you have to know exactly how they feel about themselves first, the situation they are in before you empathize. You cannot just empathize with someone who's I don't know, whatever reason they do or living the way they live. You have to know the why or some there's you gotta have a reason to empathize with someone.
Let me
You
let
don't
me
just
let me
randomly. Now you can feel sympathy for somebody when you don't know, the background.
my brother. Do we really believe that women understand how men feel? Like I don't think a woman could ever understand how a man feels. They never had to live our lives. So this idea that women are understanding and empathetic to men is impossible. They've
I
never
said they
had
feel
the lack
sympathy.
of
On both
privilege.
sides.
Female privilege is a real thing. If anything, we can't understand that because we've never had the privilege of being a woman. Like, it's different out here for men. You know what I'm saying? I seen a post. Someone was talking about what would women hate the most about being a man if they had to spend a day as a man. You know what I'm saying? And people are saying all types of stuff. But one of the main things we have to understand is that as men, we have to suffer. Our feelings come last, and everyone else's feelings come first. So how could you understand how men feel if you never have to put your feelings last?
I agree with that point. And
So-
that's what we talk about, a particular community, alphabet community. But the reality is what you just said there, right? It goes both ways. That's why I said both men and women lack in empathy. Have you ever been a woman before? Do you know how they feel? Do you know how, would you be able to understand that? None of us would, because we've never been a woman. And if you could understand that, I'd actually quite questioning you, right? But the reality of empathy is just being able to put yourself in someone's shoes, right?
We all
So
know what it
that's
means to be like a woman because, like, being a child, we all know when you're a child, you got a special privilege because you're a child. So
we're all
when,
privileged here.
here's
As a
the
man,
thing,
you're
right?
privileged.
Here's the thing, right? When you're a child, that's when you feel like a woman because you're cared for. People put your feelings first. People coddle you. That's what it means to be a woman.
So you
When
date
you're a
children?
man, yes, children and women have a similar psychology. It's me. I'm the center of the world. Men have the psychology where I gotta sacrifice myself for everybody else. This is why they say happy wife, happy life. Why they say happy wife, happy life? Because if a woman's not happy, she's gonna ruin everything. If a man's not happy, a man will sacrifice his happiness so his family can be happy. Because we'll suffer. We'll like, you know what, man, I'm miserable, I'm stressful, but my family's fed. If a woman's miserable and stressful, everybody gotta suffer with her. Just like a child, if a child's not getting his way, everybody gotta suffer. They're gonna destroy everything. You know what I'm saying? It's like when kids throw tantrum, it's very similar
Yep.
to when women throw tantrums. It's the exact same thing. So we know how to empathize for women because we've all been children before. There's no one that starts off as a man. You become a man, you realize that you got to do away with childish ways. Women never have to do away with childish ways. That's just the reality. So
Do you
yes,
know
we
what's
empathize for women because we can empathize with children because we've been children before, but women never had to become men before because they've never had to say, you know what, I'm not the center of the universe.
Pretty,
And
why
even
is
if,
pretty, 1 second, Boogie? Pretty, why is he wrong? And please, Boogie, you can Boogie and Trev, because Trev been quiet for a while. Why is he wrong, Pretty, and Boogie and Trev, please, afterwards.
This is what happens when red pill goes wrong.
Oh,
There's literally no way, no way that you who have never been a woman can say being a woman is like being like a child, because that would mean that every woman has told you, hey, you know what? I've mentally regressed. I was a kid and then I became an adult and I regressed back to being a kid. And being this adult right now is exactly the same as being a child. Women would have to co-sign that. Or you'd have to have some kind of study on the brain and development to
oh
show
my
that
God.
our brains have stagnated. Since being a child, it has not progressed past there. And since I know you have neither, you literally got this from Red Pill. This is like you stating that being a woman is being like a child, is you negating every single study that speaks about brain development for women up until the age of 25. When we reach
Why do we feel like
So
Cassie's
I got a
that would
I got a
be
question for
Why do we feel like Cassie's innocent and
you
did he try?
I got
negating
you, Trev.
He
actual
influenced
science.
her. He pushed
Hold
her.
on, y'all.
You're
Before hold on,
negating
y'all.
One,
Before y'all
second,
keep
Trev.
going.
1 second.
Hold on.
Let Pretty finish, and let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
get
let
Trev
her.
with the question.
Yeah.
I got you. Don't worry. Go ahead.
when you think
Yeah, so
about I'm sorry, what?
no, I was gonna ask you a question. Do you really feel like a man can empathize with a woman's pregnancy or a menstrual?
No.
You asking me a question?
No, he's asking me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
No,
you so that means you don't believe that
so
anyone
I don't
can have empathy.
I don't think he can put himself in her shoes in that situation, but I do think he can find comparatives, and based on what she's saying she's feeling, he could be like, dang, I felt this. You're saying this is 10 times worse than that. I could definitely see how that could be really
Yeah.
painful.
So this is
That's
why.
empathy.
So
You're
this
not
is
playing
why. So
empathy.
this is why it doesn't make sense, right? I never was old in my life, and I can empathize with the old man getting on the bus
But
and
that's what
nobody
I
gives
just
a shit.
said, though.
No,
I
no,
just
no,
said
no, but
based on
that's
what you're
pure
saying.
empathy. Like,
Okay.
think about it, right? I was like every man in a life was on a vulnerable position, being even have to fight a guy that is double their size, play against a team that is the national championship team, going into the ring, or like we've been through this. Like every day, we are not always the strongest guy in the room because there's other men that can put us on our ass. So when a woman is on a position, for example, when a man is aggressively trying to get at her, we feel empathy for the woman because we know what is the feeling of you are like you can do nothing. This person is clearly overpowering you, right? So if I can put myself in a position when I'm a vulnerable person next to a person that is stronger than me or more powerful than me, or a judge or a cop or whatever, and I will never was arrested ever in my life, but I can feel sympathy if Travis being abused by the police because they stopped him and they're trying to make him feel like he's a piece of shit.
Right.
Like, so we don't have to be on these people's shoes to actually put ourselves in their shoes. That's why every time I see somebody that is old getting on the bus, I stand up and give him my seat because I wish when I'm on a vulnerable position, I can barely walk and my knees hurt and all that, I can put you here. So this is what I'm talking about. If you need to be on a position of something to actually feel sorry for them, and not feel sorry, actually feel what they're feeling, I will never feel empathy for the homeless man starving on the street.
Right.
I am so motherfucking
But
fed.
But
I am
hold on,
so,
real quick,
but
oh
Boogie,
my
Fadi,
god,
hold
my
on,
fridge
Boogie,
my
hold on.
fridge is so motherfucking full. It's not even funny. But
Did-
if I see somebody starving, I will say, "Oh my God, this is terrible. Let's do something to try to fix it." So I think there's a difference between man and woman. Men will empathize with positions regardless. If it's not their country, that's kind of fucked up. If it's not their mama, it's kind of fucked up. If it's not their team, that's kind of fucked up. Women will empathize with things that they've been through. And this is why they kind of get on TikTok and YouTube and kind of trauma bond and all that shit. Because the only reason they can empathize is when people that look exactly like them or move exactly like them have a certain attitude. But if a man comes in and says, "Hey, my wife beats on me," you know what they're going to do? Pretty, they're going to laugh. They're going to smirk. They're going to call, "Oh man, you get abused by a woman that is half your size." This is not empathy. This is a distorted
Men do
way.
that to each other. Stop projecting. Y'all do
Society
that.
does that to men, not just
But
men.
Y'all
but
do
this
that.
is but this is but thi- no, but this is
Let's
why I
have
got
it.
this is why this became disingenuous. I can't feel what Fatty feels all the way. I can't feel what nobody, so take the women out of it. I can't feel how he feels. I can empathize and try to better understand what he feels when he expresses to me, but it becomes disingenuous when people go, "Oh, you'll never know what a woman feels like." A man will never know what I feel like, but I can empathize with similar situations that we go through, but we can't feel what we feel. So let's not make it disingenuous. We can try to understand, we can try to put ourselves in your shoes, but that's as close as we can go. We can't literally be you.
What's the
So let's
feeling
be
though? The feeling is vulnerability, helplessness. We all been
Yes,
through that before.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? A pregnant woman is what? Vulnerable, helpless. She needs someone to open the door for her. We've all been there before. So this idea that you're pregnant, you got a big thing in your stomach. Okay, so then a lot of men who are fat could understand and empathize with pregnant women because they got bare guts. You know what I'm saying? But even those men don't want nobody to hold the door open for them. Even those men don't want that. So I'm saying like this, right? Men, we can empathize with women. I'm gonna say it again because women are held to the standard of a child. We need to coddle them. Cassie, what I make 2 points here, right? Women get upset when men date younger women, not girls, younger women. Oh, we're dating 18. She's still a what? What do they say? She's still a child.
child.
What we've never heard. Oh, he's 18. He's still a child. We never hear that. Women, you're 22. She's still a child. You guys say this. You guys say
they
this.
say her brain is not developed.
Yeah. Oh, her brain's not
Her frontal lobe.
still a child. You guys call younger women children.
That's not funny. That's actually fact.
But they'll
Younger
support.
women
But they'll
children
see what you
all
just
the
did
time.
again. No one's offended. You're finding something to be offended about.
I'm not offended. I
Pretty.
said it's
But
fact.
what?
Have you
How
ever
is
told
what
Because
is
of
that guy?
offense.
Is she a child? Is an
It's a
Stop
18-year-old?
child.
attaching
Is
feelings to
It's a
misstating
child.
is an
words.
18-year-old a child?
Yes or
No,
no?
I
no,
think an
Or she's a
18-year-old
woman.
is still a
no,
child. Yes.
And
no,
that's
they're
where you're
not.
wrong. And that's
Yes.
where
No,
you're
no,
wrong.
no, no. Do the follow up. Do the follow up question. Do the follow up question. And I want Little Black Book to intervene real quick. Based, how are you doing? Noel, how are you doing? Should
Oh, I'm doing
18
great,
year
man.
old should and Trev, you got it before everybody else because we kind of stop you on the tracks, right? Should the 18-year-old woman lose all the rights of an adult since she's a child? No voting, no driving, no sex, no nothing. We'll treat it like a
Driving
12-year-old.
happened at 15. What are you talking about?
No, can
No,
you
no,
answer
no, no,
this
no,
question?
no. If you are not mature enough, for
Driving
example,
happens at 15 and
no,
16.
pretty, and drinking is at 21, but most countries is at
Exactly.
16. So the reality is, different countries have different laws. Driving at 16 is an American thing. Like drinking at 21 is American thing. Most people drink at 16, but they only can drive at 18 because it's the legal age of an adult, because we are going to trial you as an adult. The question will be this, right? If women 18-year-olds are kids or are children, for example, the voting rights and the rights to have sex with men that are 10 years older than them, should we prohibit them and actually punish them if they go to vote, if they have sex with men that are older, way older, because they are grown enough, but they are not grown enough to have an autonomy of an adult? Should we stop their
We don't
rights?
punish them. We don't punish people. We just take the right away.
So you want to take the, so you are comfortable with taking all the rights away that come with being an 18-year-old?
Let me be specific. You said drinking, voting, and having sex with men who are too old.
No, there's more. Voting, for example. Voting is very important.
I think every single thing that you do in life has a criteria. For example, you can get a permit at 15. You can drive at 16. However, your car insurance stays high until you're 25. There's a reason why that's happening. That's capitalism.
So you don't want to take,
there's stages, right? And even with car insurance, they've determined 25 is when you fully, so they're actually going by science. That's why the car insurance.
So what will be the rights that you will give? Okay, so if 25 is the new age, would you be okay with everybody has the rights of children until they turn 25, and then they can do whatever they want? Vote.
As I said, there's things that are staggered. I wouldn't say every single right, give them all at one time.
So they are grown enough to vote on the next amendment. So they are grown enough to go on. 1 second, please.
That's how it is right now.
1 second, Shape. So they are grown enough to go to war, grown enough to vote, grown enough to drink, not drink, but they are grown enough to drive a car that can run over 7 people and put them in the cemetery. Like they are grown enough to do all these things that are grown people thing. But
to do OnlyFans.
Yeah, but
I definitely think war should be older.
You know what? Let's go to what Boogie said. What about OnlyFans?
Oh, definitely 25.
So these women, you will take all their rights, and that's fair.
Fadi, you should have asked, can they have sex with fellow 18-year-olds as well, or it's just older men?
That's for you, Pretty.
Yeah, this is getting a little creepy. The point wasn't to go in this direction.
No. There's no. Hey, sir. No, hey, sir. 1 second. Hey, sir. What you said is very dangerous. Okay, don't play along to the woman sympathetic of, because she did that to you a couple of minutes ago. She said, "Oh, so you are having sex with the child?" She did that to you when you were talking about women or children. She said, "Are you having sex with the child?" And everybody kind of frowned upon because there's a dangerous rhetoric. If this man is saying 18 or men that are older and you calling it creepy, giving credence to what she's saying, you kind of can put him on the bad position. So respectfully, please, let's not do that. Let's not move the conversation for the sake of moving the conversation. Go ahead, call me Shape and make your point.
Yeah,
and Pretty, please don't do those like that. The children are out of bounds on what we do over here. So don't like those remarks are kind of dangerous for men. You actually know that making these type of remarks are kind of dangerous.
He said women are children.
No,
he was talking about mentally, not you were talking about
and
mentally,
not
physically.
That's the problem. You say dangerous rhetoric.
Yeah,
that's
you're boxing yourself in.
Why do you get to say?
Wait, what?
You said
we're boxing ourselves in by saying that. Yeah.
Why can't? If he can't say, why
children,
can't he say?
in.
Hold on, little black look, because now you keep saving the women. If you can say an 18-year-old child, hold on.
I'm saving you.
If she can say 18-year-olds are children, why he can't say a woman has a child?
No. Go back further than that.
No. Can you answer me? No. Can you? You didn't push back.
Children,
can you answer me first?
You
answer me first.
No.
Can you answer me first? When she said 18 years old are children, why are 18-year-old kids?
Yes, they are kids. They're teens.
18-year-olds a child?
They're teens.
So no.
No, answer the question.
No. So 18. No, 18. No one thing. Let's get.
The question is flat.
It's 17 and down. Y'all like being little.
No. This is going to the point of the lack of empathy for men. Little black book. Think about it, right? 1 second, please. I will pass you the microphone. Think about it. Should the 18-year-old drug dealer, gangbanger, be tried as an adult?
I love that you brought that up because the question you're asking me right now is not a flat question because you're asking a contextual question based on something. Just like she gave an example about going to war versus going to drinking versus driving. There are different ages. You're giving contextual aspects. Don't do that to me. You're trying to make a flat thing when it's not
So
flat. It's contextual.
what
No,
you're lying.
don't do that.
But
No,
you're
no.
lying.
Do
But
not
you're
box me
lying.
in when it's contextual. I'm
Is
not
an
lying.
18-year-old
It's a
when you
contextual
Google it? What
answer.
is an 18-year-old
Hold
child?
on. It
Is
is
an
a
18
contextual
is 18
question.
is an
You have to ask
18-year-old
it in the.
child?
Hold on.
And he has to
please,
answer that.
Hold
I
on.
made a
Hold
very
on.
clear. I made a very
No,
clear
no.
question.
You
Stop
didn't make it
moving
clear.
on.
You
Wait,
didn't make
no,
it
one
clear.
second.
I'm telling you,
Hey,
it's not
Blue,
clear, Fatty.
when I was asking her about certain things, she made the difference between A, B, C, D. That was perfect. She replied, "It's fine. We didn't overpursue. We got her." If we are going to call these people children, 18 years old, okay, people that can do all these things. If this person is a gangbanger or he
Mhm.
is a drug dealer, should this person be convicted as an adult, or should he treated like these kids that go to juvie for 10 years until he's 25 and now he's trialed as an adult, or like what should we do with them?
You know, I'm not answering that question because you're still not asking. You're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. You're asking a question which needs context. In terms of different contexts
have
have
the
different
context.
aspects to it.
He just
Hold
gave
on,
you
let
the
me
context.
explain. If I'm not going to explain, I don't want to talk. So am I going to
Well,
explain or not?
that's
Go ahead,
okay.
finish
Hey,
your
little black.
Am I
That's
going to be able
fine.
to explain
No,
or not?
no, no,
Hey,
Hold on,
Patty,
hold on. Am I going to
I
explain it
gotta
or
no,
not?
go.
no. Hold on. Hey, little black. Look,
Am I
you
going
said
to
an
explain
18.
it or
You
not?
said an 18-year-old is a child, but
And that's what I
define
went on to say about
liter-
context.
No, but it's no. We don't have to add context. They're not a
Okay,
child, and
fine.
you still haven't conceded to that. Can you Google
Okay,
it?
so I'll leave
Is
it
an
there then.
18?
I'll leave it there because if I
No,
can't
but
explain
can
it,
you
there's no
say
point.
no? Can you say you believe an 18-year-old is a child? 18-year-old not defined as a
My
child.
man is
They're
running from
a
the
man.
question,
They're
bro.
they're a man or a woman. They're mature.
He's running from the question, bro.
He is.
I'm
That's
not running from the
like
And
question.
it's
You're
okay,
if you
getting
didn't
bro.
have
is
a
that the
problem.
Just
context.
run,
Hold
bro.
on.
Okay.
Let him finish, please.
Okay. So when we talk about these kind of situations, right, there has to be a context. For instance, we were just talking about drinking and talking about driving, right? For instance, in the UK, it's actually the same. So, but in America, it's slightly different for you guys, right? But if they, for instance, they will say, listen, right, someone who's 16 is a teen. Now they can drive, they can even drink, right? But what they can't do is have sex with someone who's 18. So if they're an adult at 16, how come they can't have sex with someone who's 18? Why is that considered to be statutory
Why
R
is
word?
it so hard for you
What
to
you
answer
say?
the
Hold on.
Hold on.
Answer this. Hold on.
Bro, what
Hold
is
on.
so
If
hard
you
about the
want to
question?
call me,
Hey, wait.
hold
Let him
on.
finish. Let him
I'm
finish.
giving
Let him
context.
finish.
He just messed
Hold
up.
on,
Why
let me
can't?
finish.
Wait,
No,
let him
hold
finish.
on.
Let him finish.
No, hold
Y'all
on.
stop. Hey, no, you stop. Hold on. Why can't a 16-year-old have sex with an 18-year-old?
You're
If
going to
18
prove
is
my
a
point. I
child.
love you going to this. So the whole point is because contextually in this environment, when it comes to relationships, this person is considered an adult now versus a child at
No,
16. So this is why.
but you
Hold on.
said, oh my
That's why I said
God.
context. Wait, that's why I said you can't ask me a question when
No,
there's
there's
no
no
context to the
context.
thing because the
You,
different scenarios require different things. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
an 18-year-old is not a child. That's why. You don't
Yeah,
have to have no
exactly. You
context.
can't pick
It's
and
not a
choose
child.
who's a
You
child.
contradicted. You just
At
said a
17,
16-year-old.
no, hold
If
on.
an
If you're
18-year-old
going by
is
that,
a
if
child,
you're going by that perspective,
no, you're
at
wrong.
17 and
And you
15,
only
that was
doing it.
statutory
And I'm
R.
telling you, little black
It's
book,
still
you
statutory
keep doing
R.
it. You
It's
try to
still statutory
you try to say
R.
we didn't
That's the
show
thing.
empathy. When she
I'm
said
talking about empathy this one.
when Shape said that women are children, you didn't say nothing. No, you got upset about that. But soon as he said an 18-year-old, yes, you did. When she said 18, you got upset about him saying that women are
I
children.
disagreed.
You pushed back. You didn't push back on her saying that
Yeah,
18
I'm
is
not
a
upset.
child. You defend every woman. Every time you see a woman make a point, you defend a woman's point. You're not even
I
addressing.
defend the men when I came on. Don't do that, Ali.
No, you started
Don't
out
be
with that.
intellect
In the
dishonest.
beginning,
I
you
don't do
started
that.
that. At the beginning of that, you started that, and at the end, you started talking about we don't have empathy. So we
I said
defined
both.
it.
I didn't say just you.
No,
I
you
said
said we
both,
didn't
men
have.
and
You
women.
said we didn't show it. Yeah,
When you
because
start
you got to
calling me
make it
different, you
equal.
box me in and you bring
Little black book.
intellectually
You see how you
dishonest. I
try
don't like
over
that.
little black book. You see how you had to keep over talking me.
I will keep on doing because if you're intellectually dishonest and trying to force me into a
No,
box, I don't like
we're
it.
point.
Don't be
The chat
dishonest.
and everyone's
Be honest
pointing out
about
how
what you
this is.
say.
No,
I don't like dishonesty, and you do that all the time when I come on the panel
lie.
and try to put me as if
Look,
I only
the only
back,
reason
I
why
only
you do that
back
because
women.
you're
That's not
lying,
it.
right? Because
That's
you're
not
lying.
it.
Go
Don't
ahead.
do that.
Go ahead.
Don't
Go
do that.
ahead.
I'm not
No,
lying.
go
I'm
lie.
not lying.
Go lie.
This is comical, yo. I mean,
No,
because the reason why
only lies do this. Only lie. He'll talk over you when he's lying. You're lying.
No, I don't like this. I don't like dishonesty when you try to force me into a
Then
box. And we've had
point
this
at
conversation
yourself.
several times. Every time I
Then
come and
point
find
the
you,
finger at
you do
yourself.
the same thing.
Then point the finger at yourself,
Okay.
brother.
hold on. Let me say this, bro.
One of y'all have to give a step back for y'all to actually
Yeah,
talk.
right.
I'll step back. I'll step back. It's fine.
Bro, honestly, you
I
really
already
believe.
stepped back. He can't step back when I already stepped back.
Hold on. Little black book, you honestly believe the question is 18 a child? child is a difficult question to answer?
Because it depends on the context. I said.
So
Well,
okay,
okay.
so
What
let me
context?
ask one more question. Let me ask
No,
you one more
don't do that. No, stop him when he does that. What
No, but
context?
this is
is
let's
18-year-old
no,
child?
let him continue.
I'm
Hold on, let
saying,
him
because he
continue.
keep doing.
We're gonna
Go ahead.
expose it. Let me okay. So you think contextually sometimes they are a child and contextually sometimes they're not a child?
That's dumb.
And on dependent on the situation,
Oh,
right?
oh,
When
okay,
That's
so
when I
stupid.
say
sometimes
okay,
so
so
that
That's
means
stupid
if it
logic.
depends on the
okay,
context, that
sorry.
means sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
Tell them what's the
Because of the
context.
context of the situation,
Yes or
yes.
no? So that
Yes.
means sometimes they are,
Because of
sometimes they're not. Yes
because
or
of,
no?
because of the, there's age restrictions for different things.
No,
So
but
people are
answer the
considered adults
question.
for
Yes
certain
or no?
things.
There's sometimes
That don't
yes,
mean they're not
sometimes
kids.
no. Are they sometimes adults, sometimes no? Yes or no?
Okay, would 17 be considered an adult?
Bro, you
No.
yo, hey
No,
bro.
you
It would, okay, wait, no, wait. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm saying this. No, wait.
I know. Wait, one second.
That's
No, one
my
second.
point.
Now you finesse
Well,
women, bro.
please, 1 second.
That's my point.
I will enforce every question that Little Black Book asks for other people, but Little Black Book has to answer questions before asking questions.
Don't like
Very
Yeah,
fair.
Okay,
you
sorry,
can
my
keep
bad.
dodging.
So I will.
I apologize.
Okay, so he's going to go to a line of
I'll
questioning,
answer it.
and please walk with him. And after that, he's going to be able to go to a line
My
of
bad.
questioning and
Like,
interrupt
be
it too.
consistent,
Let's do
bro.
that.
Okay.
It's a simple question. If you say, okay, it depends on context, okay, I'll give you that. I'm granting you that. It depends on context. So that means to me, right? The presumption is you mean that at some context you're not a child if you're 18, and sometimes, and then you're adult if when you're 18. Is that correct? Yes or no? This is a clarifying question.
Sorry, repeat that again one more time. Sorry.
Okay. The first question I asked you was,
Yeah.
is 18 a child? Yes or no? You said it depends on context. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that. Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean, do you mean by that? That means in some contexts, 18 is a child, and other contexts, they're not.
Yes.
Okay. You see the point right there? Right there, that means for you, 18 is conditional. For men, it's not. There is no condition where a man is a child. Okay, we make fun of them. We call them man-childs in America. I don't know what they call them in London. It sounds like you got a British accent. We call them man-child. That's a pejorative, right? That's a pejorative term. When it comes to women, the reason why I said we can empathize with women, and you disagree we can't empathize with, I made a point that no one else made. I made this original point. It's an original point. I didn't follow anyone else's thought. I'm saying that we can empathize with women because we've been children before. We thought we were the center of the universe. We thought we knew it all. Everyone knows what it feels like to think you know it all. That means being a child, right? So when you see someone that's 10, 11, 12, 13 years old that think they know it all, you know what I'm saying? You can empathize with them because you've been there before. Guess what? Women still think they know it all. This girl that came up, the pretty girl, was up here saying, oh, science and science. And bro, what is science? Science is just observation and study. We could do science too. We all could be scientists. We all are scientists. We all are studying life. So this idea that we got to wait for some angel investors, angel scientists to tell us how life is, when we can observe it. You got eyes, you got ears, you can conceptualize the world. It's intelligible, right? You said you're intelligent. The world is rationally intelligible. So all I'm saying to you is that I've proven the point that men could empathize with women. You haven't proven the point that we cannot. And my premise was that women act like children. They're treated like children too. Not only act like, they're treated like children. There's a video of a girl punching a guy in the face randomly and it's still on Instagram. Why? Because it's like a child punching somebody in the face. No one cares. Had it been a man assaulting a woman, different story. Cassie, grown ass girl, she was 19 years old when she met Diddy. Everyone's saying, oh, he coerced her. For 10 years. For 10 years, Cassie was a child in a lot of people's eyes. From 19 to 29, she couldn't help but get pissed on and do free golf. She's been coerced the entire time.
Shannon Sharp a predator, but Tracy Ellis Ross is evolving because she dates younger men. But he's a predator when he's dating younger men.
So there's a double standard, and the standard is that when women come under the same heat as men, guess what? They're treated like children. Yep. A man assaulting a woman is like a man assaulting a child. It's always going to be frowned upon. When a woman assaults a man, it's laughable. It's like a child assaulting a man. Did you even get assaulted? That's how it's viewed. So, it's okay, bro. Little Black Book written by a simp. It's okay that you could do that. You could say your points, but you got to prove them. I'm not the kind of person that lets people just say, oh, this is smart, this is wrong, this is right. You got to prove your point. You can say anything. Prove it, though. I prove my point. Everyone in the chat seeing what I'm saying. Women are treated like children. That's a fact.
Little Black Book uninterrupted.
All right, appreciate that. So the reason why I said about context is actually because, and I appreciate you breaking that down as well, because I do agree parts of what you're saying. It's not all of it I agree with, I disagree with. But what I would say is, when I was making a point about people not being considered adult, I said the context was very, very important, right? Because there are certain responsibilities that can be given to people at certain ages. How do we determine what an adult is? We determine that oftentimes by the access to the responsibilities that they're able to access to the responsibilities that they have now, right? So what I was actually trying to say to you is that in the context, if it comes to relationships, for instance, in the UK, you can be tried for statutory R at 17 if you have sex with someone who's 15. Now, you get tried as an adult. So I said contextually wise, when it comes to relationships, it shifts. And what you guys are describing is power dynamics between men and women. It's not because women are children, it's because of power dynamics. And so when you talk about power dynamics, it takes into account the fact that as a man, I am stronger than a woman. That's not about treating them like a child. That is in the essence of power dynamics between the two of us physically, right? But if you commit a crime and you steal from someone's house and a woman goes steal from the house, you're gonna get put in prison. Now, if you want to talk about whether leniency happens, that's another story. But you're both gonna get put in prison. So my thing was, I was only saying about was context. What context are you talking about? Because specifically, I'm talking about, I said context for a reason, because if you're talking about relationship aspect, that's where you're going to get hit. And that's why when women say that some people are children, I would say, I get what they're saying, right? Because in the context, even in the law for UK specifically, and I don't know how it's in US, for UK, you can be tried, statutory R, simply because you have someone who's 15. So that's why I said you are classed as the adult in that situation. You're manipulating a child, even though we can say that this happens all the time. There are 17-year-olds and 15-year-olds who get together all the time and have all the time, right? But you can get done for that. So that's why I said about context in this aspect. That's what I was saying. I said that for the whole time.
I mean, you're talking about legal context. I'm not talking about legal context. I'm talking about general context. That's a small portion of somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? If you're not committing a crime as a woman, you're not worried about being treated as an adult. And so I'm talking about the idea that society coddles women like they coddle children. Yes or no? Name a time in a man's life that's similar to being pregnant like a woman, where everyone has to hold the door open for you, bow down to you, worship you, give up your seat on the bus. Name a time in a man's life that's like that, other than when you're a child.
No, you don't. You don't have that.
Exactly. So this idea, name a time where a woman can't run away from being like a child.
I mean, I think you have to qualify what you're saying here.
Meaning, like, so if they have an opportunity to act like a child when they're not, and I'm not saying we should not coddle them. I'm all for coddling women. I'm for it. I do feel like women are the vulnerable sex. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I do believe you should protect your wife. I'm Christian. You see the cross? I believe God ordained us to die for our women. Like Jesus died for the church.
No, why?
Why? Because we're stronger. Because we have a monopoly on force.
Thank you. That's all it is. See, so when you start making them children, that's why I disagree with you. That's what we did. Because the Bible never prescribes that as being children.
The ability.
It's the vulnerability.
Their mental ability, their physical ability.
No. It's not the mental.
The female U.S. soccer team, right? The female Olympic soccer team. I don't know if you noticed, but it came out a long time ago. They got beat by a high school boy team. The Olympic soccer team got destroyed by a high school Olympic. You know what I'm saying?
Because in soccer, what do you use?
Physicality, right?
Thank you, which we agreed on. We already agreed on that. So that's not.
But the point I'm trying to say is they're grown adults, and they still can't be held physicality to they're grown adults.
It's really odd, call me Shape, that you're not calling him out. The fact that he can make an 18-year-old with context a child, but you can't make a woman a child with context too. If he can use context to make an 18, even though he dodged that completely because he was talking about a 15-year-old, 17-year-old. If he can make an 18-year-old context a child, no, but look, just use it. Look, it's right there. If he can use an 18-year-old and with context and make it a child, then you can use the woman and make with context and make it a child as well too.
And Ali, his point is flawed, because if the only advantage we have is physicality, that will mean if a woman is big enough and her titties are big enough and her SRB is big enough, she should be ready to fuck. And if a man is 14-year-old and he's bigger than my dad, she should be ready to go to war, drive, smoke, and all those things, because he's physically already matured. We don't talk like that. We don't move like that.
I love that point.
Because the thing is, we pick and choose what is an adult and what it is depending on things, right? But somebody made that point, and I think that point is excellent. If an 18-year-old man is a child because or a woman, she can conceive, like she shouldn't be able to consent fucking with a 40-year-old. That woman should be able to fuck kids. She's a kid. She's the 18-year-old kid. She can fuck the 6 years old. So if she's a kid, she should be able to fuck every other kid because she's a kid. We allow kids to fuck kids. You're 14, your girlfriend is 14. We don't prosecute them. We let them fuck each other.
The law doesn't,
Right?
but the law protects them. That's the whole
But
point I'm trying to
but
make to
you
you.
see what I'm saying?
That's not me.
But this
The
is
law
why,
does that.
yeah. But I'm saying this. But this is
You know what
why
I mean?
No. It is the physicality and the mental maturity. The laws are made for the worst of us, right? They're not made for the
Okay.
best of us. They're made for the worst of us to protect the best, the worst fathers, the worst mothers. Like it's to protect their kids. So you make
Not
a
because they're
line.
kids, but because there's a worst of us. That's the whole point.
No,
And my
yeah,
point
but
is
that's the
that
point.
so,
But you are
sorry, go on.
opening a precedent if you are going to say this 18-year-old OnlyFans model can have OnlyFans because she's a kid. Now, if she's 16 and somebody fucks her, they can go to court and say, "Sir, she's like,
I hear it.
I'm not mature. I'm 27, but I have autism. I can learn. I write on the 6th grade level. I can barely talk. I am literally disabled. How can you treat me as an
Is
adult?
the
So
19
even if
is
I'm 37 and I'm fucking a 16-year-old, we are mentally on the same level, so we're good to go. That will be egregious, and this is why we're talking
Because
about
they're not
slippery
mental on the
slope.
same level. We're talking about mental again, which is why this is why I disagreed with what you guys were saying, because I was saying that for women specifically, you guys were saying they were children.
Hmm?
And if they were children, they shouldn't be on this panel. If women are children, they shouldn't be on this panel. This is for grown ass folks.
But don't you think
You know
that
what
will
I'm
be
saying to you?
dangerous?
But we're talking about mental. Sorry,
Why?
go on. What did you say?
Why
Yeah, but
can't
don't you
women be on
think
the
that will be
panel?
dangerous?
That's the point I'm trying to say to you. So if you say women are children, that's my point.
No.
That's the point I'm making.
I say our
No.
children.
Respectfully, Shape was very precise. They are children when it comes to their
Accountability.
there's emotional maturity,
I love
ability
that.
to take accountability, and all that.
Mhm.
This is why
So
real
context.
black book. This is why I like to do this, right? This is why I like to do this. I love to do this. Women are extremely competent in a lot of things in life. They are better than us at school. They are more punctual on the job. They are wonderful teachers. They are wonderful nurses, wonderful educators. As soon as it becomes to relationships, they revert back to teenage years. My mom is 65 years old. If my dad gets upset, like makes her upset, she reverts right back to high school because she can control her emotions. And they're married for 45 years. And I can tell them about my sister. I can tell them about my friends. This is what women are. So it's very dangerous for you to say this woman that is a grown woman just because she can control her feelings and her emotions, and every time you hold her accountable she try to flip it and gaslight you into is your fault too. It's very dangerous to say she is a children. In fact, the way she's treated, the law and all these parameters, because you are opening a Pandora's box that is going to allow a bunch of dangerous people to go between loopholes, because we were saying that they were children practically and not like on a theoretical point of view. And that's what he's saying, is they are children on a theoretical point of view. It's not that they're actually go gaga children, they can do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But so we said the same thing, because that's what I was saying about context. So if we come onto your plane of the side of things, right, and say that women, in terms of how they react, you're saying they're like children. I'm going to say to you that there are men like that too. There are men like that. That's why they crash out the way they do.
No,
But
but
that's
no
not
So,
true.
man is
so
held
are
to
we
the
going to
standard
say
of
now
God.
that there are men? Are we going to say now that these men are
There's
children?
no man held to the
No,
standard of
no,
God.
it's because it's not majorities. We're talking majorities, right? Most men, like once little black book. Is that fair to say that most men are sexually undisciplined? If they see a big booty, probably they're going. If they know they're not going to get caught, is that fair?
They would, if they could get away with it, they would.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. You saw how you make an assessment towards men that might be on a negative light, but we kind of agree because we know how they are. Most women are immature. Most women behave like accountability of a teenager. They want their way while they're living on their dad house. And if they get expelled, they will upset. If they have to follow the rules, they will be accept. They don't accept accountability. Every time you say it's your fault, she either going to bring something from 1997 when you did something, or she's going to say you do it too. This is most women. And I'm showing you this because I'm saying this is my mom too. Like it happens.
On the same line. On the same line. I'm just saying to
So-
you that you're going to open it though, because if a man lacks sexual discipline, right? The word discipline. Let's take sex.
Yes.
A man lacks discipline. Do children lack discipline?
No. No, children don't like discipline. Hey, a little bit.
You know
They
what?
don't. No, man. Hey, Trev, you go next. I want him to commit with something. Little Black Book tell me, looking at the camera without smiling, that most women, no matter if they're 21 or 61, are emotionally immature? Go ahead.
I don't know those kind of women, so I don't know most of the women. I don't know those kind of women. I
But
don't
you
have
don't
a
know
woman.
most men,
You
and you
make an
committed with
assessment
that
now
shit.
on what most man.
I didn't
You
say
just-
most men. I did not say most. I didn't say most men. I did not say most men.
I
I said,
literally asked you.
can you
Lil
be
Black
open
Book.
to the fact that men also have those issues too? The very thing
Lil Black
the very
Book.
label you're planting on women, I'm saying to you, got to plant on men. And you're telling me that you are saying, if you tell about discipline, and I said, do children like discipline? For instance, you put a little sweet there and say, don't touch it.
I
Don't
said
eat
they
the
don't
sweet.
like
You
it.
leave the room. You leave the room, and you said that children have discipline. And I said,
No,
if you
children
leave a
don't like discipline. They don't like accountability. They like children, even as a young babies. If they get caught doing something, they'll try to deflect to something. They will point out to the dog. They will run away. They will fight. Like
So if
they
men
don't have
are lacking
accountability.
discipline if men are lacking discipline in different areas, right?
No,
will
he
they
said
will
like.
they should also
No,
from children?
No,
sir,
no.
sir. He
No,
didn't
no,
say
please.
like when he
Hey,
said like.
base, last one, and then
So
you
anyway,
and
Trevor
Serpent.
wants
Go
to
ahead.
say something. Right.
Little Black Book. Let's compare oranges with oranges. We're talking about emotional discipline. That's all we're doing. You're doing going up, right, left, and down.
Discipline.
Emotional discipline. I'm going to ask you again. Are most men sexually undisciplined? Meaning, if they see the booty and the titties they like and they know they're not going to get got, is that fair that most men are going? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Most men.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the problematic part that Ali was pointing out.
He knows most men,
You
though,
are
right?
very comfortable.
I know even most men.
Not him.
No,
No,
You
no,
know
no.
most
You
men. Not
got
him.
it. That's
Not
what
him.
that's
He
I'll
got
go
you.
with it.
that's
Now
what
you
we
know
talk.
most men.
That's
I'll
what
go with
we
it.
talk.
Do you know most?
Got your ass.
And this is why
And you're gonna keep
my
going.
point.
Instead of
and this is
conceding,
why we
instead
don't
of-
want to go.
instead
No,
of
this is why.
conceding,
One
you're
second,
gonna
please.
keep going.
This is why we don't want to move the conversation too fast because people will say things they may not mean it. The right answer when I ask you, do men like big booties and big titties? Is I don't know
I
most
don't know
men.
most men. That's what
That will be the obvious answer. But you were very quick to say that. Then as soon as I said, are most women immature? This is like discipline,
man.
immature emotionally. I don't know most
I'll run with
women.
it. Okay, I'll run with it. I'll run with it. Right, go down that lane. So the conclusion you came to is that when most women lack accountability, are emotionally immature, we call them, and so we label them mentally as children, right?
No, he's not letting you get. Oh, no. Hey, fatty.
Because that's the
Fatty,
argument we're having. That's the
That's
argument we're
another-
having.
fatty. Don't
No,
let
no,
him
no.
even get away from
Hey,
that point.
No, you have
one
to
second, one second,
obtain it
please.
because
No, Fatty, don't let him get away from that.
I
No,
know,
no,
I'm
no.
not doing it. I'm
I'm
not doing
going
it.
to agree
No,
with
I'm
you.
not doing it. I'm not
Little
doing
Black
it. I'm
Book,
not
I'm
doing
going
it.
to agree with you.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing
I'm
it.
going to agree with you.
If
The whole point
I call a
He doing
woman
it
hot,
pretty. He did what Pretty did.
the
He
whole
just doing
point, the
what
whole
Pretty
point I was making in the end. We're
Can
only
I-
getting
can
round
I
to the same
finish,
point.
please?
No,
Because
you're not making the
Sorry,
point
go
right.
for it.
Not to.
Sorry, go,
Can
go,
you,
go, go.
because
Sorry.
you asked a question.
Yes, sir.
When I say a woman is hot, doesn't mean that she's on fire. Doesn't mean that she's 170 degrees. Doesn't mean that if I touch her, I will burn myself. Mean that she's attractive. We know figures of speech. We use
Yes.
things to compare things, so we know if you are a bad bitch. Doesn't mean that she's a bad female dog. She's an attractive woman. So when Mr. Calmy's shape said woman out children is not on a literal term that you fucking
Agree,
children and
agree.
fall in love with children,
Yes.
is that they have the
Mentally.
emotionally
Which is what-
component of children. Can they, one second, can they become adults? Absolutely. Women are perfect adults when they are good with their life, when they are happy, when their life is going good, when this job is going well. They go to school, they pass tests, they go to work, they graduate, they do a bunch of things that call them, and you can see these women are adults. As soon as they come with relationships, they reverse back to being teenagers. Does that mean that they are teenagers? No. That means that they can compute with their emotional frame the same way men can compute well with their sexual frame.
Right.
Men are not kids just because they're fucking people like teenagers.
You
right?
want to know?
No, it's about discipline. So
You want to know
so
another example? Little Black Book. You want to know
Y'all
another
going,
example?
y'all going
Hold on.
too fast.
Okay, go
Y'all
for it,
going
go for it.
too fast, man. I'm telling y'all going too fast. I need to know why
Yo,
he can
so-
make the, why can
Go
he
for it.
make
No,
the
no, go for it.
assessment? Why can you make the assessment that men are going, but you didn't say I don't know most men, but you can make the assessment that most women aren't immature, and you say you don't know most women. Why are you fine with making an assessment that makes men look bad, but you weren't fine with making an assessment that made women look bad when you have you have a lot more experiences that most men that we come across because you have your own podcast and it's a successful podcast. So it couldn't that be? So I'm not even gonna get that far because Fatty don't like when I do that too. How do you make that assessment? How did you make an answer like that? Can you tell me why? You can say you don't know. You didn't say you don't know most men, but you were able to say you don't know most women.
Wait, if I don't know most men, I don't know most women.
Why? No, you didn't. No, you didn't say that. Fatty got you because you said most men would go if they saw a big booty. Why did you not say I don't know most men, but you were able to say I don't know most women when he asked you about women being immature? Can you answer me that for me, please?
Okay, well, if I said that, then cool, innit? That's me. You got me, innit? At the end of the day, man, you got me. I can't say anything, but you got me. You got me. You know what I'm saying to you? But here's my point. Here's the point. The end goal.
Hey, friends, and by the way,
that's that pretty. I apologize.
He conceded. He conceded. Let's finish and then Trevor interrupted.
I didn't tell you to apologize.
No. The reason I'm not apologizing is because my end goal was still the same. The journey is just different. Hey, you got me on that one. I can't lie to you. But the end goal is still the same because you're trying to call me, I'm trying to call you. You know what I'm saying? You're calling me first. I respect it. I'm not mad at it. Yes, you are. Like, hold on, pause, because we're all doing it. It's called a debate.
No, we're
not. So the whole point I'm trying to get to.
No, but
you're the only one doing it. No one else getting caught up with you. No.
Please, let me cook it.
Hey, friends, let him finish. Thank you.
My point was right, because we're playing Connect 4 a little bit here mentally, right? So the whole point I was trying to get to is that the same way that if we're saying that women are children mentally, that's what I want to come to mentally, right? I was also trying to get Fatty to a place where I'm saying if you then can, if I can say most men or whatever, right? Most men, let's go with that because I got called out. Most men are going to follow booty and they lack discipline. If they can get away with it, they would lack discipline. I said, do children also lack discipline? Then Fatty said no, and I said yes, they do lack discipline. Right? Because they're children. I said, then that means, are we going to start calling men mentally our children? That's my end goal of the point. So if I'm gonna concede a point that women are children mentally and emotionally, cool, I'll rock with it. If you can admit that men also are children, then because at that same point, they lack discipline.
Yes, we can admit it. No, Bill Black Book. I can't. No, Bill Black Book. 1 second, please. Bill Black Book.
Yes, sir.
I will admit. Let me admit in one term, for example, men have the sense of humor of motherfucking toddlers. Men can be sitting around making jokes about fingers and farts and just space out like this is what men do. Some things that men do are juvenile. You put a bunch of the fellas together walking around the shopping mall and you're doing like teenage shit. That's the reality. Does that mean that we can turn the switch and become a grown-up if motherfucking Boogie tries to threaten us? Now we are not joking around. Now we actually become adults because the situation asks us for us to be adults. The problem with this conversation is based on what they call Schrodinger feminism. Women are strong and empowered and weakened victims at the same time. And every time they encounter a situation, they are going to pick between being strong or being a victim. So you can never peg them to a motherfucking spot because one day they are a triangle and then another day when it's convenient, now they are a square. So this is why I'm saying that it's dangerous for us to literally by women are children, because these women will become OnlyFans models, CEOs, boss babes, and all the things that come with being a grown-up. But as soon as you say, hey, Didi didn't make you do that. Oh my God, she was in a victim position. She was 18. Like, that's dangerous. You have to peg him. You have to peg him into a grown-up or a kid, because I want to make sure if something happens to Fatty family, that drug dealer that was 18 years old is prosecuted as an adult, because there's no excuse for you to be selling poison to my kid. There's no excuse. You are going to pay the full price of it. If you kind of would become wishy-washy, this is how you get men doing atrocious things to women when they are 17, and by the time they are 23, oh, he was just a kid, let him go. No, you will pay as an adult. That's what it is.
I have another question for you, little
Ali, no, Ali, please, friends, say this in public. Great show. Thank you very much for being here. Extremely chaotic. We need to order a little bit of order in the cart. Okay.
It's gonna be a few questions I want to see, because I'm ending the
yeah. Go ahead, Ali, and then Trev, please.
No, Black Book. If someone offered all of us $100 on this panel, should we say no or should we take it? They just offered you $100.
I'm taking that
Yeah,
shit.
Phil.
No, no. So
I'm broke,
no, no.
baby.
So if someone's offering me $100, I could be immoral because I take the $100 if they offer me
Why
$100.
would it be immoral? The
You said
situation you gave,
depending
someone
on
gave
your
you
you said
$100.
depending on your moral code. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's a situation of moral code, right?
But
But
it
again,
demonstrate that I like discipline. If everybody, if someone takes it, does it demonstrate that they lacking discipline for taking the money?
not necessarily, no, not
Right. So
necessarily.
if
Depends on the
men are
context of
offering
it.
women $100, and they take it, are they demonstrating discipline by taking it? A lack of discipline?
I don't get what he's asking. Sorry, say
I'm
again.
just asking you if me and Trev wanted to give Melanie $100 and she took it, is she lacking discipline for taking the money?
Okay, so you're comparing women to money. Is that
No,
what
I
you're
didn't.
trying
I'm
to
just
allude to?
asking, brother. Can you just,
No,
brother?
because that's what you're going to. Sorry,
No,
my brain already goes ahead of me.
You're making assumptions.
Again, apples and oranges can't be compared. That's the
You're
whole point.
making assumptions, and I'm just asking you direct
No,
questions.
because you're going somewhere. So
I'm not.
if you're
No,
going
no, no,
somewhere, you're
no,
leading
no.
me. No, you're asking leading
You're making
questions.
an
That's the problem you're
assumption.
asking.
No,
It's
you're
not a
making
question. It's a leading
no,
question.
You're making an
That's the
assumption.
point.
You're making an
Okay,
assumption.
go on. I'm gonna
Again,
take the bait. Okay, let me take the bait. Let me take the
if
bait. Go
a
on.
woman is offered $100, if she takes the $100, is she lacking discipline?
For taking $100, let's say no. Let's say no. She's not lacking
No, right?
She's not lacking
Okay,
discipline.
so
Go for it.
if I offer $100 or offer you anybody on this $100, it would probably demonstrate that I value you. I see value in you, right? Why is it that a man is lacking discipline if most men can't get sex, but a woman is offering a man sex and he says no? What should he say if a woman wants sex from him?
Hey.
Uh-oh.
The route it's not an the route you've gone to. Would you consider a woman being
I'm asking you a question, brother. Then you could finish. If a woman is asking a man for sex, what should he say? If she could take $100, if she could take provisions, protections, anything from a man, right? And it's okay. We're not going to say she need to practice discipline.
If you want to be a disciplined man,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
If you want to be a disciplined man,
a woman,
say no.
Why does he have to? Okay, so why does he have to say
if
no?
you want to be a disciplined man,
If
you want to be a disciplined man,
how does that? If a woman wants to, hold on.
Says, don't give your strength to women.
This is what you do to Ali for some reason, right? If the woman wants to have consensual sex with a man, and he says yes, how is he lacking discipline if she wants to have sex with him?
Okay, let's say they don't have discipline. If you believe that having sex with many more people is not ill discipline, that's on you. I don't think we need to discipline. I think it's a universal principle. I don't think we need to debate that. You're taking it to a left perspective.
We're gonna kill that dick discipline thing because obviously, if a woman wants to have sex with a man, it's demonstrating his value. There's no reason he has to show discipline if she's showing it's the way they're making it seem like as a man just goes outside and say, I want sex, and he just has a line of women want to have sex with him, versus the fact that if he's valuable or deemed valuable to women or other women to have sex, it's a consensual exchange. He doesn't have to demonstrate sexual discipline. That's something that women say, that men who pander say to make men exercise their manhood. But little black butt don't come on here and say.
That's why I asked you the question about women.
Let me finish. You know, I don't ever hear you say women should practice pussy discipline. I never hear you say that. So it's odd that you're telling men. You don't tell women because you keep going. When we talk about women, you go, how about men? How about men? Everything to you is how about men? How about men? How about men? So if men have to practice dick discipline, right? What is the appropriate way to practice dick discipline? Should people be virgins?
Well, biblically, yeah, you should be. But we're not.
I didn't ask you about biblically. I'm not asking biblically. Should people have casual sex?
I don't think you should. It doesn't benefit you long term.
Right. Are you single?
I am single.
Are you having casual sex?
No.
Yeah, checkmate. Hey, Fatty. All these men that come on here preaching that dick discipline and telling men not to have sex while he up here got his beater on, trying to look a certain type of way for women, knowing why he wore what he wore, just like if a woman had her breasts out and he say he not having casual sex while he's single, he's lying, and he know he lying. So
I'm not lying. I don't need to lie about that. If I was having,
I know you don't.
Do you know how I'm not lying? Hold on, pause here. See, Ali, this is why Ali does this all the time. Fatty,
you about to say something else.
Pause, bro. Last time I came into your platform last time when you had that panel with the ladies. Remember the one with the ladies that were on the panel, right?
The other one you were lying on.
No, I'm not trying to. No, I'm talking about the one before this, right? Where you guys were doing the chat lines with the ladies, right?
When you were
I told you before this, and I said before this, I was sleeping around, so I know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? I know what
you're not sleeping with nobody right now.
No. That's the whole point.
When that stopped? When did that stop? So when's the last time you slept with the last person you slept with?
Bro, why does that happen?
7 months ago.
Oh, 7 months ago? Why'd you stop?
because it wasn't befitting of me and it was not helping me grow the way I need to grow.
Because he's struggling, man. So he got
I'm
sent to
not
get
struggling.
more.
No. I don't have to. I really don't have to.
Hey,
I don't
respect.
have
This,
to.
this man probably the biggest YouTuber on the panel right now, so
I
don't
don't
tell
have
me
to.
he's struggling.
I don't
I'm
have
the
to.
second
I don't
biggest.
have
This
to.
man alone
I
for a
don't have to.
second.
I don't
I'm
have
the
to.
second biggest.
And that's where the discipline comes in because I can get it.
This man
That's
was
the
on
point. I
Ghana
can get it.
last week
That's why I
dancing
said
and shit.
What is
Don't
the
say
benefit?
that.
Like, what
That's
do
why
you
I said
benefit?
that's why I
Okay,
said
so
some
now
of
that
you,
you
some
got,
of
what
you,
do you
some of you are
benefit
not
from?
disciplined. You just don't get it. That's
What
what
do
I'm
you
saying.
benefit?
Some of
So
you,
what do you get? What are you
hold
getting from
on.
it? Yeah, you say.
What am I getting from it is I'm
Yeah.
able to focus on me and put all the energy into me and what I'm trying to achieve. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I can have the platforms that I have.
You weren't
So
doing that.
the reality
You
for
said you
me,
stopped 7 months ago. You have a successful platform. You've been
but
being
before
successful.
Why you
that, I
guys
had
keep
no,
saying
but
it's
Were you
before that
were
period,
you
I
successful?
was celibate
Were
for
you
4 years.
successful 7 months ago?
Yeah, I
Were,
was because I had
were you
really, but I was very
successful?
successful before then.
Were you?
Do you know what I mean? I
You
had a
just
whole period before then where I was
so you were
celibate.
having sex with a whole bunch of women. So that
Whoa,
so that
I was
don't make that.
celibate because of the work that I had already done.
yo, can
See,
y'all give us
the work
some
I had already done
context?
was years ago.
'Cause I
I've been
don't.
in the YouTube game for 10 years. So think about what you're saying. I've been in the YouTube
Hold
game for
on.
10 years. I've
Brother,
been,
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? I've been since
I will,
2020. There was
I
a
will
period of
not
time where I,
follow
you know what I
for
mean?
I will not follow for Ali. It's just a quick question anymore ever again.
Let me get understand question is made. Look, I
Hey,
need
Fatty,
context because
you know there's
Hey,
some more
Shout out to Ali.
questions.
Shout out to Ali. He knows.
Questions in the
We know we always
future.
go back and forth.
hey,
I
call
need
me
a
Shape.
black
Hey,
You
Shape.
are
Gotta
I
be
this,
said,
bro.
consistent, brother.
Hey, Shape. No question, just statements, and then Trevor. And
I'm
Trevor was
just
in the
saying,
middle for.
I don't know who this dude is. Y'all, I know y'all glazing him. I never heard of him before. You said he's a big.
We never heard about you too when
All
you are
right,
here.
so I can't glaze him like
But,
you.
no, but it's not sir. See, you, I
So
know.
give me
No,
context.
one second, please. Your friend told me about you. I was about to write him, hey, this dude call me Shape knows exactly what's going on. He's actually a strong debater, right? I'm not glazing you. I'm telling your friend that recommends you, like to us, why you're here. This man is a highly successful YouTuber. I follow this man on Instagram. This man going on vacations to the motherland, dancing, eating well, having fun, woman around, going to the
I'm not
gym,
saying
taking
that
care of
he's not.
himself. So,
I'm
so
not
what I'm going to say
saying
is,
context.
one second, please, just 1 second. Glazing is a very homosexual, homoerotic type of like we are giving him his props the same way I'm giving your props. So if you can stop saying those gay shit, respectfully, we don't want you here. So be respectful instead of trying to be funny, and don't say that grown people are glazing other men when we're actually pointing their virtues the same way we're pointing that he was full of shit a couple of minutes
how you
ago
say
when
that
he
while I'm
said
going at his
when
head?
Wait, what?
While I'm going literally at his head, how can you say we glazing him?
First of all, I don't know where y'all come from. Jersey.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let's make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problems. You don't know us, sir. Treat us with respect. We're going to do the same.
Patty,
If
hold on.
nobody attacks you personally,
Hold on,
hold your
hold on.
motherfucking
Patty,
guns.
hold on,
That's
hold on
all.
quick. Hey, brother, if we misunderstood what you mean by glazing, because it
Yeah,
sounds like
like,
you about to
nobody
say
here trying to be pejorative.
What is glazing?
what do you mean
Explain
by
what glazing
glazing?
is.
Sound like we glazing them.
Glazing
like,
mean you hyping them up. That's what we mean by
No. Say
that's what it
exactly
looks
the
like.
definition of glazing. Glazing is you
Bro.
are on this man dick. That's what glazing is.
comes from glazing a donut.
Exactly. That's
I'm from Jersey, bro. I don't know where you from, Fatty. Where you from, bro? I don't know where you from.
I'm from Russia.
Okay, where you from, Ali?
Yes.
Hey, I'm from America. So when you say
Okay.
you glazing somebody, it sounds like you giving that man head, like you
No,
hyping him up. It is. You giving them dome. That's what it sounds like, brother.
You ever see anybody glaze a donut? They treat it with care. That's what it comes from. I know a lot of people take our slang, they run with it. They think we know what we're talking about. I'm from Jersey. You feel me? Glazing when we use the word glazing, ain't disrespect. So if you took disrespect from it, bro, you can slow down, bro. Ain't nobody trying to disrespect you. You're right. I don't know you. I'm just saying, can you give me context? Because y'all say he got the success for YouTube. I just want to know about the success for YouTube. That's all it is.
Come and sit on the bench. I came
So this is what you have to do. All the links are pinned in the description, and his name is on the description. I just want y'all to make it personal shit. When you are making personal shit, I will check it if you are wrong. If you sell this man is a midget and he's actually a midget, I will let you get away with it. When you say this man is struggling, and we clearly know that he's not struggling, we're going to leave him alone. He's a friend of the show. If he was a struggling YouTuber, I will double down and say, yeah, get your paper up, little black book. But he's not. So let's not do that shit. Go ahead, please, Trev, little black book, and then we read the super chats. And I don't know what we're going to do later, but we're probably not going to go to the main event. We're going to move it to the next week. Friends, There's 256 people watching, 116 likes. That's crazy. Like the video. The likes are for free. And please glaze us and send us some money, please. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Damn.
Go ahead, Little Black Book and Trev.
Perfect.
Like, so yeah, Fatty, you kind of went over my point a little bit. I'll just try to expand on it a bit. Because I think it's dangerous when we take away the accountability from women. And I think that's just what we're doing when we give them the option to be a child when they want to have the responsibility of a child, but the authority of an adult. Women are going to abuse that. It's a fact that women generally abuse power when they are able to, right? If you look at reports from women working under somebody, this is by other women. They hate it. Most women hate to work under another woman because they know they're going to abuse power. Women typically abuse their children more. Women are just plain abusive. So you can't really give them very much when it comes to that, unfortunately, right? And this isn't all women, but we just have to have certain standards when it comes to it, because if we say, hey, you know, sometimes it's got to be a hard line. So even with like the other countries, it's weird. And all of us just really picked some arbitrary numbers, right? Like even if you look at like France, which is supposed to be a first world country, their consent is like 15. And then, so it's like, you know what I mean? Who could we tell them that they're wrong as hell? I wouldn't do that, right? If I were going to do anything, if I were going to follow any standard at all, then I would say, okay, am I a Christian? Cool. Maybe the Bible talks about 20, but it should be all the way across the board. It should be if you could vote, if you could fight for war, if you could get married, all of that stuff. It should be all the way across the board. I don't think you should have any separation between adulthood and childhood. It should be one hard line, because we're either going to be able to hold you accountable as an adult or you are a child. I think that's where we make the mistake. So I would just say, don't do that. Like, don't give them the choice, because we already know from experience how they're going to choose. They're always going to choose advantage women. So when it's convenient for them to choose to be a child, then yeah, oh wait, help me. But when it's like responsibility wise, they're gonna be like, no, who you talking to? I'm grown. So that's the only point that I want to make on that.
They will eat you with I am older and more mature, because all my friends say I'm 18, but they see me as a old soul to date older men. And then when they're 30, oh, I was so young and dumb. Pick a side, lady.
Yeah.
Pick a side. Either you are a kid or you are a grown up. Either you are a kid and you stay in my house and you are under my rules, or you are an adult and you make your rules and get the fuck out of my shit and go get your house, because I don't give a fuck about you adults trying to make rules on places that is not theirs. Like, this is the dichotomy with women. We give them adult rules and adult laws and adult privileges, and most men will still treat them like children all the time, every time. And we can see it on this conversation every day, because every time a woman cheats, what was missing on the marriage for him to what happened? Why did you cheat? You was working too much, you were lonely, he was broken, unemployed, and you didn't respect him anymore. You were like, this is the game that we shouldn't play with women. You are a grown-up. You can be the president of the most powerful country in Europe, for example, like Angela Merkel. Go ahead and do grown-up people things. It's fine. Just don't cry and complain because I can't protect you and then not have no authority over you, because you go from a children to an adult to a children, depending on what we have going on here. So it is what it is. Anyone, and by the way, call me Shape. It's not personal, okay? We're just knowing each other. We appreciate you being here. We're just trying to establish some type of guidelines, because that's what we do over here. We are not fans of chaos just for the sake of chaos, okay? We're going to have fun.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a disrespecter.
I know. It's fine.
You know what I'm saying? I make money on YouTube. That's how I make my living. So I ain't disrespecting.
Absolutely.
I just, please bring context, because you know.
Yes, sir. No problem about it. Let me see if Melanie wants to say something, because she's sitting pretty and looking at the people.
Well, it was just a good debate. You know, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Should men practice this discipline, Melanie?
No. Women should practice.
Can I fly you out? Let's put that to the test.
What?
Die.
Let me read the super chats real quick, Melanie, and then you got it. I'm going to ask one question. Friends, this show is going to be next week. The what do I get from marriage? We're going to stay on the empathy. One more question, and then wrap it up. Let's go to the super chats real quick.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
And yeah, we're going to get one for Ali too when he's ready to go.
Well, that production is fire, Fatty. I keep
Sun
hating.
Kissed. That's my editor.
I like that. I like that.
You
Well,
probably
that's
don't know about him.
Proud of that, man.
And by the way, shout out to Noelle. She is definitely not an adult.
Where is she at, bro? She been turned this whole time. I'm trying to figure out.
Hey,
I thought she was looking at the show, but-
she's going crazy while everybody's crying and shit. She's turning it up. Shout out to you. No, Noelle is from Chaotic. She's on Chaotic show multiple times. So I was like, okay, we're going to leave Noelle sing and have fun. And I think she said the word nigga 7 times already, but we're going to leave it alone because she's on mute. Sun Kiss in the building with a $5 and shalom to you. I appreciate you, Sun Kiss. Thank you very much. The untouchable matriarch, Doris, she's in the building and she gifted Ilkan Ali membership for the Untouchable Empire, baby.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, Doris. She gifted me another membership for the Untouchable Empire.
So, you think you're untouchable?
And friends, we're trying to get 500 members on Discord. Please go ahead and follow us. The link is in the chat. Go ahead and follow us so we can get 500 members by the end of July. Okay, thank you very much, Doris. Bugie, Reacts Entertainment. We have a lot of good reaction people on the panel. Because I know every single one of you. We have a lot of people going to the reaction route, so I appreciate y'all for being here once again. Thank you very much. Shout out to y'all with $10. Shout out to Fatty, Ali, and the ladies on the panel. He's paying tuition because he got late to the show. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. The sophisticated ignorance says the 2 women at the top are prime example of black woman that man hates. Notice the shade they giving Charity because she won't agree with their bullshit. There's some pre-existing conditions. Let's just say that about one of them. The Leslie didn't do nothing to us. So shout out to Leslie. Shout out to Pretty. And we still didn't do retaliation. Just make sure. And tomorrow, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to do a TikTok toxicity. I will go on TikTok. I will click on their panel. And somebody's going to say, what are you doing here, you fat piece of shit? Show your face, motherfucker. I know you live on your daddy house. And there will be no empathy, no sympathy, no compassion, no other word of Semitic happen. That's what happens over there. So it is what it is. Shout out to once again, Miss Pretty. Zyrex with the Untouchable Empire membership. Thank you very much,
The
Zyrex.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Lovely Zyrex. Antonio. Shout out to my boy Antonio. You know why she said Antonio, Ali? Because the last time she came on a show, Anton Daniel sent us $500.
Oh,
So she
Antonio.
haven't seen she doesn't see the show. She just saw the Joe that was here. Anton sent $500. So she assumed that he was the biggest donor when he
Antonio?
never here. Antonio. Yeah, shout out to Antonio Daniels, aka Tio, Untouchable Legend. Shout out to my brother.
Antoine.
With a 10 untouchable
I
member.
believe that there's multiple so-called black leaders who believe that they are untouchable.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, sir. Of course, sophisticated jerk with the $30 ball. Salute to you, brother. I appreciate it. Noelle is a princess from Chaotic Truth show. Okay, leave it alone. Let her rock. She's having a tremendous amount of fun. Missy T in the building with 2 untouchable memberships and Matreon with the last one. We got to the memberships goal. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Me, CT, for the 2 memberships, the Matreon. All the memberships are done. I appreciate y'all friends once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gauge all defenses. Give me Smith shit.
Thank you very much to both of us, for both of y'all. Zyrex, she's in the building. She says, so you're saying that just because most shit don't bother men, that makes them more disciplined or emotionally mature. Absolutely. That's called emotional restraint. You suffer things just like women do, and instead of spazzing out and lashing out on other people and excusing it on your period, you kind of control yourself because you know if I do that shit to a little black book, he probably going to punch me in the face. That's actually what it is. Emotional restraint, Xarex. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much for being a member for so many times, so many years, so many months. I appreciate you. CJ Sparring, you will be under the M's sooner. He says Melanin does a great job every time she's on. Oh, look. Stop glazing her, CJ. Mm, 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 mm. And is he still there? Hey, call me Shape. I went ahead and I googled the definition of glazing. You might be right because I didn't find nothing with sexual connotation. You might be right. I might have jumped the gun. See, a man taking accountability. Who would have thought? Not me. CJ says melanin does it. Oh, I already read it. Did you send two super chats, CJ? That's crazy. Just to glaze double the double entendre. Yeah, that's all. Friends, we need $65 for the hamburger fund. PayPal or Cash App. You know, or you are ready. No, I appreciate you.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
And if you want to support Ilkan and Cash App, you know exactly where to
Like
find
the
it.
video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
So, friends, last question, and let me start with Trev and Melanie because they've been the most quiet. Actually, let me start with Noel, my snow bunny, snow queen. I'm known as the Winter Soldier, Noel. So I see you. I see what's going on. Let me talk. Noel, are you there? Noel?
Is that a straw?
There's a straw. Hey, Noel. Thank you very much. That was perfect.
Oh, she come on, just sing. She don't talk or nothing.
Yeah. Hey, Ali, why these people trying to steal glaze like Melanie from me, sir?
Oh Lord.
That's crazy.
Hey
Boogie. You better watch it. You better watch it, sir. Thank you very much to the one and only Carl Anderson for the $35 PayPal for the hamburger fund. I appreciate you, Carl. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to my brother Shadow Dragon TV for the $5 cash app. He says, psych, who's calling my shit? Untouchable, baby.
Psych! Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yes. Oh, yeah, sound.
So Trev, Melanin, and Anonymous Base, because Anonymous being very patient. Thank you very much for being here, brother. I appreciate you. Sorry
Yeah,
for
absolutely. You know I
getting
always
late
got
to
you.
you.
Yeah, you know I always
Yes,
got
sir.
you.
Let me ask you a question. If a man loses his job or can provide, does he lose or love too? Okay. This is talking about empathy. We kind of flip the switch a little bit. So the question for Trev, Melanin, and Anonymous Base right now would be, if a man loses his job or can provide, does he lose or love to? And very, very much, thank you very much, Ilkan. Little Black Book, he says, Ali and Fatty had me on the ropes today. I had to skip a few questions, respectfully take the loss. Hey, sir, invite me for the Love Island. I'm all caught up, sir. I will fuck y'all up. He's not even funny, bro. I know everything. I know everything.
Dios mío.
I'm waiting for my invite to talk about the Love Island. Trev, does she lose her love? Does he lose his her love if he loses his job?
Yes, unfortunately, in most cases, it is what it is. We see it on a regular basis, right? A lot of that is why women divorce, right? This is what they're able to do. They're able to get an escape plan, and this is why, a lot of times, in my opinion, why married women may marry less, because they can have this man continue to keep responsibility for her again while her responsibilities are relinquished. Um, Men aren't really empathized for or sympathized for in general, right? Men are seen as tools or just a means of being able to accomplish something, or sometimes even a stepping stone, but more like just something that you can use to get to where you want, right? And a lot of men understand that duty more than women. So a lot of times we go along with it. We want to strive to have a good family. We want to have our legacy. We want to have our children grow up with us and have access to them, so we could instill the qualities in them that we feel like our sons or daughter need or deserve. But women forget that. We've become a society of hyper individualists, and absolutely women are going to lose a love. That's if they ever had the love in the first place. But we don't get that type of empathy. We don't get that type of grace or anything. We're expected to perform, and the minute that we can't, we lose it. But we are also supposed to understand what women go through when women go through menopause and their body doesn't work the same and their hormones aren't the same and they can't perform in ways that men would expect them to perform. We are supposed to be understanding of it. But if a man falls short, then he is going to lose his love. He's going to lose sympathy. Oh, well, he a deadbeat now. And he will get the support of the sisterhood on any day. And even sometimes from pandering men.
Mm. Let me ask Melanie a different question, Melanie. When I lose my job, how many months do I have before they leave me? Just to make sure if they monetize my YouTube channel, and I need to find another. I have another job, but let's assume I have not. Right? How many months before you leave me?
Is there any money saved?
Come on, Melanie. But there's stocks and crypto. We can't be touching that shit.
You have 2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And you're
That's a
working
lot.
or you stay at home with me? But are you working or staying out with me? Because
No,
you're
I'll
probably
work.
you're working.
Yeah, I'll work.
Can
If
you
it's
buy me a
necessary.
PlayStation?
Buy you a PlayStation?
Yeah, you're going to give me gifts and shit. Like you're going to take care of me, or you just pay the bills and.
Oh, of course. Gifts, and I mean, if you like to game, because you can always make money from gaming. So if you're a gamer, then that's a way to make an income. So
I'm a terrible gamer.
Melanin, I don't believe you.
you don't believe me?
Whoa! Is this a love triangle, sir? What you trying
Well,
to
this
do,
is why
Boogie?
I asked for context. But if he wants a straight answer, so I'd give it to
Hey,
you.
Melanie, how many months are you giving 2 years to Boogie too?
What do you mean? If I'm with Boogie, then yes.
Damn, I'm not special. You're not giving me more time than him.
No, I would give a situation 2 years before I start questioning the mindset.
So
I know
I have the same time as Boogie reacts.
Yes, because
Wow.
I have to. It's I have to have a standard for myself. It's not. It doesn't waver based on the person.
All right, why 2 years? Why not 1 year? Why not 6 months? Why not 3 years? Why 2 years?
Because clearly he must be going through something, so I have to give him time to figure that out, figure out his mental space without judging him too harshly, without fully understanding. Because most of the time, men don't feel like women are a safe space to open up. So I need to give space for him to figure out his thought process, and then to want to share with me so we can figure out what's going on and what he's going to do, and that takes time. I can't rush him.
Damn, 2 years. I think that's enough. But I want to be like, for example, if I took care of you for 15 years, I
Yeah.
only get 2 years.
That's a lot. I even actually thought that's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's harsh, but
Not
I
for
mean,
me.
if I'm talking from a standpoint of majority women, yes, you probably wouldn't even get 2 years.
Nah, we're talking about
Oh, me?
you, Lel, pointing right at you.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
I need
Okay,
the
well,
$1 Cash App or PayPal to drop Noelle because she been the life of the party. To you can't be doing that, okay? This woman is awesome. $1 Cash App. That's the price to drop her. Um, yeah, but there's a notion of credit, right? Let me give you an example. If you are my woman for 10 years, you took care of my kids and all that, you get the accident, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Of course, I'm going to fuck Noelle. Come on, I just can be taking care of you willy nilly. I'll go outside to get Noelle Uggs and all that shit.
but see, you
But
said you said
but
an
I will
accident
take care of you.
is a disability. That's
Yeah,
different.
but let's so if I take care of you for 10 years and I get blackballed from my I'm a lawyer, I'm an entertainer, whatever. I get blackballed of my industry, right? And I need time to regroup, go at like, is that the 2 years flexible or is set in
Yes,
stone?
because we have resources. If you're a lawyer, we have resources.
Would you marry me if I was broke?
Yes, depending on your
So
age.
men,
Wait,
Depending on your age. If you're
35.
married young, 35,
35, 35.
no.
Melanin, when did you have that mindset? Because I'm sure that's not how you thought 10 or 15 years ago.
What mindset?
The
Which
mindset
part
of
of?
you hold a man down, because we know the average woman is not staying 2 years paying a man's bills.
Yeah, but he said me specifically, but the majority of women would not do that. I can agree to this.
Guys,
Are you saying you were born with that kind of mindset, or did you catch that
guys,
mindset?
Well,
I
I was,
apologize.
I,
I
I,
have to interrupt you for a second. Something happened. Hey, Noel. Noel, are you there? Noel. Noel, are you there? Noel.
Yo, she's high out of her mind.
Noel, are you there? Okay.
This is Sparta!
We got some public pressure from our taxpayers. Antonio said $20. He said drop slow white. Oh my god, dude,
Wow.
that's crazy.
No.
That's very that hey bro, stop motherfucking
I thought she was a
Trump.
fiend. I'm like, they got fiends on the show.
Theo is a
No, I thought
crybaby.
she was a meme.
This man
I
is
thought
a
she was a long
crybaby.
ass meme.
Theo, you are a cry.
Shut up, pussy. Stop crying. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Man, we call her slow white. That's crazy. That's racist.
She litty.
That's crazy.
Melanie, you got about Melanie, you got kids or not?
One second, friends. I just have to read the other one.
Oh, my bad.
And shout out to my once again all shout out to my snow bunnies and my white friends. Damn, you back? That's crazy, Noel. Let's interrupt you. If you want to bring her back, it's $21. Red Lipstick Vibe says, oh my God, drop that crackhead. Come on. She's on the back jamming, so if you want to bring her back, $21 it is via PayPal or Cash App. Let me just end Boogie and Melon back and forth, and then call me. Shape can ask his question. Go ahead. And remember, friends, if a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose her love too? This is the topic, okay? Let's go ahead. All right.
So I don't want to get too personal, but what I will say is that my dad was born in 1941. So I was raised with a different mindset. So, I heard the stories about 13 children in the house and, living on the plantation. My dad is from Arkansas. So I understand that sometimes you have to make things happen. You have to make things work. You have to sacrifice. So I guess that's the best way I can answer you guys in referring to my mindset about the situation or my time of 2 years. But I am modern, so because technically it shouldn't have a mindset. I'm supposed to stick it out the entire time if we're married. But um, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna act like I'm not a woman. So I would say I think for me it would be 2 years.
Go ahead, Boogie, and finish the lab of thought. I think you have something on the back, Boogie. I don't know if it's your. I think it's ringing from your phone. Check if you don't have like YouTube or probably if your phone is not so close to the table, where the bottom of the phone is not bouncing from the. See what I'm saying? It's not bouncing from the desk. Like, bring it out a little bit. Go ahead, Boogie. You want to something to say before? Called me.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because obviously, it's 2025. It's very hard to believe that a black woman would be willing to pay a man's bills for 2 years straight, a man who's not working. So that's why I was asking her. Was she born with this mindset? Did she pick up the mindset at some point? Because it's very,
But
very.
men are, not to interrupt you, but men are simple. Women cause bills.
I agree, but I'm just saying the
Yes,
mindset that you have. We know the average woman doesn't think the way you do.
I agree.
So, I mean, what you're selling is good. Like any man would be happy to meet a woman like you. But we know some women will say exactly that to try and,
Not
manipulate
me.
the situation.
Not me, Boogie. 2 years is depending on what I did to this woman. If I put this woman through school, if I was with her for 10 years, well, like I believe in credit. If Trev helps me move 5 times, lends me money, helps me fight motherfucking little black book because he's simping all that shit. Hey, bro, you have a friend. You can tell me no 13 times. I'll give you credit. It's not, hey, you have 3 times and then we don't do that anymore. What
Yeah,
I
but
think she's a best case scenario, but 2 years, in my opinion, is nothing. Especially if it's justified. Sometimes you catch a tough break. See what I'm saying?
yeah,
So if you are
but
telling me 2 years and I'll leave you, let me find a more attractive woman than her. I'm saying, hey, Melanie, this is what I'm fucking. You have 2 years to become just like her or more attractive. If you don't, I appreciate you. I see
But,
you. That doesn't make sense.
but Fatty, that's why I asked for context. Do we have a savings? Do we have resources? You said you put me through school. Okay, so if you put me through school, I'm able to be the breadwinner. So what is the problem? Like, what condition are you sitting there not working in? Do you have a mental disorder? Are you violent towards
That's
me?
fair. So,
Or are
Boogie,
you?
sorry for interrupting your line of questioning. Am I going to be the sole provider? What is your ideal situation if that happened?
Yeah,
Me?
here we go.
Huh.
Here we go.
What
Am
are
I
you
going
asking?
if I can afford? Imagine that I'm rich because I'm broke, right? Broke, big. Will I like? Would you prefer me to take care of everything, or you want to work too?
No, I would prefer you to take care of everything. That's how I was raised.
So if I take care of everything for 10 years, straight up, still 2 years, it's fair. It's fine. You can say what you really
If
want.
you only want a yes or no answer, then yes.
No, I want you to give me the scale of it's still 2 years, 10 years will give me some different like landing
But
space.
if we do it, if it's done correctly, and you decide to never work again, if
No,
during
no,
the
no. I want to work back again. I just can't get it.
Okay, but do we have resources?
Okay, better yet, this is the last one. I try to be a lawyer again, but I can. So I go work. I'm a garbage disposal, work at McDonald's. I'm a janitor in the school. I might not get the job that I had, but I'm trying. I'm clearly trying. I'm doing these minimal jobs. It is what it is.
That's fine. Then we have to downsize.
And you are going to stay with me, not going to cheat on
Yes,
me with.
because if you've accomplished great things once, why can't you again?
Yeah, but Boogie is a accomplished YouTuber now. Boogie has like 1 million views, subscribers. Every video is getting $1,000. You're not leaving me for
Hmm?
You're not leaving me for Boogie?
No, why?
Because I'm a janitor and Boogie's
So what? We can invest stocks. We can invest.
I don't think you know how stock works.
No, but we can. It doesn't matter. We can learn. Why can't we learn?
Loan? Who is going to pay it back?
What do you mean pay it back? We're going to invest it and it'll come back to us.
Boogie and Call Me Shape.
I got some questions for you, Melanin.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you on the hot seat.
Uh-oh.
All right, get it. Let's get it.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta figure out where you from.
California.
Oh, you a Cali girl?
Yes.
What part of Cali?
I don't want to get too personal if it's okay.
Okay. Oh no. Okay, you're not a content creator. People don't know who you are.
No, she told me a couple of shows ago that she will not go personal with people, so she doesn't want people to kind of go personal with her. So just say pineapple if the question you don't want to answer a specific question.
Okay, my bad.
That's
so
fine.
you're not. We can't figure out like how you got to this point at all.
Well, I referenced my father. My dad was born in 1941. That alone being,
Man, that's
I
a
was
long
raised
time
under
ago.
the,
Yeah.
my
My grandma was born
he
in
lived to
1941.
be, yeah, but your grandmother's mindset is different than now.
So you're traditional, is what you're saying?
And I'm poly.
You're poly?
Yes.
Are you part of a poly relationship right now? Are you trying to be?
No.
You're
I'm
trying.
not trying, or I just understand. I just feel it's in a man's natural nature to be with more than one woman.
And when you mean poly, you mean that that he has more than one woman,
yes,
individually, or you guys are all together in this kind of orgy kind of thing?
Well, I don't like the term orgy, but if that's what we choose.
So you're down for, hey, I got this other girl over here, you know what I'm saying? And I want her to come be your sister wife.
Yes.
But you gotta lick her too.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Hey.
You got I want to know, are you bringing kids into this poly situation?
Yes, if that's what we chose to do, yes.
No, meaning do you have kids from any previous situation?
Is this personal or in general?
I want to understand who Melanin is.
Oh, that would be a pineapple?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you got kids. So look, I'm impressed by this, but part of me feels like, and I don't know if you're a content creator, part of me feels like this is like a Just Pearly things kind of grift. I don't know if I can believe you genuinely poly like that. Because if so, if you're so cooperative, because you've been that way this entire panel. You've been like cooperative, obedient. When I make points, you nod my head. When Little Black Book makes points, you shake your head. So I like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to figure out how we got here, how you all by yourself on an island, if you so desire.
Call me Chef. I'm actually.
I'm not perfect.
Can I simp and ask what does that have to do with the topic?
Well, all right. So the whole topic was what?
If a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose her love too? And call me Shape. I actually don't mind you doing that. It's just like it looks like the. I will agree with you. You know what? I will agree with you. Melanin is too good to be true, and you sound like somebody from the manosphere that is coming in to get a got you moment on a person that you met. No. Both of y'all are actually stereotypes of like you are the embodiment of it, right? Melanin is too good to be true, right? This is what you call a chameleon or something because something something wrong is not right. And you sound like you are targeting the only woman in the panel because you're looking for an highlight reel and you try to do the got you bitch manosphere type of thing. What does that has to do with the topic in discussion?
No, I think the issue is because so many times, especially right now,
Hmm?
it's very rare to hear a woman, a black woman, speak like
Yes.
melanin. And remember,
Yeah,
even
but
Pretty called her a pygmy. And I was gonna speak on it. I was gonna ask Pretty why, when a woman speaks so positively about men, they call her a pygmy. So for
Because
me, actually,
because
I'm
because
gonna play devil's advocate. I
because
like
it's,
what
no.
she's saying.
Call me shape is too good to is right. It's too good to be true. But the same way it's too good to be true when she always peddles things that are pro man and on the man's realm.
But yeah,
We
but
can
I like
kind
it.
of do the same thing and say this is the prototype of the manosphere person that is coming in on a panel that has nothing to do. Like you could do it naturally. I understand that when it's a natural conversation, and now you get on the back
Yeah.
and forth, and now you disagree,
Mhm.
so you need to understand why exactly is this person talking the way they're talking. But
But
going out
I
of
like
your way to do that, it's kind of targeting, in my opinion.
I think
Said,
we should give anyone the benefit of the doubt, right? If somebody on
yeah,
some fake shit, they're gonna be exposed pretty easily,
no,
right?
they shouldn't. They're guilty.
eventually. Yeah.
The benefit of the doubt, I take it at face value. Like if your conversations are consistent and all of that, cool. But if you're gonna find out real quick, there'll be some inconsistencies. It's easy to pick somebody apart if they're grifting, right? You ask the right questions, and I see that might be what Call Me Shape might have been doing,
He already
but
said. He already said when he said, "Do you have kids?" and she said, "No comment." He's done.
That's a yes.
No, he's done. Yeah, he's done. So
I would have said no if I didn't want anyone to know. I would just say no.
he's done. But that's the
But if
thing,
I've
right?
already stated that I don't answer personal questions and you ask a personal question, why would I answer you one way or another?
Because if you want to hide let's say you want to hide information, just in general. I mean, I'm not going to ask any more personal questions because I'm just trying to contribute to the chat. But
Call me Shep. I'm actually gonna place devil's
Let's
advocate.
go.
I'm gonna say I like what Melanin is saying or the way she's speaking, and the reason being because it's so rare. So many times we get frustrated with women, for example, like Pretty, the ones who say negative things about men, the combative, the back and forth, they don't listen. Like we get tired of that. But to hear a woman finally, I don't care if she's faking, I don't care if it's real, I don't care if it's grifting. I'm just saying, at least for once, I'm just gonna appreciate. I mean, it's
you don't know women
very
like that.
rare. So I'm gonna appreciate exactly how she's speaking because it's very rare to find women like her the way
Let
she
me put you on
speaks.
a hot seat, Boogie. You don't know any woman like that.
No, yeah, I said rare.
I know, but I'm asking you. I said, do you know any woman like what she's describing, what she represents? Do you know
I
any
have
woman?
an aunt. I have an auntie who speaks like that. But
What about someone in your dateable age?
That's not a relative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe some people I work with, but they are white.
Are you? Oh, so you know white women like that, but you don't know black women like that.
The ones that I don't speak, not really.
Now I know black women that are cooperative, traditional. They're not on the
Yeah, I
internet.
know my relatives.
A
I know
lot
the
of them are
relatives.
married. A lot of them are gone. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like traditional women, they exist. They're just not on the dating market.
True, I agree.
A lot of them are. I know traditional women. A lot of them are just wiped up.
True.
Because when you're that valuable,
Did I
you get snatched up real quick.
Did you already cuffed one? Call me Shape.
Nah, I'm not. I'm intentionally not cuffing nobody.
So you're not marrying nobody.
No. Well, I don't want to be handcuffed to nobody. I want to love somebody in such a way where they're free. If we don't get along, they can go away.
And that's fair. But for example, in the future, would you like look at like a woman to reproduce, for example, or just
Oh yeah,
going?
I'm Christian. I gotta reproduce. God ordained me to do that.
But there's a thing. So you are comfortable with kind of cuffing a woman that probably was out there?
That was what?
Like for example, I'm 35, right? I'm about to be 36. If I married the 35-year-old, I know for the most part that probably I'm cuffing a woman that's been out there because what was she doing between 15 and 35, 30? Like she was fucking somebody. She was having problems. You know what I'm saying? Are you comfortable with that situation that if you're going to get a woman to reproduce and probably, I don't know, 27, 28, 29 is like the average age. Like, are you comfortable touching somebody that was single because for them to meet you, they had to be on the dating market?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because if you want a valuable woman, you got to go a lot younger. You know, the older you get for women, I've dated professional women in their mid 30s. I recently just stopped talking to this attorney. Me and her were talking. Great girl, but very feminist in the mind, and you understand why at our age they're single because they don't want to cooperate with anybody. Women our age, it's a reflection of the fact that they refuse to cooperate with a man. They prefer a simp. No offense, little black, but maybe someone that has your kind of thought process that will allow them to possibly, no offense, bro, I'm not, you can stand on yours, Look, if you want to cooperate with women, cooperate with women. I get it. Somebody got to wear the pants. If you decide that she's going to wear the pants, that's fine. But I just don't know how to follow a woman's lead. Therefore, I can't do it. So a lot of women our age, they want a man to follow their lead. They want to be able to change you, control you, mold you.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? I agree 100% with you. Are you willing to marry a woman?
Our age, no.
What's the age?
Our age, no. I would prefer for girls below, like she got to be 26. The old
26.
26 is probably like old.
And you're going to marry her and you're going to marry her to have kids, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you. Okay, Noel. So I actually agree with you. And Boogie, that's actually too good to be true. You don't want people to love bomb you. When you like, and I understand why you said the Pearly things. Pearly is a clear example of right message, wrong messenger. Right? She says everything that actually we kind of agree, but she's the wrong messenger because you know that she's doing that because she's a grifter, right?
Yeah.
She's somebody that is kind of floating here and doing that. So I believe that Melanin might not be comfortable being scrutinized to the level of like in front of 200 people and all that. Like that's actually uncomfortable for everybody. But the thing is, if I told you I don't want you to talk about my personal life, if somebody asks me if I qualify for marriage, is a reason for me to be suspicious of me because I'm not giving you my personal data, and I have the right to do so. But that's how panels go. So I would let Call Me Spade kind of get a little bit into it if it was on an organic flow of the conversation, but it kind of looked like targeting. So I kind of let you guys figure it out. Okay, Yo Canal, you want to say something before? Oh, Boogie, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I do appreciate the way Melanin speaks. It's very rare these days.
No, he doesn't. I'm still going to fly you out, Melanin. Don't listen to him.
Wait. I'm saying I
Why,
do.
you talking? That's crazy. Go ahead, Boogie.
I do appreciate the way she speaks. Because at the end of the day, men want a woman who speaks like her, calm. Speaking positively about men. But at the same time, I'm not going to tell men to rush out to the aisle, down the aisle. So,
hey Boogie, why are you blazing? Why are you blazing?
I told Melanin.
Why are you blazing,
I told you this before. It's fair. It's absolutely fair. Just like I gave Little Black Book pushback when men are talking high, when he does what he, I love you, Little Black Book. I love you. But I got it when they talking. So, women this, women that. Where your woman at? Oh, I'm still single. They must not be that good. So when they ask you that, and then you say you don't want to answer the question, if you're that good, it can't. Hey, Mel, I'm telling you the truth. Can't nobody see you being single, so they're gonna ask you that question, especially when women are coming.
Going at my baby like that.
No, what Melanin my boo too. Melanin was my boo before.
Wait, whoa, wait.
God damn it!
Shut the fuck up! there's a
That's why she's not answering the
there's a
questions. I told her
square.
not to
There's
answer
like
the
a love
questions.
square that I never heard of the
I told
love
I
square.
told her not to answer
Wild.
the questions, man. I told her not to answer these
There's
questions.
a
Man.
love square. That's crazy. How you do a love
No,
square?
she a pretty woman though. Shout out to her.
No,
man.
But they're gonna keep and that's what
I
when
just
we
I
have
just want to say that it's just I'm having a moment of it being unfortunate that you want to pick me apart. Because I make it a point in real life and online to advocate for men. I literally cannot stand the disrespect that men go through on a regular basis. So it's like I'm not here to get picked. I was invited, and when I'm invited, I show up. When men are
Let me ask you
talking, I don't
something,
speak.
Melanin. Were you always like this, or is something that you grew into it?
No, I wasn't always like this.
Okay.
So
That's
something
being
changed.
honest.
Something
The
changed.
famine out here.
Well, I
The
just had
famine out.
I had more of my mother's influence during a point in my time of my life, I guess you could say.
Like I don't know if you know.
but it's like this. If I came on here and I was going in like Little Black Book, I was going in like Derek Jacks, I was going in like Ace Metaphor, I was going in like all these men, right?
Damn.
No offense to Little Black Book, because you know I love you. Right?
Damn.
But I bet
You know-
I should have. I would think I'd have a woman because if they're so good and they're like Lamborghinis, I should have one. So that's why when they're asking in reverse, that's why they're asking you that because I think I'd be like, boy, how is she? Because all the stuff you say is perfect.
Because but I'm not perfect. I
No,
mean,
no,
you
no,
could
no.
go-
I
Yeah,
didn't.
yes,
No, nobody
yes,
said
you are.
were.
Don't, you are beautiful, no matter what they say. Don't
Mean
let him
that.
bring you
Melanie,
down,
you can't-
No, no, no. I'm
Melanin.
just saying, if
Yes, you
Nobody
are
said
perfect.
no, no,
if you
no.
were to
Don't
look
you,
at my
Melanie.
social media,
Yeah.
you can make
Nobody says
assumptions
you're
based off
perfect.
of
Nobody says you were perfect.
You
But
managed
most
it.
most men are going. If
Hey,
just
man.
like Patty asked Little Black Book, if they have the opportunity, most men are going.
Let,
Yeah, but who
let me
likes a
let me
person
just
that's
say this
easily
before you guys
accessible?
go. Mel,
No,
this
no,
is-
I'm not. I don't mean like that.
Yeah.
Go
Let
ahead,
me just say
Steven.
something that Melanin and Shape before they go, right? Because they want to talk. I will say this so y'all can understand what time it is at this point, right? I treat people like they treat me. I don't care if you people are simps, white supremacists, tall,
Right.
short, fat. Melanie being so nice to us. Probably
Oh,
top
so
one,
nice.
top two of the woman that we got on TikTok. She always fighting the good fight, always available, all that shit. So she is being judged by the things that she does, not what she says. She's being judged actually by her actions. So top three, without a doubt. I don't trust no woman that comes on my panel single over 30. None of y'all. And it's not personal, it's not about her. None of y'all. I met so many women that talk a good talk and all that. So just because I respect you and I admire you and I appreciate you on a friendship level, on a business level, that doesn't mean that you're my future girlfriend or wife. So I'm trying to separate both. I'm trying to separate both so people understand because again, our group has a bunch of women, dope women, support us, respect us, send us money, always rocking with us. But if you told me, hey Fatty, this person be so nice to you, would you marry her? I couldn't come with one name out of my head. Say, yeah, I'll marry that woman. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because they are married, they are married, and it's not just 3 years, they are married. They've been out of the game.
Here's
So
the thing. Here's the thing.
but I'll still
Melanin.
fly you out, Melanin. Don't worry about it. Go
Here's the
ahead,
thing,
call me
Melanin.
Shape and Mr. Who was talking? Who was wanted to talk? Shape and Melanin, I think. Go ahead.
Let me
I gotta say this because I'm a YouTuber, right? And people constantly question and pry into me. My audience wants to know, am I dating? Have I done this? Have I done that? Because they want to know if you're so critical of something, who are you? They want to know, right? Or if you support something, who are you? It's not just what you're doing, but it's the person that's doing it, right? So I don't know you from a can of paint, Melon, and I'm fine with not asking anything about your private life. That's cool. But from what I could see, you speak a certain way, and then I look down and I see your Cash App. And so automatically my thoughts are going to be, is she saying this for a Cash App? I don't know anything about you. You didn't give me enough to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to look at you from what I could see. I'm like a police officer outside the car. I look and I see a gun on the seat. I didn't have to
Damn,
search
there's a
the
gun on
vehicle.
the seat. That's crazy.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
I had to
doesn't the
search the
fact
vehicle. So
doesn't the
when I
fact that you don't know anything about me make it more authentic? You can't go find a bunch of information of me talking this way. So how can it be so fake?
Well, here's the thing, right? I've been to strip clubs before, and girls at strip clubs, they do one thing very well. They act like they like you. If you actually sat in a strip club and you watch how women behave, it's impressive. It's the most cooperative, the most complimenting you've ever seen a woman before. It actually tricks your mind as a man, like, oh shit, she really likes me. Until she walks away and does that same thing to somebody else.
I have to agree with that shit. I went to a strip club one time to meet a friend. She made me feel so good. I bought a $45 drink, and then she left me alone.
No, I was so women know what
I was
to do.
22. I was like, what? Wait, what?
Hooters.
Right.
Don't forget Hooters.
The
I
reason
said,
why girls
nah, not doing that anymore.
the reason why
I
girls
am delivered.
attack pick-me's because they know what pick-me dudes could because they could do it. A lot of women, if they wanted to, they could turn cooperation on like this, right? Because they do it at the strip club. They do it when they walk in the strip, when they on the blade. So a girl, they know how to actually love a man. They know how a man wants to be loved. So I don't think women are stupid. They don't know have idea what men want. I just think women refuse to do it. Every woman know men are simple. You said it right. Men are simple. Either we're hungry or we're horny. Everything else, just shut up. We're either hungry or horny. That's like most of our man state. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm hungry. Can you make some of me? I'm horny. Can you give me some? Like women
Right.
are way different
So
than that.
the-
Go ahead.
how about this? Let's grant you that argument. Let's just say she fake as fuck, right? Is she going to be a net positive or net negative? If it, let's say she was able to maintain her fakeness, which I'm not calling you fake. I'm just saying, let's just, you
So
know,
one thing I
let's,
want you guys to be comfortable with is speaking without having to feel you have to, like, my emotions might be out of turn. It's okay for you to speak freely.
okay. So let's just say she was fake, right? Is she going to be a net positive or a net negative to men, providing this never comes out?
Here's what I'll tell you, it's a net negative. Here's why. Because female manipulation is always a net negative. The thing about it is we need men to screen from manipulation. That's what happens. A lot of these men, they get married to women that end up taking everything when they get divorced. They got manipulated. Those girls act like they like them too. Those girls, we're gonna use the word that you guys use, glaze them too. You feel me? So
I
you gotta
disagree, and I
understand.
can tell you.
I
I can tell you why I
disagree too.
disagree with
I don't
that.
think that's
Because
fair.
let's just say I disagree because
What part do you disagree
let's say
with?
she has her being a net negative, even if she was
Okay,
fake.
go ahead.
Because let's say she has an account and let's say she go crazy like just pearly things or something. And I'm saying in the event that it never came out because she never did anything stupid like interview Nick Fuentes or something dumb. So let's just say men watch her content, women watch her content. Women are now convinced that, oh shit, this is how you treat a man. This is what you're supposed to do to a man. Because nothing that she said was incorrect, right? She's right. Everything that she said, nobody had a problem with what she said. Everybody agreed with what it was that she said. So if the message was to go out like that and most women would receive it, even if it's disingenuous, it's still effective, right? I think sometimes we look at manipulation as always wrong. Manipulation isn't always wrong. Most times it is, but not always.
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
look,
here-
a
but here's
lawyer's
the
job
thing,
is
though.
to manipulate, right? So I'm not saying you want someone if you're in the courtroom, you want the lawyer to manipulate the jurors for you, right? That's what. So look, my thoughts are this: inauthenticity is always a net negative, and that's just a principle. If you think that inauthenticity is valuable in certain situations, we got different principles. To
Right.
me,
He's
I
right.
live my life that based on this premise that truth and authenticity is going to set you
Not
free.
about. He's right.
So
if she's
no,
not, if
yeah,
she's not,
you're
if
correct.
she's not real, fatty, he's absolutely right.
Yeah,
If
he
if
is
a woman can
correct.
get, if a woman can get me to commit to her completely, give her
Mhm.
all my resources, give her all my support, and she was scamming a charlatan from the beginning, versus a woman who deliberately shows me her thorns, deliberately shows me who she is as a person, and I don't compromise myself and put myself in those positions. He's right. Like at the end of the day, it's
Yes.
a negative. It looks like a positive, like the best positive. That's remember I told you the biggest pick-me's are the ones who are actually doing that.
No,
Like
but yes, but it's not because y'all don't separate both. Y'all keep using woman and wife as the same person, right? I talk about pearly things. Pearly thing message needs to be pushed in front of the masses because they are not going to hear from black woman. They're not going to hear from black men. They're not going to hear from white men. But so a white woman has to pick that shit and push it, even though she doesn't believe it. So even though she might be a chameleon for her future husband, her message actually is pushing to and change, actually helping men to getting what they need to get.
Oh, you
So
talking about
let me just say this, and then you got it right. My introduction to the red pill is an Argentinian woman called Esther Villar. I reviewed her videos before. She wrote something on the 70s about how women use sex to manipulate men and relationships and all that. Esther Villar is a divorcee. Esther Villar is a divorcee. She wrote one of the most brutal books that actually show men the female nature without being called misogynist because she's a woman, right? And
Right.
her work, right? Torpedoes are of encapsulates, not encapsulates. Is way more important than whatever she believed because the message supersedes the person. And just to get it, and for you to get it, this reminds me of the Martin Luther King shit, right? We talk about what Martin Luther King achieved and all that shit, and then black woman come in, but she cheated on Coretta. And that motherfucker is still Martin Luther King. I don't care if
No,
the
that's not the
motherfucker
same
cheated.
though.
No,
Now,
I
one
agree.
second. The message, and the message and the importance what you say a lot of times, like literally blows out of water what you do in your real life. Because I'm the most obese person in this panel, and I can give you fitness advice because I was an athlete before and actually know about nutrition. I'm just a pig and I eat like shit, right? So if Danny DeVito can tell you how to become a strong and muscular man because he has the information, I don't believe that just because a woman might not have the results, he is not actually entitled to give you what is right. There's just one thing that actually bothers me. Can you apply the advices that you're giving to other people? That's the part that bothers me. Is the are you giving
So call me safe. I thought he meant like on an individual basis, not versus a influencer
overall?
Overall, I agree with
That's
you.
what I was talking about. I was talking about I'm talking about the positive influence.
If it's a huge influencer and
Yes,
can touch masses of people, absolutely big
So
positive.
Ali,
No, I think it's in that negative. I'll tell you why. Right? We got a term for this, and we use these terms very commonly. One is narcissist, right? And the second one is
there's not a
conman.
narcissist.
Hold on. The second one is conman. If you get conned, you won't look at that as a net positive. See,
exactly.
If you are a grifter, the way they grift, right? It's like race baiters. The way they
Who is getting conned? Who is getting conned? The man
If
in
a
front
woman
of you.
got conned and treating herself, treating her man in a better way to get her the marriage she wanted, she's not gonna be angry.
Hold on.
Hey, Carl, we have to have the conversation, right? If I get conned because she can be a wife to me, but she's influencing other 200 men and other 200 women to actually be fine. The message is important. The problem we had with Derek Jackson was that he was being holier than thou, and I can understand what you're saying because it's exactly the same problem, right? Why are you preaching ABC and in your real life shit is actually not matching what you're saying? But you
Remember
know,
I said women are like children? Remember I said women are like children? Children don't listen to what you say. What do?
They pay
No.
attention to what
Call
you
me safe.
do. What you do.
Let me
They
tell you
pay
something, bro.
attention to what you
You
do.
can run
You're
your
going
mouth and
past
say
what he's
whatever you
saying.
want, and you might feel like, all right, like Fatty,
you're moving too fast. What we
you are not engaged.
Listen, you're not engaged because you're not even responding to what he's saying by how you're responding to what he just said. If Kevin Samuels was a fraud, right?
Kevin Samuels, two-time divorcee, all that. Yeah. Fair. This
He
is
who he said he was, right? He made a great impact on a positive impact on people. If it comes out that he's a fraud and people are like, well, they still don't care, it's still making a great impact on a person. Versus if he was an individual, just an individual that was
Can I
doing
respond to that, Ali?
Of course.
Okay, this is my response to that. The message is genuine.
Yeah.
But the messenger is disingenuous.
We agree.
Yes.
Those are two separate things.
Yes.
Right? So I could agree that Melanie's message is correct. But I also could agree that she's disingenuous. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying as an example. So Pearly, right? Pearly is an example of someone has the right message.
Right.
The message is right, but the messenger is disingenuous.
No, that's fair.
Disingenuous
We did this show. We did this show a year ago. Actually, 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago, Fatty? Where the messenger is more important than the message.
It was about
is more
Priscilla
important than the
because
messenger.
Priscilla flipped on everybody, and now she was preaching that it was men are incapable of love and men are gay, and then she was like, "Look at this woman are raggedy." And they
The other
so
girl
it's
Can I
like,
go back to my
So-
child point though? Can I go back to
Yes.
my child point?
Yeah.
The child point is this, and because you got to watch how the youth learn, right? Because it's so important to watch how the youth learn, because majority of people learn like children. Very few people learn like adults. Most people learn at a 7th grade level and below. Most people speak at a 7th grade level and below. So how people absorb information is relative. Now, no one, like Fatty said, he could train anybody. He's a bodybuilder. I'm actually a personal trainer, right? Fat trainers don't do well in a personal training gym environment. They might do well for certain things, like boxers. Yeah, if your trainer ain't the best boxer, that don't matter, right? You could be out of shape as a boxer coach. That don't matter. But personal training one-on-one, if you tell someone lift this, do that, do this, and do that, it doesn't work in our environment, because your biggest billboard is your body. When I walk through the gym, people decide if they want to train with me, not based just on this. On the first thing they see, they say, "Do I want to look like this person?"
But
right?
you're making a whole nother argument. It's just like Gus D'Amato was a dude that was out of shape. He trained Mike Tyson.
I just used that as an example. I just said
but it's a whole
boxer
nother
works in boxing. That
no.
works in
So
boxing.
the correct analogy, the correct question will be, call me shape. If The Rock Johnson went to your gym because he's way bigger than you, would he more qualified to actually train your clients? Probably depends.
It's not that they're more qualified, and I agree with you. You could be more, you can know more, and he could just be on juice, right? But I'm just trying to make it very like vague here, because here's the reality, right? I'm just trying to prove the point that why it's a net negative. Because I agree that we need a certain message pushed, but we don't need it pushed in a shallow way. We need it pushed in a deep way.
Basically,
let him finish so I can understand. 1 second, please. Let him finish so I can understand what's going on.
So part of the problem we have in this world is that people don't walk it like they talk it. That's such a big problem. People don't look at that as a problem, but that's a big problem. Politicians are so guilty of this, and that's why no one trusts politics, because they'll get on stage and you know what I'm saying, they'll say whatever they gotta say, and then behind closed doors. And what people see in that is that in order for me to get there, I gotta say one thing and do another. And so the whole world is being trained by this.
Call me shape. You keep making that. You're making another argument.
You keep pushing. So let me just say
So,
this part. Let me
you
say
said
this
net positive,
quick.
right?
Kevin Samuels doesn't have results. 2-time divorcee, was single and a bachelor when he died. Fresh and Fit, those motherfuckers are a wreck when it comes to the woman they date on the personal life. She loved me for me, all of that shit. Donovan Sharp, caught. Like, you have so many people that are inside of the manosphere preaching and peddling good rhetoric that actually is going to help men while they are actually fuck ups in their real life. I think is a net positive. I think actually people need to get introduced on entertainment shit by Fresh and Fit, and then discover Trev, and they discover Boogie, and they discover Little Black Book, and they discover Ali. I believe that there's to be an entertaining gateway drug to actually get these people in. If they go to the Six the Goddess route, to the Danica Marie route, I don't give a fuck. As long as they are here, then we actually can have a conversation. So I want to split the conversation in two things. Is it good for you to have woman allies that are actually helping push back? Yes, because this is what we're asking women to do for decades. Help us, please, somebody, even if it's like, let's help us. Are you going to marry her? I wouldn't recommend. Not her, not nobody. Not nobody. Hey, I have so many dope women in my network. Betty, you marry her? Never. Sorry, not sorry. Go get another husband. I'm not crazy. Something is wrong. Something on the track record is not wrong. But the thing that we kind of missing, in my opinion, is once again, why are we so dedicated into do wish hunt with women that are probably not what we want on a perfection type of way, when we have a bunch of men doing exactly the same thing right now at this point on other shows at the same time, and we kind of leave them alone because they are stepdaddies of 3 and they're preaching you shouldn't be a stepdaddy, you shouldn't do this, and just wrap it up because I'm all over the place. I would say these two legacy. I think if Legacy actually was honest, she will get married tomorrow. Because men are starving for the bare minimum. Men are starving for attention. Men are starving for a woman that says, "Yep, I have 2 kids. I still look good, still in shape. I learned my lesson." I guarantee you, on the 200 people watching, there's somebody that's going to jump and says, "You know what? I got this. It is what it is." When you put it in a kind of secrecy bubble, this is when qualified men kind of say, "Nah, it's a trap. Something is going on." So I will agree with Call Me Spade that a lot of times when women actually know better and do better, having a level of secrecy around what they're doing before they got to that stage can actually hinder you, because if a woman that I deemed that was kind of perfect because she had all the talking points and she looked good and she smelled good and all that shit, and then after I met her and I like her, she springs on me that she has 2 kids, I will fuck you and dump you. If you did the opposite, you might have a chance. Because now I actually came in a corner this season. I fell in love with the person that you are putting the good things in front of everybody, and then the bad things might go to the side or on the back, or let him fall in love with me, and now I'm going to spring that I am A, B, C, D. So complicated. Ilkan Ali,
Okay.
and then we're going to Ilkan Ali. We do final thoughts and then we wrap it up.
So this thing we saying, call me shape. Anybody who comes on this panel, they're gonna have some certain bias from us and protection from us if they move a certain way. Even little Black Book, like we'll go back and forth with each other, but we still support the brother. He has a lot of integrity and he's a respectful dude. Melanin has done nothing but be respectful the way she conducts herself. I we found her, or I say ran into her on panels, like having the same conversation. Now I was dropping galaxies to protect her, and all women were tearing her up, right? So from her track record, she good. But from what you're saying is what me and Fatty think as well too, and you're verbalizing our thoughts. It's so many women that we come across that, and no disrespect to you, Melanin, they'll play the course for a little period of time, and then you'll get to see that woman again. Like you'll get to see the woman was almost like other different women. So I know what Call Me Shape is saying, and you have the right to say it as well too, because even if I call brothers out when he's on these panels, he's questioning you. It's a legitimate question. But in regards to us always encountering her and how she moves, the reason I can almost see she has even the Cash App, Call Me Shape, she's a panelist. Like she's not just this typical woman who we just invited. She came on today. Like she's someone we invite all the time. She's on several panels, so it would be foolish for her not to try to get some type of money while she's on panels or all
Fair
on
enough.
it.
Yeah,
So,
fair
but
enough.
you're right. The first time you run into her, if you see the Cash App and she's on somebody's show, I would do the same thing you do. I was like, well, why is she putting her Cash App on the show? And it's like this girl, this first time she may be on the show, but she gets invited on here. Her Cash App supporter. She goes on TikTok too. She's a huge panelist, so I would expect her to want to make money while she's on different people's panel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I
Ali,
make money on
Ali,
YouTube, and I'm not getting paid for this. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But I
But
came here.
your questions are legitimate. A lot
Yeah,
of your questions are solid. Your interpretation's been solid. The information you've been providing is solid. So you have every right that. And I
Ali,
think that's why Melanie not offended about what you asking, because she
I
sees
was
that
just
the
gonna say that I'm not a
other women be doing all the time. So she
yeah.
could be just like
I
every
get
single
picked
woman when
apart.
that's what you see every single time.
Yeah. It was just I just
Ali,
thought it was unfortunate because it's happening in a male space, but it brings forth a great conversation. So I'm comfortable with it. I won't say that in my personal life, based off what you guys are saying, it reflects me performing in my personal life what I speak. Um, I guess displayed about being a married woman and things of that nature. But what I talk about, I believe in it. Like I said, my dad was born in 1941. My dad was my best friend. He just passed last year. So
Mm.
I get attacked by women a lot for my point of view, but and it's okay when I get attacked by women because I'm ready for it. But it's just a little, you know, what off-putting, I guess you could say, but I'm comfortable to just get picked apart because it's from a genuine place. I understand why you would question it, but I'm very passionate about it. And I don't go back and forth with men. That's why I told you guys to be able to speak freely because you're entitled to how you feel. But if this was a woman, I would have definitely been
attacked on her.
Yeah,
at it.
you be kidding.
Do you like that I treat men the same way I was on Little Black Book's bumper? I was on your bumper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel me? I
So-
wasn't just bullying you. I was going
I
toe to
respect
toe with
that.
this dude, and he's the size of the Hulk. You know what I'm saying? So,
So,
feel
but
me? Like,
so, but there's the point, right? That's why we kind of tell him to chill, but we are not going to gaslight him and tell him that he's wrong because that's what most
Right.
people think. You see what I'm saying? We might say, "Hey, Jay, chill," but I'm not going to say, "Why are you?" So,
In all of your observation, he is correct.
and Madeline, the
Because
thing
little
is,
Black Book say he's celibate, but he catfishing. You know, it's
Yeah,
hard to
come on.
believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
You know
I
what
just
I'm
came
saying?
back from
Like,
the
you know
gym.
what I'm saying,
Listen,
man?
I was watching
You
you guys.
gotta
I came
cool
back from the
yourself, you know what I'm
gym.
saying? Like, oh,
So
I'm
I
celibate.
just came and after clothing.
Yeah.
bro, famous people struggle to get touched too, bro. Famous people struggle to get touched
Yeah,
too. I
yeah,
know a
thirst
lot of people
trapping.
don't use it.
I'm celibate, bro. I haven't had sex seven months.
Listen, I'm not feeling for any kind of I'm not feeling for any of the that kind of thing anymore. I've done that, lived it, and I don't need to do it anymore. You know what I'm saying to you? I think we need to be honest. All of us
You
here.
done had so
we
much,
talk
you just
about-
wore it
we talk
out,
about
huh?
women.
You just wore it out.
Listen, what I was hearing from the man them is that some of you are scared to commit. That's what I heard. I heard you lot are scared to commit. You lot are talking about how there's no girl that's gonna meet your standard. You're scared to commit. Let's be honest. Some of you are talking about you can get your girl. You haven't got options, or you're scared to commit. Which one is it, boys?
And women are
Which one
scared
is
of
it?
submit.
Hold on.
We
Hey, little
scared
Black
to
Book.
commit.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
Hey, little Black Book. I'm in a relationship and I'm talking like this.
Oh, is it? Oh, so you marrying that?
Hey,
then?
guess what? Yeah, but guess what? 2 of the kids, they my kids too. There's not no kids out of wedlock.
So you gonna marry her?
I may, but I'm in a relationship. You said a
No,
relationship.
that's not me. What? Sorry, no,
You
no,
said
right,
you
it's
said
personal,
scared.
I
You
don't wanna
said
be
scared
personal.
of commitment. No. It's okay if you push back. I'm not no
Yeah,
problem
I
with
don't
it.
wanna be
I'll decide if we get married or not. But what I'm saying is that you're saying men are scared of commitment. Most
so you
men
want
ain't
to get
scared of
married.
commitment. Men are scared of what women will do with the commitment. Dudes ain't
Yeah, but
scared
if
of
you got good
commitment.
discernment, you shouldn't be afraid of that. You got good discernment. You should dodge those people. So,
No,
so
you can't.
you personally,
Well, Black Boy, you can't do that.
Will
Hey,
you be marrying? Because clearly you had 2 kids of her, so your judgment is
a
good.
little Black Book when I want to. Straight up as a
Damn.
man. When I want to,
Okay,
that's
forget
when I
the
want.
time. You want to get married to her.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you believe in marriage then as
I'm
well.
not
You believe
trying
in
to
marriage.
wait. No. Listen again. I believe in commitment. Like you said, hold on. See what you did? You said commitment. Now you change it to this is what you do. This is where you mess up. You said commitment. You don't have to be married to be committed. You could be committed with a person for their entire life and not be in a marriage. And you could be in a horrible marriage and not be committed to somebody. Come on, little Black, but don't take it. You're supposed to get dubs today. You're supposed to get a win.
I'm talking about marriage.
Oh, you're digging up. That's crazy.
I will not tell men to go into burning buildings like my brother says, and I'm not about to go meet my woman in divorce court when I felt like it's legitimate, a good thing to
You
get
basically
married.
believe that if you get married, she'll change. Is that what you're telling me? Because you're doing it right now. You're committed and you're staying in this relationship. What would be the difference between you putting a ring on her and it being legal? Because if she's the one, then you should be okay with getting married then. Because she ain't gonna change.
Right. But that's the things we talk about is the fact that how women change when you finally do put a ring on there. That's why brothers are on here. When you finally do get in a relationship. Yeah. So, but you can't speak for women because you don't know all women. Remember?
Do you believe that she's gonna
change?
change?
Hold on. We just speak. I'm speaking for women, right? Because you can't speak for women or men because you don't know them, right? So majority of the brothers come on here. Majority of the brothers come on here. Hold on. That's what you said. I ain't say that. That's what you said. I ain't say that.
I'm talking about you.
But majority of brothers' experiences when the women change, just like men change when they get sex. Women change when men get in relationships with them. They become a completely different person or the person they've always been. Just like Call Me Shape said, even if he's calling women children, he still don't believe they're stupid. They decide to act like kids, but they know exactly what they're doing. And most of our experiences, and why I really believe you single too, and you probably still smashing and dashing, and I don't believe you've been celibate. But the reason why you still got that shirt on like that and trying to thirst trap and go knife too, smash and dash. Is because it's hard.
He's trying to get
I'm almost
melanin.
done. Look, Black, let me finish.
I think he's trying to get
You don't
melanin.
trust
That's what he's
these
trying to
women
do.
enough to give them commitment either because you feel like they'll change as well too, my brother. And that's why you got the little black book.
Listen.
Ain't a little black book all the women you have sex with?
I think Little Black Book is red pill on the low.
Hey, Fatty, ain't that
This man is all the women on this panel. We go to all
the women you have sex with?
I'm snitching on him. He has so many big boy women around him and all that shit. There's no way this man is not red pill. I'm telling you, bro. Look at him.
Listen.
Look at this guilty face. Look.
Get out of here. Listen.
I'm telling you.
Listen.
This man is red pill.
Wait. I mean,
He
listen.
red
I
pill
also
with a
have my
blue
separate
hat on,
animals.
blue pill hat on.
The
Come
reason,
on, man.
I know why I'm not married though. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because I was, like I said, I was out here in the fields, I
Why
was doing
not?
what I was doing. Do you know what
Why
I'm saying?
you
To you? I
not,
was
bro?
out
Hold
in
on.
the
I want
fields,
to hear this.
and
Hold on. No,
also,
tell us
He's
why you're
explaining
not
that.
married.
Let him finish.
I was busy. So the last, obviously, the previous few years, obviously before that, I was in the fields. So when I was
Why
in
were
the
you in the
fields, I
fields?
wasn't
Can you
thinking
tell
about marriage.
why were you in the
I'll
fields?
tell you why I was in the fields. Thank you for asking that question. The reason why I was in the fields because number one, I was hurt and I was broken.
Got your heart
right?
broke. I knew it. Hey,
Yeah.
Fatty.
No, not by women, not by women, it's not by women. No, not by women. The heartbreak was actually because of the way that I had issues with my parents and how they raised me, and that affected how I looked at women. So I didn't want to give them commitment because I was always afraid, and that's why. That's so for me
How they
personally.
raise
I
you?
got into
You gotta go
relationships. I did.
slow. Hey,
I
little
did.
black book. You know you with Ali
Yeah.
and Fatty, right? You gotta go slow. No
Oh,
pause.
okay. Sorry,
How
apologies.
your
Yeah,
parents
sorry.
raise you?
You can't
One
just get
second.
away with just saying
No,
stuff.
no. Well, Ali, we changed the policy. We let them finish.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry.
Fat, we changed the policy.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
sorry. I
There's
gotta
the
go.
policy
I
now.
gotta
We
go
can
read our
stop
policy.
in the
I
middle.
forgot about
We
that
let
part.
them
Hold
finish,
on.
and
Let them finish. Then we go back
Hey,
slow. Okay.
take notes on the paper.
I'm sorry, man. Let me put that down.
That's all right, man. It's a fair question. But like for me personally, I was hurt. So the kind of women that I was actually encountering were also broken and hurt. So the inevitable end of those relationships were going to be chaos because both of us are actually insecure people. Now, obviously, I've done the work. I'm doing the work now. I've got into therapy. Obviously, I coach as well, so that helps. It's a situation too. But I coach, but also I've done therapy. I had to go through. I was like, wow, I've got some tapped mindsets, which if I was to get into a relationship long term, it would not maintain, right? Because clearly some men have done it. So there must be a way to do this thing. There must be great women out there because men have done it, right? So just like people who become millionaires, there's a way to do something. So I didn't have the way to do it because I was having the way I saw life and the way I saw women was incorrect. So I had to go and retrain my mind to be in that space. Now I'm in that space. Yes, there are options, but when I look at the options, I go, you're not the right one person for me. You're not the right person for me. So I actually have to wait for the right kind of person for me because of the work that I do and what I'm doing. So for me personally, it's me holding me in terms of the fact that I can't just choose anybody. But the reality of the situation is the right option hasn't come along for me to come and claim. The Lord is working, so I already know He's taking me somewhere.
The right
You
person.
sound exactly like us.
You sound like a woman. No, he sound like a woman.
Why
So
do I
you
sound like a
No, he doesn't.
hold on,
You
Fatty. He
sound
said he's
like
still
you.
healing. He said he's still healing, and he has to find yesterday.
Ali,
Fatty, hold on,
he
Fatty.
sounds like the.
Hold on, real quick, little
We
black,
have
little
options,
black,
but not the
little
right
black,
options.
little black.
They're
Hold
not
on,
great.
hold on.
So
Your
they're not
women on the
options.
last show said they're looking for the right man, and these women are
Yeah.
still healing too. You literally saying you're hurt, you're healing, and you haven't found the
Yeah.
right one.
Who hurt you?
Yeah. So the whole point of what I'm trying to explain to
So
you
are
is
you
first and
healing?
foremost,
Are you healing?
I'm still in the process of healing. That's not why I'm not. That's not why I'm not in a
No, are you
relationship right
still
now.
healing though? Are you still healing?
I'm always still healing. I'm gonna be forever healing.
Okay, and you haven't found what is the right one? You're always healing.
When is the right one?
Damn.
I know the right because again, I allow the. I'm in a different space now.
No, so
Where I
what's
was
the,
before,
no?
I'm
Who's
in a
the
different
right one though?
space.
Can you tell me what the right one is?
The right one is going to be the one that's going to be an encourager, one that's going to speak life into me, the one that's going to understand my vision, the one that's going to be able to accept me for who I am personally as a person, right? This is a person who's going to be kind, who's going to be caring. That's going to be the right
You
kind of
haven't met
person.
no
right?
woman like that.
No, I have, but you have to understand that I allow the Lord to lead me now. I'm in a different space. I'm not in the same space I was before.
No.
If it was on me, I could have found the right kind of one person.
You know,
But
have you
because
found?
I'm allowing
Have
the
you
Lord to
ran
lead me,
into
it's
that
different.
type of woman in 7 months?
Yeah, but you know, I'm letting the Lord lead.
Oh my God, this nigga.
Yeah, I'm letting the Lord lead.
Ali, can I ask you a question,
That's just me.
Ali, I want to ask you a question, brother.
Go ahead, my brother.
Ali, what's your general? I'm curious why you're trying to figure out his dating life. Is that for credibility?
So
I can answer that for
Hold on, my brother. The same thing you were doing the melanin. Remember we told you to do with the brothers. You should already know, just like you said.
No, I'm not, but the dating. No, I'm not saying you shouldn't
It's
pry into them.
it's the credit. It's the credibility. It's the observer how he's living his life, and it's consistent to how he's talking. The same way we said there's no reason why melanin is single. If this brother is talking like this, it's no reason why my brother is single.
Ali, men, that's different. Men and women are different because
No. Hey, call me Shay. If his rhetoric matched our words, then it's consistent. But his rhetoric doesn't match our words.
So you can't choose.
Watch. Are most women good? Are most women good or bad? Little black book.
Yeah, I don't like that question.
So remember this. Before he said he don't like that question, what he should have said, what Fatty should said. I don't know most women, but you see, it's a different answer again. So little
Damn,
black
they keep
book,
getting you
I
on
don't
this.
like being boxed.
little black
Nah,
book is
I have a
still
history.
little
I don't
black
like
book,
people
little
boxing
black book.
me.
Hold on,
That's my
little
thing. I
black
don't
book.
like being
Listen,
boxed.
you my
'Cause I
boy,
always
you
feel
my
like a
boy.
good man
No,
leading me.
listen. As much as you
Yeah.
keep talking to me, you change your answers. You gonna put yourself in the box with me, and you gonna be in Pandora's box. And once it open up, we can't close it back up, brother, because we remember what you said.
hell of
You
a
should have
trick question.
said,
I don't mind
"I don't
leading.
know most women." Again,
That's a hell of a
No,
yo.
I
I
don't. I
fell
don't
for
like
that
the answer
choice.
leading. That's what I
fell
said
for that
last time. I
choice.
said,
no,
I don't
you
like.
keep
I don't
saying
like leading
leading as if
questions.
you're already assuming I'm
I
gonna
said
put
last
you in
time
the box, which means you have
because
to
you
tell the
are.
truth.
I
I don't say you're
agree with
leading
you,
me.
Ali.
I answer
You
all
got
your
red and blue
questions.
hats
It's
on
no
right now.
leading.
We are the
If
opposite
I'm not,
side.
hey, black book, straight up. If I'm not full of it, anybody could ask
I
me a
don't think you're
question.
full of
I'm not gonna say, man, that's leading. There's no way you could put me in a
it. I don't
box
think
if
you're
I'm
full
gonna
of
tell the
it.
truth.
But you are
No,
leading.
little black books. If you're gonna lie, then I could put you in a box. But if you're gonna tell the truth,
I'm
there's
not
no
gonna lie.
leading questions you can give Ali, because I'm gonna
I'm not
answer
gonna
the
lie.
question truthfully.
When you ask a yes or no question, right, it forces you into a box, and you're like, "Gotcha," and I don't like that because
No,
that's
I don't.
not
No,
that's
no,
not
no. It's not gotcha.
and then I get called out for saying there needs
No,
to be
it's not
context to an
gotcha. It's
answer,
your
and there really is
consistency.
context answers. No, I said already. I said
Ali, you know why I agree? You know why I agree with Bass? Because Little Black Book and Shape said the same thing.
Yeah, they said the same
That's
thing.
why. That's why
That's
I
why
believe
when you
that he's
ask me the
red pill.
question and you
I believe that he's red pill. Hey, if you notice that, hey man, hey, I'm working on, hey, it's what it is, and I'm working on myself, and I look at this woman, and she was not the right one for me, and I need to like y'all, both of y'all are red pill. Hey, little Black Book,
no, nowhere near.
I'll actually tell you this, right?
So
Little
you
Black
know
Book.
the truth.
No,
Daddy's
this,
right.
you know why I know this red pill?
You red pill.
Because hey, Ali,
Daddy, I know what you're saying too.
you can be red pill two ways: by suffering on the ends of woman and by being around woman for a long time. This man has female parents. He's reviewing reality shows of this woman acting crazy. The woman on the panel coming to defend it to do the sisterhood. He's nosy. He's professional at it.
You know why
He
I know
knows what it
red?
is.
This is
He's
what I
just-
used to tell. This is what I used to tell women when I used to before I smash. I'm looking for the right one. I'll know when we dealing with each other if you're the right one or not. God would lead me to you. He just saying
I definitely didn't say that.
look,
I
you
definitely
say all the right things, man.
No. When I was smashing, I told women, listen, I'm the only one here to smash. I never told women.
You've
I never
never
told women
said
that
that,
I'm
bro.
the right person.
Yo,
What do you mean I've never said that?
you
I
ain't.
can guarantee. Listen, hold on.
You've never said
I
that.
can guarantee that 100%. That's listen.
You've
When you're
never
honest
said
like
that.
that,
Fatty.
it works.
Fatty,
You
look,
okay?
he's
Oh
out
my
of
days.
Even
control.
players don't talk like that.
He
Bro.
out of control.
That's how I know that. What do you mean players don't talk like that?
Even players don't talk like that.
I told you. I've said it
He's
before.
the biggest
When
player.
when you decide to no. Here's hold on. When you decide, to start saying, "Oh, I think you're the right one person," right? For me, doesn't make me feel comfortable. I'm a real person. I will tell you, listen, I'm trying to smash. What are you on? And let me tell you this now. Women respond well to that. I'm telling you, the ones that they respond well to that, they do. Because I will tell you this: I'm not on it, or I'm on it.
That's why you wearing that blue cap.
Damn.
Because what you
You
say
ain't
is
healing. You
got a
still out
blue
here
cap.
peeling.
I
You
said
still out here
in the past.
peeling them onions.
I said that in
Fatty,
the
he
past.
ain't healing. He
I don't
peeling.
do it no more. I don't understand. I don't
you do.
understand.
You
Why
sound like
would you not
fresh
tell a
off
woman
the
what you
hook.
actually want to achieve?
Hey,
I don't get
okay,
that.
let me ask. Hey, Little Black, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Do you agree with Shape? There's some red flags on Legacy
Do I believe there's a red flag?
about her agreeing with us for the most part.
Why he can't speak for her? Watch. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say that. I think there's red flags on all of us.
Oh,
Psych! Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yes. Oh, yeah, sound.
the only answer that you couldn't use, he didn't. Like, he had so many ways to escape, but he said, "Everybody has problems."
He's a little demon, man. He be
Man,
running.
it's
He
funny as fuck.
I don't want you to judge me after this.
Wait, so
Nah, they can judge, you know what I mean?
He'll be like this. He'll be like this. Hey, baby, only God can judge you.
Hey, that's
Now, you should judge yourself. You should know.
This is why I was talking about player. The player says, "Who am I to judge?" Me? I don't know.
So, Little Black Book, you on a reality?
I would need to know more about. more about Melanin, like before I can.
She's
can
my
make that
woman.
full
You don't
judgment.
need to know nothing
If
about her.
if I spoke to her, I'll be able to say, okay.
you don't
That's
need
why
to
I said.
talk to
That's why I
her.
said I held myself accountable first. That's why I held myself accountable first by saying, listen, there are great women out there. I'm not saying they're not great women out there. and
said
I could be with
all
someone
the right
great, but that
things
doesn't mean it's
that'll
good for
make
me.
you say all the right
Yeah,
things
no,
that'll
no,
make a
hey,
woman
but
run
look
into
like
your
book. That's
arms.
No,
the
yes,
point.
you have
Like,
to think about what's good for you as
no,
a
no, no.
person
Look
and
like book.
individual.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
but think about what you're saying, right?
yeah.
There's a lot of good women out there, but
Mm.
they are not good for me. So why would they be good for me? Why should I fuck woman that you wouldn't? Why should I cuff woman that you wouldn't?
No,
Like,
no.
wait 1 second. When we say there's a lot of good women out there, it
Mm.
sounds like a mythical Pokemon, right? They
Okay.
are out there, but where exactly? If you are so picky with the quality of woman that you have, and you
Mm.
can find them in abundance in society, and I'm picky, and Shape is picky, and Base is picky, and Trev is picky, and we kind of like, damn, this is kind of getting difficult. Is the proof that there's not a lot of them? Because if there was a lot of them, we wouldn't be picky. This
said it
woman has
too.
to the bear,
You can't
especially
find them.
accomplished men like you. You know, this woman, the only thing they need to do is don't get in your way. Just don't get in your way. Be there with you, make your job life a little bit easier. Don't get in my way. I take care of all the rest. So we kind of like, we might not be red pilled on the
Mm.
things that we believe, but the way we are moving on the dating market is literally the same shit. It's literally the same way.
I mean, there might
Yeah,
be things to the right.
yeah, and based on how we're moving, that's not based on fear. That's based on us making wise decisions. Because every time a man picks wrong or he gets screwed over by a woman, what's the first thing we say? He should have picked better. So when we having these discussions,
That's a
and
good point.
when we're asking all these questions, we're trying to figure out, okay, is this something that I should entertain, pursue, or should I just fall back and let the cards fall where they lay? So what we're talking about is not based on fear. It's based on making
And
wise judgments and making calculated moves.
Hey, Anonymous, that sound like men of
Yeah.
discipline, don't it?
But I trust my discernment. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Hey, that sound like
I'm
men
not.
of discipline,
Sorry,
don't
sorry,
it?
sorry.
That sound like men of discipline, don't it, little black book?
I mean, that what he described, that does sound like discipline.
That
If
sound
that's
like
what you're doing,
Are most men disciplined?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
I know, right? We got him now, Patty.
Finally.
We got all the answers. We got all.
Hey, hey. You gotta ask them.
He's been telling us
You
the
gotta ask
whole
them.
show. Look, y'all. He's been
Yeah?
telling us the whole show that men are not disciplined. Now he said we gotta ask the men.
I'm not saying that men are not disciplined, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
No, no,
I'm not
it's
actually necessarily. I'm saying I was
actually.
making it in the
Hey, look,
context.
black
If
boy,
you
come
say
on.
that, can we
Don't do
say
the
this?
context. Don't hit us with the context.
No, context is also important. Context is very, very important. This is the whole conversation contextual.
You using how you
Huh?
use it in context when it benefits you.
Hey, Ali, you know what?
We
You
all
know
do
what
that.
this man? Hey, Ali, you know what this man is
We
going
all
to
do
be?
that. Fatty, listen to Fatty out of control.
We all do that. That's the whole point of conversations. We all do that.
You know what this man is going to be? Like, remember when Superman? Remember when they killed Superman and then he got revived? The motherfucker was going crazy. He was grabbing people by the neck and punching everybody and all that shit. This is what's going to happen to Little Black Book by the time he's 40. He's going to come right back and say, "Hey, you know this blue cat? Give me the red cat, bro. I need the red. I'm on the red team now. I'm not going to be a blue. I'm not going to be blue pill.
Oh man,
I don't messed up.
Let me. I think Shape wanted to say something. Then
I
we.
want to shoot Little Black Book some bail because let me tell you something, man. I don't know what everybody like status is on YouTube, whatever. But the more status you get as a man, the harder it is, bro. You actually, women are a lot easier when you're a brokey. When I was broke and I had roommates, bro, ain't nobody question nothing. I had a girl show up to my and I had roommates. I had a house. She showed up to the house in the trench coat naked. I'm like, girl, I got roommates. We got to walk past all their rooms. You know what I'm saying? But when I got on my own place, I realized like, yo, girls are testing me more. They're more suspicious of me. When you become successful as a man, girls try you more. That's when they start screening you. When you're a brokey, they never screen. And I think it goes back to the point that you pass what they're screening you for when you make it, they're screening for to see if you're going to let them control you. When you're broke, the assumption is you won't let them control you.
Yeah,
that's
because
what I
they know they have
realized.
the
That's
power.
the secret.
But everybody,
when they have the upper hand,
everybody's broke.
Huh?
But Shape.
Everybody's healing.
No, but I'm saying when you're a man, when you're broke as a man, a woman assumes that she can have authority over you. When you're successful,
Do
she's
you know all,
uncertain
but
and that she needs to test
do you know all men?
Of course, I don't know all men.
It's fucking with you. It's fucking with you.
Yeah,
I'm doing what
finally
Lil
got
Black
that
Book
one.
did,
Yeah.
man. I'm doing what
I
Lil
will.
Black
You made it easier this time. But you get what I'm trying to say? I
But-
think he's single because if he is successful like you guys claim he is, and he's been
He has to
all over
protect
the
himself. Yeah, he has to protect himself.
right? No, but not
Absolutely.
only he has to protect himself, women are screaming to see if he's going to be obedient or not, and so therefore they're going to be more difficult to hit.
And the motherfucker is the dancing giant. He's doing like
I
his
need to
moves
be
on the gym and shit.
discerning.
You should be on guard.
I need to be discerning for the right kind of person. That's the whole point. You need to vet people. You need to be concerned. But me personally, where I am now, I'm waiting for me personally. Now, I'm a Christian, right? So I'm now waiting for the Lord to direct me to choosing the right woman. It's not that there aren't great women out there, like I said before. But what I'm saying to you is, I need the Lord to direct me. That is what I said because I've surrendered myself to the Lord. Now that's a different perspective, I understand, but that's for me. You know what I'm saying? To you? That's what I'm saying. I could choose somebody, but
This
I
is the
want
direction.
the Lord to lead me.
You gotta be stopped. The Lord ain't lead you to no right woman yet.
This is
No,
the
no.
direction,
See,
brother.
before you get to a promise,
How
the
old are you,
This
Lil
is
preparation.
the
Black Boy?
direction.
Hey, Lil Black Boy, how old are you?
Before
This
I'm
little
saying,
black book.
No. Hold
The
on.
Lord
He
is
did
looking
it
at this little
again.
black book.
Hold on, he did it again. Lil Black Boy, how old are you?
yes, I'm 33.
Why God wouldn't help you when you was 23? Why he still ain't help you?
See, see now you explained it, and that's why I explained it to you earlier on. The issues was I didn't want God to tell me who to date and who to marry. I didn't want him to.
now, though.
That's an area of my life that I didn't want God to touch.
Yeah, Ali, let him talk. Let him talk, Ali.
You know, it's just the real truth. I didn't want God to touch those areas. You know what I'm saying to you? I wanted to live my life how I want to live it. But now I am because I went out there and I did stupid stuff.
Ali, let me ask you
There's
something.
always
'cause
there's
now
always preparation to the purpose.
I think this man actually is right, Ali. Imagine that you are a Ash Ketchum. You want to be a master Pokemon. You catch the 150 and you beat all the gyms. Why the fuck you going outside, bro? You already got it. This man already caught all the Pokemons he wanted. He went to all the gyms. He got all the badges. Motherfucker chilling now. Now he's ready because God doesn't put him outside yet. Hey, yes, Ali, yes, air conditioning on that studio. This man is living a good life. I want to
Daddy,
be out.
remember how what you always
was-
ask? Hold on, Little Black Book. Nope, you being interrogated. You said you met the right ones. Why you don't just go to them?
No, because I said I meant the right one, but I'm saying to you like I have to let the Lord lead. If God says
Fatty always that no, Fatty always asks this question.
Okay.
When people say they met
Go
the
on.
right. Why you don't just go back to the right ones?
Yeah, if these
Because
women
that's
were
not-
so
because
good
if
and
the
you were
Lord
not
has not
ready.
said- hold on, I'm surrendered to someone of a higher authority. If they say that's not the one, there's nothing I can do about that. That's what
How
he
does God,
said.
but how, okay, can you tell me this?
How do
you
they
know-
say-
Hold on, Boogie, hold on, Boogie. How do you know when God told you that's the right one?
Good
It's going to be
question.
hard
I
to
was
explain
gonna
to somebody
ask
who's if you're not a believer, it's going to be hard to explain that to
No,
you.
no,
Do
I'm
you know what I'm
asking
saying
you.
to
No,
you?
I need to
It will
believe.
sound wishy-washy.
No, I don't
It will
want
sound
you to- no,
wishy-washy.
tell me so I understand when it happens for me too. So when I know when I should get
No,
married.
it won't happen the same
Me.
way because
No,
everyone
I
has a
know,
relationship with
I know
God.
everybody has their different ones, but how is it gonna happen with
Mm.
you when you know God tells you?
I'll just know. It's called a knowing. In Christendom, when we talk about this, the Holy Spirit just lets you know. It's a knowing. It's just like
No.
I don't know how to explain that to you. It's
You gotta
called a
read,
knowing.
bro. You gotta read the Bible. Don't go by just that. The Bible says you gotta read it, bro. That's in Scripture.
I believe.
We know that, but that's not about when we're talking
Yeah,
about when we're talking about
God
choosing
don't
someone.
give
I read the
nobody
word already.
instruction. He gave
I
them
believe
Scripture.
I can touch.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how does you know? And I said,
Yeah,
I
You're
read
gonna
scripture.
know
That's the
because
problem.
He
So
told
I
you
know
what
it's
life
the reason
is.
why I know it's him because I read scripture, so I know it's in alignment with him. That's what the script. That's what the scripture
Do
is
you know
there.
what
So
a
the scripture
Proverbs
is not based.
31 wife is?
I do know that Proverbs 31
Yeah,
wife
so
is.
that's
Yes.
it. You know, it ain't gonna be
Let-
intuition, bro. It's Scripture.
Let me
I
just
don't
say
get
this.
that how that makes.
Let me
Go on.
just say this because this man is our future colleague, right? No need. God is going to send him right back to us. God, hey, bro, God is
Absolutely
going,
not. Absolutely
God
not.
is going to send
I'm
us
ready.
right
I'm ready.
back
I'm ready to
Trev.
exit.
This man is going to be doing consultations with Trev in 7 years. Just watch. I just want to say this so people can understand like what type of environment we have here.
Mm.
The same way I'd say I don't trust Melanie on any woman on our space, you shouldn't trust
Mhm.
me either because I don't trust you.
Nah,
Like you shouldn't trust
That's
me
the quote,
at
Fatty.
all.
A person who don't trust anyone can't be trusted. That's the quote.
You shouldn't trust me at all. Oh, Fatty, that sounds like a good guy. Nope. If I see something that is redder than red, you will get the Fatty special glass of water and a towel. That's all I have for you. So the same way, like I can be coming here saying I'm the righteous person and I have the right to judge you, and you don't have the right to judge me back. I'm just saying a lot of times deals that are too good to be true. A lot of time, like that. That's where's the catch? It's like this coach is saying for free, for free. What? So why are you doing this shit? And then you click it, 7 links to these $9.99, right?
Yep.
It's not for free, but we kind of understand the funneling. Like you want to attract the attention of the people, so they should do what they
That's why I
happen.
said I'm the problem. But that's why I called myself out though. When I preferenced the whole situation, I said I am the problem. I said my discernment was off.
But you know, you are not going to get away with that shit, sir.
I preferenced when I started talking that my earlier years, my discernment was off. That I said this.
No. We know you too. We know you too good now, brother, for you to say this. You know when Ali said, "Hey, Fed, you'll be an awesome father," because he knows the character. Like we know you will be the with the kid, then you'll buy flowers.
A little black book. You actually scared, brother. You scared of commitment, man.
Brother,
I was when I was younger. I said this already. I said when I was younger, I was. Now I'm not. Now I'm ready to commit, but I'm also ready for the Lord to lead in that particular aspect. So I want what the Lord wants.
Hey, Ali.
So for me personally, that's the space I'm in.
Bro, you sound like us.
You scared of
commitment. Ali, you know.
I'm not scared. I'm ready to go because if I get it, I'll marry.
Let me give you these flowers, right? You are saying the same thing Mr. Let Go and Jeremy always said to us. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Oh, I truly believe it was them. You get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit, bro. You are the nicest person. This man is the nicest person. It's me. I'm a monster. No, you're not. Shut up.
But you have to remember. Shut up. Wait, but you have to understand that the niceness, obviously, for a person, right, doesn't mean I can't do the stupid things I was doing previously.
No, you're
not.
Hey, brother, a little black book. You just told us you were honest. So how could you been a monster if you told them all you want to do was smash and they consensually had a relationship?
Yes.
You say you didn't lie to none of them.
You said like that. You said
but they're not women I was trying to wife. They were women I was trying to have sex with.
How are you a monster if you told them the truth and they did it consensually with you?
Yeah,
it's still for me from a Christian perspective, it is monster. To be out here slewing women, it's monster. Yes, because I'm coming from a Christian perspective.
Why King Solomon?
So let me be monstrous. It doesn't align with scripture and it's not align with Jesus' character. So for me to be out there slewing women, I've not got no possession over my own body. I'm a slave to lust. That is what scripture will let you know. So for me personally, knowing my creator and who I serve, this was a monstrous behavior at the time. Yes,
be fruitful and multiply,
bro.
It does, but that's not in that context.
Wait.
Marriage. Come on,
hold up. I could agree with Little Black Book for a second. Not to the extent of it being monstrous, because that's like extra, right? But definitely wrong, right? Because if we're looking for what we want to be wives and not 304s or anything like that, if we are sitting out here beating up on all of them, we are effectively perpetuating the issue. No,
are you beating up on
no, you're not, because they created themselves. Actually, if you would truly following the book, or if y'all would truly following the book, then you would be with virgins. Yeah, everybody's cherry picking the Bible. Everybody's cherry picking the Bible.
The Bible doesn't say be virgins. So
what? God does tell a woman, if a woman wasn't a virgin in scripture, hold on, little black book, little black, but little black. But now you're talking to me. If a woman wasn't a virgin, she want a virgin, she would get stoned to death.
Historically.
And that's Old Testament and that's Deuteronomy, and that is not in alignment with the New Testament.
Don't say
no. You can't go to the scripture. You can't go to the scripture. I know scripture tonight. You cannot use Old Testament and use it against the New Testament. We're under a new covenant and a new contract. You cannot use Deuteronomy.
Bible, you know what it's called? It's a law in the Bible. You know what it's called? In Bible study, you know what it's called? The law of first mention. The first time it's mentioned, bro, that's what God meant by it. Now, Jesus Christ came and he saved us. I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with it. But that doesn't say that no one has to read the Old Testament. They didn't just, it's still, the Old Testament's still part of the Christian canon. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, you can't discard it. So what he's saying, Ali, is right. It's not superseded, bro. If you discard the Old Testament, it's no longer the Old Testament.
It is superseded by the new because the Bible says this in Romans
not.
10, verse 4. If you go and read it, it talks about how that Christ came to fulfill the law. So Christ is now the actual top extent. The law has to be done through the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. Otherwise, if we're saying this at the
So
same time,
why
we're
do they
using those
keep it in
scriptures
the
in
canon?
Deuteronomy. Hold on, if we're using those scriptures in Deuteronomy, what the problem you're going to have is this, right? Is that, like, you're right, we should then start stoning people, but then you can't wear cotton, you can't wear different materials at the same time. You can't have cotton and have, what was it? I don't know, let's choose another one, like nylon. The Lord wouldn't allow that, right? You can't get tattoos. Right, there would be so much laws if you're going to follow it by the Old Testament book, right? We'd all be in trouble. That's why I said to you that it's not Old Testament. It is a New Testament which supersedes the Old. It does not eradicate. What it's saying to you is you have to take it to its fullest extent.
Hold on,
you
bro.
have to bring the spirit of it.
There's no isolated scriptures, bro. You agree with that? There's no isolated scriptures.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Fatty, I'm loving it right now, Fatty. I'm loving this right now, Fatty.
There's no isolated scripture, right? You agree with that?
I agree with you. You think
Okay,
you
so
have to
that means what's said in the scripture is kept being said throughout scripture, in Old and the New Testament. Anytime
Beautiful. So
people
where's it
argue
in
the
the
Old
New?
Testament, just throw it away. That's false.
Not only that.
Where is it in the New?
Hold on. Not only
Old
that, the New
Testament's
Testament.
repeated.
Hold on. The New
No,
Testament.
no, he just said something. He has to validate that.
Not only does it hold on,
in the
it also suggests it recommends people not even marry. Does it not? In Corinthians?
Oh, contextually, come on, bro.
Here
Come
we
on.
go, context again. It recommends people not to get married. That's not no context. That's what the Bible says. But if
Is
you
the sky gray?
Oh, now see,
Sometimes
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's contextually.
No. In England, it's definitely gray. I have to agree with Little Black Book on this one. And by the way, when he says he's a monster, this is what he means. I'm a monster. That is a monster. That is not a monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Sir?
I don't know if y'all want to go down this Bible path, bro. This
shit.
You don't want to go down this path, bro.
Listen, we could go. I don't really mind, but the reality session, you have to validate what you just said. If it's virgins that you have to marry, right? Then substantiate that by New Testament.
When did it say not to marry virgins anymore? When did the New Testament say forget about that?
Well, it tells us we should marry. Does it tell us we should marry virgins?
So
hold on. Corinthians tell you literally not to touch a woman. Like it says not to touch a woman.
Said every man should have their own woman.
Have their own
but
woman.
That's
So
not
what does it mean?
either.
No, it said if you're hot, go marry.
It means you should be a virgin. The man and the woman should be a virgin to
Hey,
each other.
this is my next show. If you guys want to talk about the Bible, pull up. I'll fuck you up.
Oh,
God
damn.
is
Better
evil. God is evil. Change my mind. Tomorrow, 5 p.m.
Oh, okay, Fatty. Okay, Fatty. Okay, Fatty. Okay, hey, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Yeah, I don't think you believe that.
You don't believe that?
Nah, hey, I don't know about that. They don't even. I don't pull up with the Bibles. I pull up with my ChatGPT and we go to war, friends.
I love when people challenge the Bible because you see it.
Hey, you got your head busted last time when you pulled up ChatGPT, Fatty. You got your head busted last time.
God did say He created evil, right? In Isaiah, He said He formed the light and the darkness, and He creates evil. He said He creates evil.
And there's a context behind it.
No, but
and
here's
there's
the thing.
So who created it? If He created evil, if He the only one created it, who else is creating evil? He created.
The thing about God is everything. He's not just.
No. Don't go that fast. Don't go that fast. Come on, that's what we don't. Because you're saying God create. You're doing a little black book. Now you're saying God creates everything. That's what little black book does. To deflect. So did God create evil?
Yeah, what I'm saying is deflect. How's that deflection?
he's
Because
actually agreeing with you.
God created.
God ordained. Hold on. When people say evil, people are conflating God to a devil, and that's not what He is.
If I created
is
evil,
God the devil?
Am I essentially? If I created evil, is essentially evil part of me?
If you create evil part of you,
yeah. If I created,
I think evil is a part of your creation.
Right.
I think,
but if I created evil and people are evil and do evil,
but God, but what's the purpose? God said in the Bible.
Okay.
Hold on, bro.
I'm about to pull. This is what I'm about to tell you. I'm not gonna pursue and pull back because you're doing what He does.
I'm not doing.
Now you're doing what He's doing. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
Oh, let me go, bro. God uses the devil to afflict people to teach them lessons. Yes or no? The story of Joseph, right?
God
allowed it to happen. God allowed Jesus Christ. God could have stopped Jesus.
No. Hold on. You want to do this?
Bro.
Hold on. I answered. Now I'm ask you a question. Did God kill people?
Yes.
Who did the devil kill?
The devil can't kill you.
Whoa.
Yeah. Name
Whoa.
someone double guilt.
So the
remember-
devil
hey,
is a good
Patty,
guy.
hey, Patty, just remember
He's
that.
actually raising a good
God
point.
killed
Name
people,
somebody
but the
double
devil
guilt.
didn't
That's
kill
actually a great
nobody.
point.
So I'm right about my show. That's crazy.
No.
The devil is a good
The
guy.
show's over.
No, because it's the context of the
It
word
can, nobody.
evil.
Who's the evil one? If God is, listen, I'm saying the context of that book. I still believe in a creator. There's flaws in these books, right? But if you go off the book, there's a lot of evil that happens in those books. If the devil didn't kill anybody and God was killing everybody, God killed a man for not nutting in his brother's wife. He killed him. He nut on the ground, and God said, "Oh, you got to die because you didn't nut